welcome to the Trans-Tasman Challenge, Day 2. We're sorry for the slight delay in our start, but that's kind of what happens when we're just doing things for the first time. And I'd like to say for those, welcome to those in Western Australia, where it's about, 4 in the morning. Good for you. Glad to see you. Here in New Zealand, it's almost 9 o'clock. Those of you visiting us from the other parts of the world, welcome as well. Now, since we started it partway through, we'll give you an update on where the standings finished at the end of last night. So if we could get those up, everybody can see that, from my view, as a New Zealander, the best team is winning. New Zealand's up 58 to 38, a 20-game spread over the first 8 rounds. So it's looking better than it has for a few years, the last few Trans-Tasmans for us. But that's always possible to change. It was a bigger, leading by 24 games after a few rounds earlier, so the Australians are clawing back slowly, much like their rugby team against England. And our current game that we will, once we get everything running, streaming, will be Stanley and Gundy from New Zealand playing Ryan Sutton from Australia. And I'm Scott Shepu, and my co-commentator today this morning is Josh Watts. Is that right?
Hello.
Hi, Josh.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. Welcome aboard. No, you
Thanks.
did the inaugural broadcast yesterday morning.
I did, yeah, it was good fun. Very good fun.
Yes, my first one was yesterday afternoon, and it worked out. I thought it worked pretty well. Um, so even my
Yeah.
wife decided to watch some of the stream later on, so I must have done something right. Oh, yeah, I would have rather not. Okay, we have the board up and running now. Let's see. Oh, and we're having another challenge. They had a challenge earlier in the game, but before we came on, so I'm not sure what it was. We'll see. And since they've hidden their racks, we can't give you much insight into what's there. Looking at the board, Ditz down hanging at the bottom is looking to scream for a while on that double letter and hitting the triple word. It, yes. Elocution. So I have no idea. Stanley played Ditz. And he wasn't holding the Y, so that's really speculative. And so then he had 7 vowels on this turn. That's any play is a good play. Yes. That, Stanley, I would have thought Stanley would have exchanged like most people.
Hmm. Well, looks like I've got
You're
a big view.
you're half a man. Yeah, that's Stanley's rack has improved. We still haven't seen Ryan's rack, so we'll wait and have to see what's there.
No, Ryan's a very considered player. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, that looks not so bad.
What are you looking to do out of this rack, Scott?
If I could, I don't play upside down, so it's a bit harder to see what I would do on it. And I probably would try to play something like mix or maybe max, keeping the ELT and one of the other vowels. Let's see, is there any way to play the X?
Yeah, well, mixed takes an E on the back, so you can play
Mixed,
down to the to the R of ram raids on either side.
yeah,
Probably on the right.
play mixed D. Yeah,
Another consideration is that are you worried about the ditzy hook?
yeah. So I wouldn't at this point because if he didn't use it that last turn, I would not. I would feel pretty confident he still doesn't have a Y. So I wouldn't be sweating that one yet.
Hmm.
But right now there's not really a high scoring spot for the X.
Yeah, interesting. Both wires are out, so
Uh,
yeah, very interesting.
that was that took a lot of guts, I would say, to make that play.
Hmm. So he's
There's
looking at Axel
Axel.
making offer.
Yeah, and there it goes.
Hmm.
He's
Yeah,
got an
I'm a
E to
fan
put.
of this.
He's got the E to put on the end of it if he gets something nice to play out.
Hmm. Although, so does Stanley. An abundance of ease.
Yes, Stanley has a plethora of vowels to choose from. Now, if he had another L for awful as well,
Yeah.
you could take an extension that way. Yes, Ryan is definitely considered because he hasn't even. Oh, I think Stanley maybe put a hold on, but
Hmm.
he's
Yeah, offer's not a word that comes up too often.
no. Yeah, so it must be a hold, because I would have thought Ryan would have replenished by now. Yeah, Stanley definitely looks like he's thinking.
Hmm.
And given his rack, what did Axel's go? 22, 23, 24, 32.
Yeah, got
Yep,
a
they
challenge.
go. The challenge. There's our association president, Kathy Casey, straightening the board. Looks like Ryan wins another challenge. So now, if I was Stanley, I would probably change. And I might actually exchange them all looking at what he's got and what's in the bag.
Hmm. Yeah, I'd be inclined to keep A and E.
Well, there's four ends in the bag, so you got
Yeah, you're right.
a good chance of duplication. The A, yeah, there's only one
Yeah,
left, so
I
you
wouldn't
probably
I wouldn't want to keep A either. So yeah,
no,
maybe
I
turn
wouldn't keep
six.
AE. You had Lawson playing the incredible AE for two
Yes, I
points
did.
yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, we had no idea what was happening when that came down.
No, that's a typical Lawson play. He likes to do setups.
Well, yeah, it was very impressive.
Yes, and it looked to me it looked awful, and I'm like something's happening because you can't hook AE.
No, exactly.
So I was like, why would you just dump it there and kill off any part of that board when you were? So I was like, well, I wonder what he thought. Well, Stanley would like a D for narrowed,
Yes.
and Ryan has got the Q there.
He's also picked up the first blank of the
Like,
game. Hmm.
which is I don't think there's anything like quiet man. I think in this case, given the situation, I would probably bury the Q,
Yeah.
or I'd play Trank. But I think I would have buried the Q with the I in elocution.
No, I think if you see Trank, you have to play it.
Yeah, especially if it hits the triple letter there.
Yeah, 36 points.
Yeah, yes, that's keep running over. Now, one thing I find commentating is watching the players who I've played against and see how their thought pattern is when they move their tiles around.
Yeah, it's fun to watch, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we had Chris Tallman on yesterday in my first game,
Hmm.
and he just blurs the tiles around.
Yeah, it's
And
I don't know how he sees anything.
and there was some comments in the chat about that. Wow, is it my bad? Is it camera out of focus? We're like, no, that's how it goes.
Yeah, good pickup for Ryan, but still no wires.
No, I, he could play Menyies, putting the Y on under Ditzy, Menyies.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty advanced find.
Uh, I did see it, and then I just checked in Zizabov, and it would certainly almost draw a challenge as well.
Oh, for sure. I like this
It's
play.
it empties his rack.
Yep, two
You
blanks,
get
two wires unseen,
in,
keeps the E. I think it does everything you want.
yes, and the score will get him up a bit. Now, what time is it where you are? Is it 7 in the morning now?
It is,
Yeah.
yes.
So good morning. Hope
Yes, good morning
hope
to
you've
you.
had breakfast.
I have not, unfortunately, but that's alright.
Oh, poor Stanley. It's an interesting spelling of juried, possibly.
Got Ejido
Yeah,
on his rack.
yeah. But he's going to really look to be scoring now. No, he's only 35 behind, but he's going to go. Oh, you're so close, Ryan. And there's actually quite a few words there, but Trank has taken out a couple of spots there. So you'd have to be playing up into the C possibly and out of elocution through the Q and Trank, which is not likely. And then Stanley's narrow is tightened up that side. It's a lot of overlapping. Have to have a double E.
Yeah.
So this board's not actually conducive to his rack.
Ryan's found Nemesia and Nemesis, but realizing that both don't play.
There's enemies as well.
I'm seeing endemics through the sea.
Yeah, that one that would work. And its anagram is cinemids, cinemides.
Hmm.
But yes, endemics is probably the play if you can find it.
Yeah, and if you're
But
not bingoing, what are you looking to do here?
with those tiles, I would be looking to set up a place for me to play. Even if
Well,
it's, but it's not gonna. I would try to play one of the E's or maybe ME.
he does have the case S. I know there's a blank unseen, but
Yeah,
it is a consideration.
so something like OE, setting up in the bottom right, giving yourself the access to that. Though it's relatively easy to if you instead could play WO something.
Hmm. I guess after
But
a play like Narrow, you have to. He's more likely
uh,
to have the blank than not at this stage. He's turned over
yes,
so many tiles.
making inferences at this point is really important.
Hmm. Yep, I think I'd puzzle over
Uh,
this for a while.
Yeah, looks like Lewis Hawkins. Is that you, Lewis, on the chat?
What do you think about ME above Trank?
That's what I was thinking.
Sets up
Uh,
sevens lanes above EN.
Yeah, but it points out that you can put the S on Tranks, and you could have played Nemesia or Immense.
No.
Yep, yep. The S has to be in the second. I'm sorry, not Nemesia, but it could be. I'm sorry, it could be Immense.
Oh, right.
He's giving a long thought.
Yeah, I think if you,
Eh,
yeah, he must be considering it, a non-word. But I think if you're looking for words that end in se, you should get there.
Yeah,
Yeah, I really think he's considering enemize.
you know, Yes, it's and this is one of those wrecks. If you don't see something quickly, you're busy trying to figure out what you can do.
Hmm.
But yes, if he doesn't play immense, I probably would look at something like ME. Oh, he's got his
Endemics. Very nice.
endemics. I think endemics is probably better say defensively because it doesn't open that triple word.
Well, it also just looks like a word that shouldn't take an S as well.
Oh, that's yes. But
Yeah,
I guess
that's yeah, impressive find.
yeah.
Impressive that he could pull the trigger on it. That's yeah, that's really good.
Endemic, as in an endemic disease.
I thought a disease was endemic.
And,
That's all
well,
right.
animals are endemic too. Like the kiwi is endemic to New Zealand.
Endemics. Hmm.
Right.
Alrighty. What are your
Now,
considerations here with the J?
I'm not. I'm not too happy with all the rest of it that goes with it.
No,
I
you
quickly see juried to unload it and hooking on top of endemics.
yes. I mean
But
it
that
scores okay,
no,
but
I know.
you're down
Leave,
over 100. I think you
yeah,
need to
leave,
take some real risk here.
leaves the.
What do you think
Ryan's
about a play like just
Ryan, Ryan's
JIN?
just Ryan's just pulled the last blank as well.
Yes, he has.
DJIN is probably his best play now.
Well, what do you think about just leaving the D off? There's no D's unseen to you.
Oh
I just don't think you're clawing back 120 points if you play this.
no, you're right. He holding the D back,
Hmm.
and that's what Chris did yesterday. He held back the case S or the final S and
Yeah.
played joint down to the triple.
I think you have to play something like that and hope that Ryan doesn't have to blank.
Yeah, which from Stanley's standpoint is unfortunately he does.
Yes. Well.
But both wives are still out there waiting.
Hmm.
Stanley's got groove with the U. That U's really punishing him right now. What now? Have you played Ryan often?
Yeah, probably 10 times or so.
Okay, so you have some knowledge, but not necessarily full knowledge.
No, well, yeah, I've only played for a year, so I haven't played
Yeah,
haven't played too many people that often.
yeah. What do you think he'd be looking at? I'd be if I was him, I'd be looking to close the board.
Yes, he's very much like that. But he'll be stressing at the moment because the Ditzy hook looks very scary,
Well, I
but
wonder
so
if
does
he's
that
lining
D.
up. I wonder if he's lining up vinyl just to take it out.
Yeah, I that's a very Ryan play.
6, 7, 21, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Signals to your opponent there are no blanks left, so good
Yeah,
luck.
well, I just think even if it scored 20, I
Yeah,
think he'd play it. Like
yeah.
I just think he
It's
hates the
just
variance down there, like the volatility.
yeah. I think that's a pretty good use of the blank because now all he really has to do is take care of the D and the top of the board.
Yeah, it says to Stanley,
It
you've got one turn to bingo to the D.
yeah. Maybe through the eye engine, but
Well, Ryan can take care. He can take care
he
of
could.
both of those, can't he?
That's right. Yes, he can with a
And just
couple of vowels. He
a
could
four
take the
tile
whole.
play down to the N or
Yeah,
down to the T of Trank.
yeah,
Like they take out all the lines.
yeah, because underneath narrow is really hard to play. So Stanley does the right thing and opens up some space.
Hmm.
There's still three E's left from his view, so he did the right thing. He gave himself another opportunity, but it's going to be. Oh, poor Ryan gets both Y's now. He's probably sitting there thinking, "Oh, I wish I'd waited one more turn."
Yeah, no, I think Ryan would be with happy with how the board's shaped at the moment,
Yeah,
and he'd just be considering. Well, there's one well, two E's
yeah,
unseen to him at the moment. He'd be considering whether the D is more dangerous than the E, and he'd just be playing wherever he thinks the
Mm,
most dangerous. And so
yep.
that's all he'd be doing.
I I I would take the D out myself at this point. The E, it's the only the D. I think the D I'd be worried about with those all those E's outstanding. 'Cause you could just hit an ED word much faster, much easier to see
Yes, although I'm not saying anything immediately that
that Ryan
Stanley
can
could have.
play. Well, even looking at Ryan's trying to figure out what he could do. He's got NY. He's gonna play NYE and just take that. Nope.
It's interesting. With the pool remaining to Ryan's perspective, there's only one word to the D and one word to the E
So they're
that Stanley
equally,
could possibly have. Yeah.
and he didn't take out either spot as well.
No, but scored okay.
Yep. Yep. Sorry, Stanley. That's not the right way to spell groupie. I mean, NY will score. No, score. He's up by 107 now. Stanley, now you have one chance. Four, five, six. There's one tile in the bag.
Yeah, it's a T, which means that fishing off the U up the top will give him protege down to the E of wove.
Uh, yep. Is anything to the D?
No,
No.
no,
So
the
he's
only thing to the D was recouped.
yep. Regrouped to regrouped.
Recouped.
Yeah.
He needed
Okay.
to, yeah, with the C, but
Yep.
Ryan's got it now. Yeah, it would be interesting if the U was fished up top, what Ryan decided to do.
Yeah. There's no. I mean, it just that would just tell you that you are going for that bottom corner.
Yes, but it is also the only place you can bingo, so
Yeah.
I don't think it
But
scores enough anyway, but yeah. Looks like Ryan's got cutely lined up, but I don't know where he's looking to play it.
no. Yeah, so where would you play it? I mean, if Stanley, whatever spot Stanley takes out, I mean, Ryan should be able to work through what's there and say, well, the E is more dangerous at this point, and just do something to take the E. Stanley still has over 6 minutes, so he has some time to think about it.
Yeah. I think Ryan would have seen the possibility for
Protect.
protege.
Yeah, he's looking very comfortable right now. Ryan is.
Yeah, well, I mean, either it gets
It's
played now or it doesn't, you know what I mean? So,
yeah,
yeah, I
that's
am interested in the NY play. I mean, it's
yeah,
going to work out from here, but
yeah. I would have killed something. I would have killed one of the two.
yeah, I think so as well.
Up my 100 points. Shut it down. You're giving you, and he's literally got one chance now, and he plays the wrong one.
Yes.
He's taking points, and he's leaving both options up top and bottom down.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
I don't know what tile he was looking for with those six that he kept.
no,
Mm.
I don't know what Stanley was looking for. Out Gerp. I don't think that's going to work, Mr. Ngundy. It's just not a word. I'm still interested what Ryan's cutely, if he's actually. Stanley's probably in the worst place that a Scrabble player can feel is I've got no hope.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes to work out this end game, right?
Yeah. Since it's technically it's a team event, the spread's not going to have much influence on it. Take the win. I'm a terrible luck charm for New Zealand right now. They're going to be 1-3 on the boards I've seen.
Yep, and 3 in a row for Australia as well on the stream
Yeah,
boards.
we'll have to put a stop to that. Sounds like rugby league. Stanley has one of those racks that if you could just swap basically any one of the letters, you're gonna have a bingo.
Yeah, well, yeah. What do you think about a play like Ully through the Y of Jin? Ulyi.
Yeah,
It
that would
preserves two outs. You've got Q'd
cute
to
at
the
the
D
bottom.
of Jin and then Crew through the
Yeah.
R of Narrow.
Yep. But I'm not. I think in this case, personally, and I was with on Kenji yesterday, in something like this, we both would say you just kind of finish the game, just be done with it. Check in Mike. No, I guess Ryan's going out for out in 3.
Yeah, well, score some points. Yeah, a
Yeah,
minute left.
yeah.
I
And
think
it's not like
I think he's
Stanley's going
okay
to
to play whatever.
score a whole lot. Stanley should be thinking, all right, how can I get out and see since he's giving me that opportunity?
Hmm. Yeah, there are lots of eights with the rack, but yeah, just
Yeah, they're
nothing on this board.
no, oh, they're definitely it's nope. Grouplet, Stanley, you need an L.
Yeah, I think in
Actually,
a
there's
team
only
event you probably have to try something.
there's only three. He needs an A, an I, or an L.
For Portague.
Portigue, yep. Portigue, the Augue, and then
Hmm.
grouplet. You're right. Take a punt. It's not like you're playing for the national title or world champs, is it?
No.
And just an update for those who are waking up. No, in the chat, someone suggested upgorted. I don't think so. Um, the world's greatest Scrabble player, Nigel Richards, has entered the Spanish Scrabble Championships this year, and he is currently 18-0 with a four win lead. So he only needs to win 3 tomorrow to guarantee the title. It'll be his third language that he has conquered. Most of us have trouble with just our native language of English.
Yeah, that's the truth.
Yeah. So once again, demonstrating his incredible abilities at word games.
Hmm. Can you see an out for Stanley here?
What has he got? When he
It's got
wrote,
Ergot.
um, not quickly. This board's, except for the D and the E, this board's not very friendly. I see plenty of clabbers out. How's that?
Yeah, that'll do.
With the D, the J, and the O, and another T. No, I don't see an out.
No, I think in this situation I would just
No,
give
they,
in and play got above trank, making new.
yeah.
Oh no, I wouldn't. That's a Q, not a no.
There is Todger, but it doesn't play in this case.
Yes. I think this is okay.
Yeah. And I assume Ryan will play Love in the corner and just be done for 12.
Bit of a conversation here. I'm not sure what's
Yeah.
going on. Maybe Ryan sees something better for him, perhaps. Who knows?
Yeah. Usually you say that afterwards when you have only 18 seconds left. He's neutralized the clock, so he's got to.
Hmm.
So it looks like they may be reaching out for Liz Fagerland, our rules expert.
Yeah, we'd love to get some confirmation for you guys on what's happening here.
Yeah. This is where the table mics would be useful. Now, LAE is definitely no good anyways. And there goes Love, and that will be that.
Yeah, interesting that needed the director to come over there.
Yeah. I
Given
know.
they've shown that they clearly know where the challenge computer is.
Yeah. Uh, first play we saw on the stream was off to the computer.
Yeah, and I've got a wonky board to look at.
Uh,
Alrighty, yeah, good win for Ryan.
124 is always a nice. 500 is always a nice number to hit. And all right, so that's the third straight win on the
Yeah.
stream toward the today this tournament for Australia. After New Zealand won the first four, I think it was. All the ones you saw, was it? You guys do 3 or 4 games?
So yeah, did
Oh,
four,
and
and
then we
they
got
went
one, so
through.
it's
Is that what?
5.
Something like.
Oh, now we've got the room audio on as well.
It sounded good in my head. It wasn't 5 point challenge.
Looks like his compatriots are going to congratulate Ryan.
And it's so
Yeah,
like
that's Ricky
it's
Sharma
like you
there.
hear it every
Yeah.
day in New Zealand.
Okay.
Yeah, it's so common in the news and all that. Yeah.
And Rocky is on our next game. Game 10, we're scheduled to have Jason Simpson and Rocky
Yeah, I
Sharma
challenged
on
the
here.
wrong one. I missed this hook.
Yeah, very nice.
I was
Yep.
really unsure about elocution too. Like,
No, I didn't see it. I know the word, but when I played it, I didn't see the setup here.
E or ELO. I just wasn't sure how to spell it.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh dear.
Reschedule.
yeah, that was a terrible game.
I wasn't sure of endemics either. I didn't know if it took an S, but
I don't know. I think it does.
yeah, no, it does. I'll look up.
Yeah.
And then after I played the blank, I picked up 2 I's.
Yeah. It's a word you hear every day.
Ram race.
Yeah,
Ah, no,
because it's a big thing in New Zealand.
I was
Yeah.
quite surprised it wasn't a word.
Yep.
Oh, keen to hear it later and see what they were talking about with my pony.
Has he got endemics? Has he got endemics?
Yeah.
We could hear the
All right.
commentary.
Was there any other players in that rack? Yeah. Was there?
What was it?
Oh wow.
What was it?
Didn't know that.
Missed that.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
What's the what?
Checked it's a one. That one.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, it's a lot, yeah.
is it? Yeah, right.
Yeah, so that would have got you to this.
Yeah.
That's all right. So after I played the blank as the white, I picked up 2 wires.
You
Crazy.
got endemics. It was very impressive.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Stanley.
Nice.
Yeah.
All the best.
It becomes a bit embarrassing if you don't score well here.
Yeah, or big mistakes, yeah. No one playing.
It's okay to do, but once you do it,
Where's Jason?
Okay, have you done this before?
No.
Okay. We'll get Alex if you want to use a cup. You know not to touch the camera. Jason, you know not to touch the camera. Just sit around it. Just sit, position yourself around it. Try and keep the board straight. And when you play the blank, see what the blank is so that Callum knows what you're saying.
What is that?
If you, when you're playing the blank is an ace. Just speak loud so that the annotator knows what the blank is. If you need the adjudicator, just say adjudicator and it's this.
Oh, the clock. Oh, the clock's here, not sit.
Callum, can you fix the clock? Fix the clock.
So I can just press the arrow button. So
Arrow button.
either the arrows, and then go reset.
Reset.
Press the top one, reset timer.
Reset time. I can't see it. Here we are. Yep. And so you just hit the clock, and that's the pause button. Anything else?
Just need 2 seconds to bring the phone.
If you just put the tails in the bag, and I'll tell you when to stop.
Yep. No, we're live now. 600 for Bob, hey? That's better than the 300 showing we had earlier. And Rocky beating Chris Tallman that's a good win for Rocky. All right, Scott, what can you tell us about Jason?
I have never played Jason, so he's the only one I have not played.
Oh,
He's rated slightly below me, so I would have thought a few times I would have played him, but it's always worked out that I squeak into in nationals, I squeak into the top, and he would slot into the next grade down.
right.
Because our
Okay.
nationals are 12-player double round robin right now, and so I've squeaked in as like the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th seed, and he's always just if he's there, because he does neither of us necessarily play all the same tournaments. He's up from the far north. That's all in Whangarei, so I'm as far away as I can get from that.
Right.
And so I have nothing. What can you tell us about Rocky?
Well, I know it's his birthday in 2 days.
Is it? Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, he lives in Sydney. Um, yeah, been playing for a long time. Um,
yeah.
I know he likes his CSW 19 words, so I'm hoping he'll continue to play after the new dictionary comes out.
Yep. Are you guys switching next year?
We are, yeah.
Picking up the expurgated version?
Yes.
Yeah, we are having a vote on that, I believe, in January.
Okay,
From what I understand, we will definitely switch over. The question is, will we also allow the bad words?
sure.
Like, yes, I don't even know what's on the list, so I'm worried. But oh, it looks like we are partly streaming.
Yeah, as we see Hayoi come down for Rocky, I think that's pretty okay.
Hioi, hioi, not hioi, hioi. That's a nice Maori word. It is a plant of the mint family. In the
Hmm.
chat, they're asking who is playing. We have Rocky Sharma. We have Rocky Sharma versus Jason Simpson.
Yeah, I think Joel's okay here. For Rocky, I like the play of Kopen underneath Hioi, making Oho and Lip.
Yep. Someone suggested Unjolly. I don't think that's going to stay, Lewis. Welcome to the 27 people now watching us on the stream. Thank you for joining us. I'm Scott Shappew here with Josh Watt, commentating on our second game of the day, which is Rocky Sharma, who is on your left from Australia, versus Jason Simpson of New Zealand.
Yeah, can you say anything better than Kopen?
No, it really isn't. Not much right now. It looks like it's coming down for the soon-to-be birthday boy.
Yeah, I think Coped is just the slightly worse version of it,
Yeah,
but scores well.
that's right.
Does
Keeps
set
the
up an S front hook though.
yeah, which I probably wouldn't have done without having one. But it keeps the board, except for that, it keeps the board fairly tight still.
Very tight. Yep.
Yeah. Jason, I'm just looking at our stat sheet here. Lives in Whangarei, which I knew. He was in 2019. He won the trophy for the most improved newcomer,
Hmm.
and he's got 2 tournament wins, and he's an avid pickleball player.
Oh, Pickleball, yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think about a play like Yup above ID?
YUP. Yeah, it opens the triple, but for bugger all, essentially.
Hmm.
I wonder if he is looking at just the yop, which would stretch a little bit further. Takes it, opens the S up on the for the triple. So
Yeah, Yapon and Yorpon are also
yeah,
words, 5 and 6
yeah.
letters. So
I wouldn't play yop on for sure and put the N in the triple just at that spot. I wouldn't be. But boy, this
no,
board is
yeah, I think you
this
have to play Yup. There's nothing else open on the board.
now. And yep, provides a little bit of space, but Rocky's not looking exactly a rack of happiness either.
No, no, you're right. Panya. Yeah, I mean, there's plays down from the sea, like copy, canopy, cope,
Yeah,
those sort of words. But no, I think I would have played Yup pretty quickly.
yeah. What- There's not much. You're not giving much back, and it doesn't score.
This
And
this is interesting.
I'm guessing he just didn't want to hold the U.
Well, Yup doesn't hold the U.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. Duh.
Surely
Spelling.
loan is a better leave than plan.
Yeah, spelling is such a useful skill. I wish I had it.
Yeah, I think this looks quite reasonable.
Yeah. And there's nothing. Praline is now available. Going to
Praline and
play.
Perlin.
And, and
He's got perineal through the E.
yeah,
Oh yeah, I'm not saying anything else.
okay. Yep. Um, it's Jason's turn right now, and he's got planer on his rack. Plainer.
Yep, Praline
Eh,
playing a
eh,
Perlin. Do you
mhm.
think having played or having been aware of Jason, do you think he's likely to find perineal through the E?
As I said, I haven't played him, so I just don't know. It is a fairly high probability one, so you would
It is,
expect
yeah.
him to.
Yeah, it's definitely top 2000 because it's
Yeah.
in my card box. He's seen Perlin, but do you reckon he's looking at Perline, which is not a word? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully this gets a challenge from Rocky. Yeah, it's perlite,
Yeah. Yeah.
but yeah, Perline is not a word, it's perennial.
Yep. He's putting it down. It looks like he said congratulations.
Yeah, I mean it looks plausible, but
Yep. Now it's Rocky's turn. It does look like Perline will stay on the board. It's Rocky's turn. He's got manure with an E on his rack. And Perline has opened up a whole lot of letters to play through.
yeah, just not real friendly
Yep.
ones,
No.
unfortunately.
Yep. Also in the commentary in the chat, it's been picked out that he could have played airplane coming down.
Yes, there we are. Yeah.
Nice find, Mike. Thank you.
Yeah, airplane's very dangerous with the E.
Yeah, Perline has
Hmm.
got to put the P in the top right corner there, so that's not too bad there.
Well, if you
But
can get away with Perline, it's clearly the best player. But yeah.
yeah, that's true. But looks like Rocky's looking for Neuroma, but that's not gonna. He doesn't have it.
Yeah. Neum doesn't play well to the right of Perlin, so or Perline.
Yep.
Yeah, already down 64.
It's time to do something. Wussbag is what's coming up in the chat. I don't think that is going to stay. But no, it's not going to stay.
Numeral.
Uh,
Enumeral. Yeah, so a phony.
yes.
A new. I don't even know what he's going for right now.
Neumero. Is that like? I'm not even sure. You're right. It's pronounced the same way.
Well, yeah, that was a very quick challenge, that one.
Yeah, that's. I don't imagine that's going to stay on the board very long. No, that's not. No, that's Glynis Hale, one of the founders of the New Zealand Scrabble Association, taking a look over at the board. They're going to come
Probably
back.
thinking, what are all these words I've never seen before?
That's exactly what she would be thinking. Glennis herself has been known to try some dubious words from time to time.
Oh, that's half the fun of Scrabble, isn't it?
Yes, that's true. Yeah, so now Mike has full knowledge of what Rocky has. Mike's rack is BUSSWG and a blank. He's got sub WGS and a blank, which doesn't make anything.
No, Rocky's put himself in a bit of a situation here because that
Actually,
play,
actually,
yeah,
he does have a bingo, and it does play, and it would have been sow bugs.
sow bugs.
Ah, and I should have known that because I've got I put bug words in my card box years ago. Obviously, it doesn't
Okay.
come back in a while. But with the blank, you're not you're not a U and a W. You're not looking for bonuses usually. There aren't many of them.
See, the issue for Rocky here is that your play that you're gonna make now is just like it's just worse than it was last turn. It's just the same
Yeah,
play. You're just in a worse position.
yeah.
Yeah,
He's keeping a
you
nice
may.
leave, but he's closing up places he might have been able to play to somewhere else.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what you
Yeah.
should do there. There's nothing else. Like, where else are you gonna play?
No, that's right. What are you going to play? Let's see. So we're waiting for Mike to turn over his tiles. He kept WGS in a blank, and he is adding an E, and another G. Gigas would be my guess. And that would what would stay on. Now, is there somewhere to play it? You see anywhere to play it?
No,
No.
no. I'd never heard of that word before either. So
Oh, and maybe an Americanism that I grew up with.
yeah, maybe. Let me get a definition.
And Rocky All right, so Mike's lined up
Hmm.
egg, keeping the EWS, but he hasn't played anything yet. Rocky has ADENRTY.
Yeah, so he's already lined up one of his bingos.
He's got three of them. So we'll let the audience see if they can work out the other two. Mike's lined up egg-wise, which
Yep.
I guess is brain food for chickens or something.
Well, it means he watches Scrabble streams because egg is the content word.
Yeah.
Disappointed that there's no eggs in the chat.
Mm,
Do you know the 8-letter word that ume is short for?
no, I don't.
It's umeboshi. That's the full name of the fruit.
Umeboshi. I was just in Japan for 3 weeks, and I don't know if I recall coming across that.
That's defined as dried and packaged ume.
I love these. I love these self-referencing definitions. All right, so Mike has played web into the B and sub, keeping eggs in a blank.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan. It just
Mm,
seems to go against what he wants to do. Like
it,
he set up an S and then obscured the
it,
S. It
yeah,
just
now
seems
he's
like a slow move to borrow a chess term.
now he's forced himself to start a word with an S. So we're on to Rocky's turn, and he's got, as I said earlier, ADENRTY, and looking for a place to play one of the three bingos. Do you see any way to play it, Josh?
Um, no,
No.
the web blocked it.
Yeah. So Rocky just decides to play TAY, Tay up at the top, making top aim, AME, and Ye, YEA. Getting the Y on the double word score, so it'll score nicely. Keeping Rend on his rack. Now it's Jason's turn, and I apologize for calling him Mike earlier. Jason has 3 E's, 2 G's, an S, and a blank. You know, if he had that B open, he could have played like BG's or something.
Yeah,
Uh,
I think egg almost is the best player.
as gruesome as it is.
Yeah, we see Rocky drawing into more consonants. You know, he
Yeah.
kept three, picked up two more.
No.
I would have preferred to play like yard in the same spot for slightly less. Sorry,
So
not yard.
if there is an open an open R or an open I,
Hmm.
Jason would have an 8. Let's see if
Hmm.
any need an R. There are no playables I's or R's, so it's not going to matter. But it does have to do with eggs and chickens. It is an egg word.
Really?
All right, so Mike plays G under web, GEE, opening
Yeah.
up a hook for an A and an O on the left side of the board, and keeping himself GES blank.
Yeah, but firmly blocking
J-
his S hook as well.
yes. Now, Jason has Dinrrt.
Rocky.
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 Golly gee. I made one mistake on a name and now I keep messing up. I'm sorry for all our players and our listeners.
Yeah, interred through an E, intruder through a U.
Yeah, in the chat saying that's a lot of names to keep track of. They're laughing at me. Yes, it's it's only two I have to do.
It's like anti-red coming down.
Yep.
Yep, I think this is okay. I mean, it gives counterplay to the right
Yep.
potentially, but you're going looking for those blanks, creating some floaters. I don't think it's horrible.
No, it's not horrible. And it puts the R next to the double letter above the triple word, so it's not like it would score monstrously.
Yeah, I noticed that Jason had lined up 4Gs before, as in one who forges, which
Yeah.
isn't a word, but it'd be interesting if we saw another phony come down.
No, he does have a 7. And it's not playable. I can see. Jason's rack is EEFGOS blank. So for 4Gs, he would have had the blank as an R, but as Josh said, that's not valid. And except for the O or A hook on G and A coming into an E or a D, there's not that many places for his rack. Though you could have played Tay. I get Tay takes the S as well.
Mm-hmm.
So Jason settles for foe in the lower right-hand corner, making EF and making F and do. Rocky has trends with an extra S. So he'd be really looking for an open vowel, which there a shortage of.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if he commits to the same strategy that he employed last turn, as in playing lots of tiles.
The only 8s available require an A, so he's got trends with an S, and he would need an A for an 8, but there's no available A's to play through.
What do you think about a play like Stead?
I wouldn't mind jumping the S because with two of them, it's not so bad.
Yeah, I'd definitely put the S on here.
Yeah. No, playing it would flash your and let your opponent know that you have one.
Sure.
But it's not like S is particularly useful on this board right now. All right. So it's Jason's turn now. He has set up easing on his rack, EASING, and he's got a blank to go with it, so he definitely should be bingoing this turn. I can't count the number of bingos in my head automatically. There are 51 sevens alone.
Yeah, so
And
his
201
higher scoring
eights.
options. Yeah, that's a fair number.
The question is, where should he play? Now, Rocky has picked up the second blank, and Kenji and I were talking about this yesterday, and he's actually put it on the rack sideways, which is a bit of a tell that that he's got the blank.
I don't know if he has.
Is it? Are they just not sitting evenly on the
I
board on there?
think the R's just popped out a little bit.
Yeah, you're right, because the V, it's the same height as a V. But Kenji and I were discussing how it drives us. It is a bit of a tell people can have.
Hmm. Yeah, it looks like he's looking at Ingesta, but I don't know where.
Yeah.
I would be
Oh,
inclined to play something like Agings and Tays. Um,
yep. I
yeah,
think a parallel play like that would be better than hooking the A in front of G, making AG, and opening up
yes,
the
yeah, for
bottom
sure.
end and a bit in the middle. They're looking for the sheet so you can declare what the blank is. And
Easings, yeah.
eat, eatings, I would guess. Eatings playing and
Oh,
doing his
eatings
judge.
is not a word. Oh wait, yeah, it is.
It
Eatings,
is. It,
earrings, easing.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, and there's lots of them to choose from. If I have the T.
yeah. I think it might be an S. That's my hunch. We get
Yeah.
confirmation for you.
Yeah. It's an S. Is and that will stay on the board. Oh, it does allow 3 hooks to be played on the front of it. So
Just
it
put the
might
tiles
just
back on his rack, and the R's still sitting weirdly. That's interesting.
yeah. Maybe it's a lumpy rack. Wasn't smoothly planed.
Yeah, hope he can pull the trigger on this word that
Yeah.
he's found.
So Rocky has INR, SSV, and a blank.
Yeah, looks like he's also nominating a blank.
Yes. We believe the blank will be an E.
Yeah, I like.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think about the placement, or would you play it one to the left and open the triple triple from this far behind?
I would have shifted. I would have foregone the extra couple of points and opened that triple. Yes,
Yeah.
I think that's the right thing to do. So the scores are before the play of Versons under the EA and easings. Jason's leading 282 164. Rocky's play will probably take 70 points or so out of that lead. Yes, Olivia, the word would have been eggeries. You've hatched the right answer there. All right, so it's Jason's turn now, and after his bingo, he has picked up some interesting combinations here. He's got an MIWUZRT. There's not that many places to score a whole lot, but there are definitely spots on the board.
Yeah, well, he's got was above MEN.
Mm. Was and Zen
Yeah, it's
45,
47.
47 points just like that. Gets rid of the WU combo, keeping trim, which is actually not a bad leave.
Yeah, I'm just
And he's
amazed that it hasn't been played already.
no, I think he was tracking first. This is one of the plays I think I would have played quickly and then tracked.
Oh, for sure.
Jason's just gone under 10 minutes. Rocky's got just over 14 minutes left on their clocks. So there's time, but I think Jason really should just take the 47 and run. So the scores now are 282 to 236 in favor of Jason, who's now on turn. Rocky's turn was versin, a versed sine, a trigonometric function. I've never heard of it, and I know a few math things. So Jason does pull the trigger on on was.
Yeah, maybe he was looking at possible X plays above that would really hurt him.
AX and OX, which certainly Because the U's under the
something like
triple.
relax for a lot.
Yeah, with the U under the triple letter that near the top, that is a bit scary. So Rocky's rack is AAGLOHQ.
Yeah, and again, I would have played QI instantly.
Yeah. Where'd you play it up for 11 points near the above easings?
No,
Oh no,
to the left
the
of
triple
Perline.
letter.
Yeah,
Yes, on the right. You play it triple.
yeah. See, that's just a clear miss for me.
Yeah.
Unless he's, yeah. I mean, the only reason you'd forgo is if you thought you wanted to create two spots for the X should you
Yep.
draw it. But
Oh, yes. Now, once you pointed out, yes, the QI for 31 would have been far better. But instead, he plays QI for 11. So the scores are 329 for Jason and 247 for Rocky.
yeah, looks like Jason's picked up AT Maori.
And he's got at Mori. That's not quite Moriarty, if you're for you Sherlock Holmes fans. There are really no places for 8s on this board right now, are there? Through the V and through the I of Versign, they're the only plates for 8s.
Yeah.
So he's got AAMORIT.
Yeah. Do you think he's worried about the X spots?
Um,
Something
I
like
would,
AM to the left of Perline?
yeah, I would be. The problem with AM is that it opens up that top. Well, I guess he's got the another A.
No, no, to the left of Perline.
Oh, to the left of Perline.
Yeah. Yeah, stopping like AX and
Yep,
AX
yep,
players. Yeah.
yep. I was thinking what above was. Yeah, but he's lined up Moa and he's played out above Versign in making WAS was.
Yep. I think that's a better option.
Yeah, makes it
This,
much harder to play the X
yeah, I
up
don't think
there.
this Ours is not good.
Uh, yep. So Rocky's on turn. He's got AAOOGHL, and we're gonna take a very momentary brief peek at the standings after round 9 here, so we can see how it all looks. There we go. We can see New Zealand's on 65. Australia has 43. Esther Perrins is the top female player in Australia, leading the Australians with 5 wins, and Dylan Early, one of the top New Zealanders, is on 8 wins, leading the overall competition. So the team event, New Zealand's up by 22 games. Australia still in that 20 to 24 range that they have been for a good while now.
Yeah, I'm actually fairly confident that Esther's the top rated female in the world.
That may be. And I can say with pride that my first Trans-Tasman in Wellington in 2014, I defeated her. So that's my claim to fame there. I beat Esther and Carmel Dodd. So I was very happy with that.
2014, yeah. So she came third at the World Championships the next year. So
Yeah, so
in some form.
yes. All right. So
This is
Rocky's
very
played.
interesting. I like this play because it recreates the A hook above.
Yes. So Rocky just played Ho, making wash, which allows you to play a wash, and he's got 2 A's on his rack, making wash and EO or IO.
Yo, yeah, that's a very impressive play.
Yes. And now he just needs to pick up the X.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it'd be just reward, would it not?
Yes.
Ugh.
And as Lewis Hawkins points out, he's kept Gala, which if he picked up the A, would have Galax.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep. So Jason is sitting there with A, B, E, R, I, T, looking for a C for bacteria. What would you think about doing at this point?
Um,
He's got a 52, 38, and 80 point lead or so, 86 point. So he takes away the one of the X spots by playing Ab against Perline.
yeah, I think I don't know if I'd sniff out that HO looks like an X setup, but now Rocky's in a bit of a bind because
Eh,
now you've only got
eh,
one spot left. So, hmm.
eh. Well, there's still the AG hook as well, or OG hook.
Yes, yeah, but you're not scoring 60 with your X through
No,
there unless you pull Zoana or something.
that's right. You play Shawan or Shawan Non, and that's not likely.
Yeah, what do you think about a play like Koala,
Uh, where would you put that up to your
making
one?
Agi?
A G. Yep, it's still yeah, because it'll open up the bottom of the board a bit better for you.
Yes, 31.
Mm,
Yeah, he's also got Galvo if you want to shift it down and really open the triple.
yeah,
That's a bit of a fork as well because you've got the hooks for the
yeah.
G.
He's taking out his a wash away. He's playing bag for a wash, and what would that be? Uh, and goo.
Hmm.
I'm not a fan of that,
No, me either.
and I'm not sure if he would have seen it in Lewis's Galax. Yep.
Yeah, I think he'd know the word, but yeah.
Yeah. All right. So we're on to Jason's term now. He's got Fairer, Farirer, and an extra T. So far right is what he's set up on his rack. And there's no sevens there, but there's 6 8s, all needing a B, a C, a D, or an I, P, or S.
There's one with a P, is there?
Yep,
Hmm.
one I know as well.
What does it start with?
The F. I think I've lived in one of them once.
No, I've got no idea.
Fire trap.
Fire trap, okay.
No, my favorite word out of the list is fire brat,
Fire brat.
a small insect found in bakehouses.
Okay.
So what does he look like? He's setting up. I think he's trying to decide which to play off and then what lead would be good. It looks like he's trying to play the F, but I think something like Friar making AG. Oh no, I'm sorry, that's well off. Not quite. That would have been nice if it was IG allowed.
No, but there are players like Freighter, for example,
Yeah,
or even just Freight holding the R.
yeah,
You've got there's one unseen to you.
yeah. So
Yeah,
he
I
opts
like
for
that.
Fra and Aw, which blocks up the left side of the board now.
Yeah, now your only lane is from EE.
Which doesn't
Isn't that
take that.
easy? Yeah.
No.
Although I believe there's a CSW 24 word in that rack. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the new list.
Nope, I've stayed away until I haven't really done a whole lot of study since our nationals at the beginning of June because I knew I was going on holiday and going to miss this, so I was just like, oh, I'll just relax. So Rocky has LTAICON, which is no sevens, but there'll be a few eights coming out of that if you can find it.
Yeah, no sevens
Yeah,
until
yeah,
January.
yeah. What would it be?
He's got altcoin.
Altcoin.
Mm.
That yeah, okay. Well, if you're into the Dogecoin, the cryptocurrency made as a joke, you're doing very well. Congratulations. So Rocky's just gone under 9 minutes. Jason has 3 minutes, just over 3 minutes as well. So Jason's going to be under a bit of time pressure here now. He's going to start puzzling it out.
Yeah, it looks like Rocky might be fishing for something like lattice with the TE unseen.
Yep. So Jason has exit with an extra I and two R's. So he's got the X, which he blocked away earlier. So it would have been a very handy quick 50 points. And Rocky's picked up the T, but to go with his leave of Latic, but he picked up the other L as well.
Hmm.
And there are two in the bag. So as I said, Jason has exit with an IRR, and unseen to him are ACDIKLLTT. So as Josh pointed out, the eel hook is really Rocky's only hope.
Yes,
So
but to Jason's perspective, I don't know if there is anything.
there's still, yeah, he's got the E. You're right. There are no sevens in the 9 left over. There are a handful of 3 6s and some 5s. So doesn't really have to worry at this point because he's up. Jason's up by 77 points right now, 394, 317. And he just played XI making GI and empty the bag.
Yeah, up by 101.
Yeah, so no worry at this point. Rocky quickly drops down LI, making XI, keeping Clat with the double T. And Jason's final rack is triked, TRIKED, and an extra R.
Is there any reason you wouldn't play lit?
No, get rid of the extra one, keeping Kelt or Talc,
Score more.
and that's scoring 2. No, there's no need. Yep. So Jason just played Kiter.
Yep, setting up Rider as an outplay.
Yeah. Rider didn't last long. Rocky started to play through the eye, but it didn't go so well. So he plays Tikal. So that takes away the rider play for Jason. Leaving Rocky with a T. Scores are 4:36, 3:53. Jason's got 23 seconds on his clock now. So not that he really should be concerned about going over time. He plays Rad quickly, keeping ER. Rocky has a T left. There's over 6.5 minutes left. He's got plenty of time to decide what's the best one, but I personally would just quickly drop it down.
Yeah, I mean he had tame up the top right.
Yeah. So yes, it was pointed out in the chat that Jason could have gone out with Dreer instead of Rad through the A. Obviously, neither player saw that. I'm not so sure. So Jason wins 442 to 360, an 82-point win. New Zealand's back on the board, winning on the stream again, which is always nice. Well, to at least some of us it is. And I believe we're going to have an interview with Jason here in a moment, once all the formalities are done here. I'm going to take a quick break and leave you guys in Josh's capable hands.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. Hello, Jason. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, how are you? It's Josh here.
Yeah, hi, Josh.
Interesting game. What did you make of it?
Yeah, I just found out, Purline's no good. That wasn't intentional. I mean, I think things like purling and Purline without the A, so, but lucky to get away with that.
Well, it's actually really interesting. I played Purline at the club like 3 days ago.
The same word?
It was right in the forefront of my brain that I knew the anagram. I knew it was wrong.
Well.
Have you been told what the anagram is now?
I'll know it. Remind me.
Yeah, it's perennial.
Perennial. Oh, yeah, I know the word, yeah.
Yeah. You also had, I believe, airplane from the A, which is, yeah.
Okay.
But if you get away with Purline, it's definitely the best play, isn't it?
Yeah, but not intentional, sorry.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay, so Easings was an interesting play.
Yeah, I played that before, and I knew it was good.
Yes.
I thought it might get a challenge, so...
Okay, right. So that was part of your consideration? You thought...
Yeah, I mean, I was looking for something under here. I'm sure there are words I could do, but nothing was jumping to mind. I was taking a bit of time, so...
I think Scott, my co-commentator, I think he said that you had something like 204 8-letter words that you could have made, so...
Yeah, there's quite a few.
Just a case of picking one.
Yeah, might have got a bit more.
Yeah, did you sniff out any sort of setup from Rocky with regards to the X? Because there were two spots for a long time. There was a spot next to Purline.
Oh yeah, for the X, yes, I was that's why I blocked it further on. I was a bit worried about the X.
Yeah, was the play of Moa also to block the X above was?
Moa. Well, I was thinking, yeah, blocking the lane for a bingo
Sure.
through there. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was a really interesting play from Rocky actually because you'd blocked the AX possibilities because Awaz is no longer good, but then his HO creates the hook again. It was a really interesting sort of sequence.
Yeah. I've just been asked to fill out the score sheet.
Sure, yeah, all
But
good.
can this wait a minute?
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, sorry, carry on.
No, I'm just having a quick look at the board. I didn't think there was anything else too crazy. There was lots of little micro decisions
Oh,
to block.
I saw the cue here. I was wondering if that was possibly tactical, not putting it here for 30, 31, and just going. Wasn't quite
Yeah,
sure.
well,
I thought maybe an X on the. Might have been thinking save an X for X or something.
yeah, well, that's what we thought as well. We thought preserve two spots for the
Mm.
X because you can only ever block one, and then the HO player sort of confirmed it to us that Rocky was really trying to create two spots for the X. Unfortunately, obviously, you drew it. Unfortunately for you.
Yeah.
Did you ever consider a play like Freight or Freighter when you played Fra, making Aji?
I couldn't see your bingo. I mean, are those
No,
good?
no bingos.
No,
Just
I didn't think so.
just a
Yeah,
35,
I thought-
35 point player.
Yeah. That was
I know it opens down the
blocking
bottom, but
there when I
yeah.
thought that. So.
Yeah, no, I thought it was pretty sharp tactical game. The decisions they're all defensible. They all made sense.
Yeah, I
Cool.
okay. Sorry, I think I'm asked to
Yeah,
fill
yeah,
out
all
this.
good.
Better wrap up, I think.
Yeah, we'll finish there. Thank you, thanks, Jason. Well
Okay,
done.
thank you very much. Okay.
Alrighty, we'll throw to a quick break. I think for morning tea, and we'll see you guys back shortly. Oh. Alright, I've been duped. Sure. Oh, awesome. Awesome. So it looks like we're going to see Patrick from New Zealand against Rod Talbot, who has been on the stream already. I'm looking forward to this because I've played Rod a lot at my local club, like well over 100 times, I'm sure. Do you have any experience with Pat?
I've played Tragic, I think twice, and I'm pretty sure he beat me both times. My only memory of it is that I dropped a T in the triple lane, and he then quickly just dropped down net clear on me, and went
Yeah.
from a close game to not so close anymore. But
Yeah, Rod's played his fair share of weird words against me.
Patrick's been around for a long time. He's consistently rated in the top 10 in New Zealand.
Hmm.
But he doesn't play that much because he's actually one of the top bridge directors in the country. So he organizes
Oh,
and runs the local bridge club, and he runs and organizes a lot of national tournaments as well.
sure.
And he had just come back from representing New Zealand in bridge in the National Congress or whatever they have in Argentina.
Yeah,
So
very interesting.
he's very competent at least two games.
Yeah, Rod is he's a landscaper and gardener by trade, so lots of his word knowledge. Like he knows every single plant you could imagine. The amount of times he'll play a word and you'll be like, Rod, what the hell's that? And he'll go, oh, it's a plant. That's a tree. That's a plant. So it's a bit of a joke at our club because there's just so many of them.
Yeah, and the Trans-Tasman of 2018, I think he put up a prize for the best botanical word in honor of his birthday that weekend,
Oh, okay. Yeah, does not surprise me at all.
which is a shame because the previous year, or the previous Trans-Tasman I played in 2014, I played Botanica against Adam Kirschmer.
Yeah, well, you can't
He
beat
was,
that for botanical, can you?
no, Adam was up by about 200, and then I played Botanica, and then the next turn I played Diazo for like a 75 or 80, and all of a sudden he started to sweat.
Yeah, Adam Kretschmer's a good player as well.
Yes. All right, so it looks like Rod's going to go first up there, being told to hold.
Yep, got our producer just squaring things off.
this is one of the portable boards, which some of them have a horrible habit of wandering around the board or the table, and they
Yeah.
drive me nuts.
Alrighty, good to go.
All right.
Interesting. What's the rule in New Zealand restarting the clock?
Um, 2 letters on your rack.
2, okay.
In Australia?
It's just first hand out of the bag, which I think makes the most sense because you could have theoretically seen all the tiles as you're
Oh,
picking them up.
that's right. If some turn up, right, so you're right. But if some turn up, then you can do as you please.
Yeah, but I think even in putting them face down, you
You can
could
take them down.
theoretically see them. So like
Oh,
the least confusing way to write the rule is to just say as soon as your hand comes out the bag, you start.
yeah,
But it's still the case that most people will wait until you've got all 7.
yeah. It's kind of a courtesy thing.
Hmm.
In 2014, the Trans-Tasman, I played Rod, and he and 2 other players were about 15 minutes late, and we could have started their clocks on them, which we didn't, and they proceeded to beat all of us, and Rod hit me for over 200,
Right.
and so I was like,
Yeah.
oh, yuck.
Yeah. My lowest ever tournament game was against Rod. At a 267 at the City of Sydney International Masters.
Yeah,
It was like my 4th tournament. I tried Lineates, which is one of the common phonies. Um, got challenged off, and then he played Iniquity for 110 in the same spot. So
in a den of iniquity.
you think you just play ZEE here for 63 or 64 or whatever it is?
Yeah, no,
65, there we go.
no need to think too much.
That's reaction from Patrick.
Yeah,
We'll get those scores updated for you shortly. Yep, I like this play. I think this makes sense.
no, yep, no, it's
Although you could also play it to the right of hikes.
and score a bit more. So Patrick had IIAAOSN, and he plays NAOI, NAOI, making QI under COTS.
Yeah, now Rod has picked up Winded plus another I. What are your considerations from this rack, Scott?
I think wind is just fine, actually keeping die.
Yeah, I agree. Yep, nice score. Patrick's got
Yeah.
AGHILRS.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any bingos, but it doesn't mean there isn't any.
Garlish. No, I don't think that's going to work. Patrick does have a bingo,
Oh,
and it plays. So he's got AIGLRSH. So like garlics, but get rid of the C and put on an H.
oh, really?
You get rid of the H, get rid of the C, making. So you got garlic. Get rid of the C. Put an H in there, and it is not a word I know, but it was one I might have actually. I might punt on. I would have tried it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a play like gals making chins.
Yep. Peter Sinton just texted me. He's found the 7 as well.
Yeah, it's
It's gonna
pretty big one, right?
it's gonna play next to the S to the H and the I in height.
Yeah, yeah, for a largish score.
Yes, it'd be a reasonably large score. So well, Patrick ponders largest, which is not set up on his rack. He's kept him in as he pulled them out. HLIHSGR.
Do you know if Patrick's much of a shuffler?
Having only played twice, I don't. I wouldn't know. I don't. It certainly looks like he's not. 'Cause this looks like he's trying to run it through his head right now. Rod, on the other hand, has Vinted, Vinted, and a blank. And
Yeah, so he won't be
no, he's set up invited on his rack. He's got 2 places to play it at least.
won't be starved for options. He's got obviously
Yeah,
deviant as well.
and
Yeah, we'll see it.
yep, it looks like Patrick will drop down largish. Make sure you put the letters in the right places. That always helps. I've been known to transpose at times, hit my clock, and then use not suitable for work language. So he drops largest, making SH and high. That should be
Yep, and those floaters are going to be friendly for Rod.
yeah.
You can have options such as deviants and vintaged or inverted. Looks like inverted has been set up.
Yep, that's the one of the. There are 5 or 6 plays scoring 74. Inverted is one of them.
Yep, deviants. I think I
Yep,
prefer deviants in this situation, but
yep.
I don't know. What are your considerations? What would you pick from those options?
I think you're right, deviant because inverted leaves an E underneath the double letter, and it allows
Yeah, I mean,
pretty
unless
easy
yeah, you
comeback.
could play it here, but
Looks like
yeah.
he's going to play
Oh,
invited.
I just lost a tile.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very Rod play stylistically. I'm much more of an open player, I think.
So am I. I'm quite happy to just keep the board open and score. But Rod's played it, making she and hid, so he's really just kind of tightened the board up.
He just knows so many words. I
Yeah.
feel like he's doing himself a disservice by closing the board.
It's you can get a hide hook going down. It's still not
Yeah,
too bad. So Patrick
just yeah.
has AEFFGYO. So he's got Fogey with an extra AF.
Yeah, what do you think about FY to the right of invited?
That I like that. What is that? 24, 28, 29 points very quickly.
Probably
Still,
one of the best leaves you can have from that.
yeah.
Um, I can't see a way from these sort of racks. I like trying to find a way to get like the Y beneath the double letter square in the second to top row to try and create FY chances. But I can't see an
Yeah.
opportunity for that. Yep, I like this.
FY for 32. I mean, it's counted is Quackle's top choice on speedy players. So it's not defensively. It's
Should be
good and tightens
34
it up.
no?
Yep, 33. Because I've got the eye in the wrong blank spot. I've got to go back and
Yeah,
change
it's
my
hard.
layout
It's
here.
actually hard to it's hard to designate the blanks. I think in Quackle. I'm
And
just doing the same
I'm
word.
just letting it do it for me. I'm being slack. Yep, that's 34. I just had to put that in. So it's on Rod's turn now. He's got 200 points. He's only spent a minute on his clock.
Yes, yep.
So he's got stub and IEX.
Yep. Tubixes.
So I can't see what Patrick has. He's got AGEE FOV. So he's playing Fovial.
Yeah, interesting. What do you think about this?
It gets rid of two ugly letters on one play.
Yeah, I think I like it.
Yeah. Keeps EG. I think that's all right. So Rob now has qubits with an E. So he's got
Yeah, so
cubites.
his play of invited has blocked a bingo through the R, which was brew sites. Yeah, I don't know if he's found a spot for Qubit or if he just likes those tiles being gone.
Yeah, I'm not sure what. I mean, let's see. When the BU are the two worst letters on his rack.
Hmm.
A side sleeve would be very nice.
Yeah, you just don't want to be caught out fishing.
No, and that's exactly what Quackle recommends. He recommends playing Bun into the N of Now I.
Hmm. Yeah, that's
That
not a very
that's
human play, is it?
no, that's not, because that's just asking for trouble. It's easy to come back against, and it's not something I would do. I'd be more inclined to play something like Tub off at the T and Invited if I was going to do something, and it opens it up because you've got an E, you've got an S, you've got the O, the F, and the V to play out of Fovial as well. So it gives you another place to play. Quackle Championship player says Cuber into the
Yeah,
R
I
of
looked at that.
largest.
Yeah. Yeah,
But Rod,
I wouldn't have played sit,
no,
but
Rod
yeah,
settles for sit on top of Fovea.
that's interesting. Uh, Patrick is only one tile away from Talajev's down from the TO.
Didn't you have that yesterday in one of your games as well?
I don't think it got played, but we were pretty close.
Yeah, you were close to it as well. So Quackle's championship player lists sit as the fifth best choice, giving about a 75% chance of winning.
75, is it?
Even Bonnet rates at third and had a just slightly lighter, 75.4% chance of winning.
Ooh, very nice.
So Patrick is playing Jaguar through the blank I and the G, the blank I and inviter, and the G and largish.
Yeah, that's a very nice play.
Yes. $69 points. That's by far Scrabble's best, or Quackle's best choice.
Yeah, and take the lead.
Yep. Now Rod has Burleys. He's looking for a T for burliest.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'd do here.
Yeah.
He's sort of in the same position as last turn, but
Yeah.
but just worse now.
Yeah.
It's like he's looking at Burr and Raw, maybe.
Maybe. Because it would be needed then. It kills the triple where to get a bonus. You need an 8 ending and a B in there. Ain't many of those.
Does Quackle still recommend Bun here?
Now that's a second choice. Its next one is Vlay,
VLEI, yeah.
which is making sneaking in the file.
Yeah, that is nice.
So Rod kept Sile, S-I-L-E, and Patrick has Sodom with an LT.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any good options straight away.
I don't think there are any good options at all.
Do you have to just play? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I like it.
I don't like it. Speedy player and Quackle at the same spot shows old.
Yeah, yeah, I like that better.
And this one actually simulates best. And
Okay.
championship player says this has a 62% chance of winning.
Yeah, just need some of those vowels that Rod's picked up. So yeah, dottles, that'd be nice.
Yeah, this. And on a static leave, that's the best play via playing
Yep,
one
yeah,
of his
I'm
IAs
happy with
out
that.
there. Keeping Sale, S-A-L-E, with an extra I.
Yeah, now 3 bingos for Patrick. I'm not sure any of them play. Oh, yeah, we've got Dottles plays to the left of Via now. Oh, no, it doesn't. It's too short. Yep, nothing plays, I don't think.
Slotted under Raw. Oh, no. No, frickin' thing puts an extra turn in when I didn't do it yet. Where the hell did that play come from?
Rod's picked up his BU again.
Yeah, I'm sure he's happy to see that.
Yeah, I wonder if Patrick is just ruining that there's no spot, or if he's trying to create a spot in his head. No, I think this
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah, so
So your Rod's lined up issuable.
yeah,
It's got ABEILSU.
Patrick played Dit, which again is the first choice of Quackle. Yeah.
Yeah, now Rod down 30.
Down
I think
33, 05, 275.
you probably need to start looking at the shape of this board and wondering where you're making up this gap.
Because you don't want to do anything too drastic at this point. There's still quite a few tiles unseen.
Yeah, including a blank.
Yeah. Quackless Speedy Player recommends Ombu, making Bra on the left, but I'm not. And instead, Rod plays Blob. That's right. I don't. There's plenty of vowels left in the bag. So it's 299, 305, and Patrick is got Bootles set up on his rack. And again, he got unplayable bonuses. So,
Yeah.
what do you try to do something to set yourself up, or you're ahead by a small amount? You're going to score a little bit. You just take it and run.
Yeah, this is where the stylistic differences between players really comes out because I don't know what's correct. I don't know if anyone could tell us besides Nigel.
No, and he's not here. He only wants to play in Spanish this weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, I noted that one of the words he played through a disconnected set of three letters, Belladonna,
Oh,
is
lovely.
I think it's valid in CSW as well.
I
So,
would think so. So, Simulation Sheol, Sheol, does best for Patrick, keeping store. Gives him a
oh,
68% chance of winning. I do not know Sheol.
no, and I don't know if I like it either. This I don't like at all.
No. Retools, and sure. That's not.
Surely not.
No.
Yeah, I think Rod's challenged both words here,
Yeah.
but it's not going to matter. They're going to come off.
Yeah. Now, in 5-point penalty challenge, you get 5 points for each word that. So if it comes off, he'll get 10 points if he's challenging both.
Is that true? I didn't think that was the case.
Yeah, because you can't. We don't do them individually. Do them as a group. So it's 2 words would be 10 points.
If the I'm not understanding how that would work.
Because when you challenge both words at the same time, and it just comes back and says the play is incorrect.
Yeah, but if let's say you make a 5-letter word with 5 overlaps, you're saying that if one of
If you
them's wrong, it's 30 points.
no, if you challenge all the words, you would get the 30 points. But if you're only in this case, you challenge sure and possibly retools.
Oh, so you actually type it in individually.
No, you type them in all at once.
But the software should only tell you if the play is correct.
That's right, and it does. What I'm saying is that if you challenge 2 words, you put in 2 words, and it says the play is incorrect, you'll get to 10 points. If you just challenge, let's say sure, SHER, he would only get 5.
Yes, but even if retools is correct, it would still come back as incorrect when you challenge both of them.
Right, but you don't know which one is necessarily incorrect. So
it's only 5 points if the play is correct. Yeah, because his penalty is losing his turn.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
No, it's 10 points if the play is correct.
Yeah. But I thought you were trying to say that
Yeah.
he'd also get penalized 5 points for each word if it comes off.
No, no, if it comes off, it doesn't matter. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I
that
see.
makes more sense.
Yeah, yeah. So played sure. Rod played Bapu, as we're sitting here debating New Zealand Challenge rules. What Rod now has EAUSINE. Now he's playing EAU, and hide.
Yeah, and this will block Patrick's bingo from the
And
R, which was restoral.
okay.
But he's got less attractive options under the D of wind.
Yeah,
Do you Estral is better than Alestra here, right?
yeah. Do you want the harder to play under the S? And that Estral OESTRAL is fine.
Yeah, it will give Rod back easy enough bingos to find.
Yeah. So Rob has ISEN, which he had kept, and added COD.
Yeah, so I'm seeing good options like Secondi making Don Ed and SI.
Yep.
That looks like and it doubles the C. It looks like it does everything you want it to.
That's looks like the winning play in this case.
Yeah, I mean there are easier things to find. I know Rod knows the word, but something like codeine's just from the left triple also makes a lot of sense. There you go. Look, he's found it straight away.
Yep.
Very
Yep.
impressive.
Takes out any chance of a triple off that word. A triple word bonus on there as well.
Yeah, that's 102 points.
That's the way you do it.
Yeah, find the word quick, play the word quick, move on. That's very impressive.
Yep.
And you can
That's
see
right.
why I have so much trouble at my local club playing against him. All right, Patrick has picked up EEEPOW blank.
So what do you see there?
Yeah, not much. I'm saying eel.
Ew.
Yeah. I mean there's options, but
Yeah. Ugh. That's right. So Rod is leading 423.376. He's got about 15 minutes left, and Patrick has about half that at 7:45.
yeah, and that's pretty standard for Rod. Yeah, maybe something like, oh no, you can't do that. I was gonna say something like Pee-wee above Estral, PEWEE, but
It's not quite whoopee,
no, not quite.
which I'm sure Patrick would be very happy to play, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, maybe EEW above Estral is the play. Oh yeah, or there. Create some
No.
hooks. Alright, Rod's rack. GILNTRU. He's got the R for the Ewer hook if he wants to cash it in now. Something like luring. It looks like it gives back a lot along the triple.
Yeah.
Only the
does.
blank unseen. No S's.
No. The T for turtling would be nice, but it's not there.
Yeah. MMP. So there's four in the bag, it looks like, and it looks like those four, not that Rod knows this, but
Yeah.
those four are ERY. Um, oh, maybe three in the bag. ERY.
2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, there's 3 in the bag.
Yep. ERY in the bag. Interesting. I think you should probably assume that there's an E and probably an O just from like a mathematical standpoint.
Yeah.
Um, that's the situation you'd be looking at first. What happens if I draw those?
So 3 in the bag. That's 120 possible racks he's got, so it makes it very hard for a normal human being to work out.
Hmm. I think I would be inclined to play something like girl GURL and Ewer.
Yep. I'm just catching up now. Patrick missed a bonus when he played you.
Oh,
Weep hole.
right. Well,
Weep hole for
oh, yeah, that
84.
would have scored a lot. Yeah.
That would have been very handy.
Yeah, I mean, girl it obviously empties the bag and leaves you with six, but it does give Patrick exactly one turn. Like he has to have the bingo now if he wants to win, and it
Yeah.
has to play through the L or really specifically with either starting with an O or SO.
Yes, this is
Astral doesn't take any hooks, so
no. So, so Rod's sitting there with luring LURING and a T. There's 10 unseen to him. He's got 12 minutes to try and figure out what he wants to do, and he's got a 33-point lead.
yeah. I mean, there's also there's possibilities of something like just leg through the E of you.
Yeah.
Leaves one in the bag, blocks the hook.
I could play SO something possibly.
Yes, but
It's
what?
much more challenging. and then you've got that. You've got the E there. You've got words going into the L, which are not which are much more challenging.
Yeah, I think he'll play this.
Tighten it up. I think I would have played leg
I wouldn't have. I don't think.
over gel, just because the L takes more. You can parallel it with more letters.
I don't think you can. I
I
think it's the
oh
same. It's
I owe
three
you
and
it's
three.
3, but looking I would have been more worried about putting an SI or SO word there.
Yeah, I think in this case it should work out for him. Are there any good scoring options for Patrick here?
Um, I'm just putting in Rod's turn there. So yes,
Oh, is
T
there
E
looks like a
blank
bingo?
MON. That is definitely a bingo. Is it? Monopole.
We get some confirmation on what that blank is. Monopole.
Yeah,
It's a nice find.
that's a very nice find.
And we get 5 more points as well because he needs to.
Yep, and that is the only bingo in there. There are 3 ways to do it, depending on where you want to put the O.
Hmm.
That will stay. So that should be 85, making him 475, 431. Rod's in a bit of trouble. He has Truinye, and Patrick has just an R left on his brack. And Patrick has multiple places to go out.
Mm-hmm.
So Rod has to figure out what to do. What would you be doing?
Phoning horribly.
He set up Unitery, which is,
Unitary.
I guess where people are united.
If you can have a monopole, surely you can have a uni-tire.
Is that like a unicycle? When you get a flat on a unicycle, you need a unitire to replace it.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, well, I think you just lost here, aren't you?
Yeah, there's no chance at this point. It's just getting rid of your Y somewhere and taking some points.
Yeah, so some good finds this game.
Yeah, Monopole was lovely.
Yep.
Largest was nice.
Yep, Jagia through disconnected and a blank.
Yeah,
And an overlap. Like
you got four bingos and then Jaguar for 60.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Patrick didn't have many low scoring turns, really. He was
Yep, looks like Mario will come down. I think I'm
Yep.
okay with this.
Yep. His best play was Tuyer, Tuyer, next to the mono and monopole. And Patrick goes out playing the R for Ewer. And wins. What will be 490 to 458. And they're having a bit of a chuckle about something here.
Yeah, Rod likes to Rod likes to talk about his plays and positions.
As we all tend
often
to
during the game.
Yeah, in a club that's fine. In a tournament, it can be a bit much. And I will congratulate my opponent if I think they made a really nice play or play a beautiful word.
Sure.
But otherwise, I tend to sit there cursing at myself for my stupidity at times, which I always dread if I was ever to be on a stream and what kind of laughter people would get.
Yeah, I've only been streamed twice before.
Yeah.
I like it. I think it makes me sharper.
It probably does. I'd probably play slower. Oh, we're going to now have an interview with Patrick, the winner of our most recent game.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Patrick.
Yeah, hi.
Retooled and sure, huh?
Well, retools is fine, but
yes, it is.
Sure, and it didn't go anywhere else. Rootles and toolers, no, we're not sure about toolers.
Looters.
Yeah, looters and tool. Yeah, so there's nowhere else to put it. So I actually had major doubts about SHER, but the alternative is playing the O. I'm not really much of a fisher in terms of
right.
true. If I picked up an E, there was Solaret off the QIN as well.
Mm-hmm.
But I was really playing the O just playing off an O was really hoping for either an A or an E, which sort of when you're hoping for one or two letters, it's really isn't a good strategy in the long run. At least the way I play anyway.
And then Rod came right back with Secondi.
Yeah. At the time, I was thinking, wish I'd played a Lestra, which I never would have, because it would have put the E next to the triple word score, because then he wouldn't have had such a big comeback. But in the end, I wanted that L on the end for monopole, which took me an awful long time to see.
Which actually before that, when you played you actually had a bingo.
Oh, really?
You had Weep Hole.
Weep Hole. I did WEEPHOLE.
Yes.
I did not know that.
I don't think I didn't know that one either. We were both, once I got it going, we were both surprised to see it.
Ah, well, there you go.
So you could have put the sword down a bit earlier. But you can't, if you don't know them, you can't play them.
No, indeed.
No. And now, just to change, how was Argentina in bridge?
Oh yeah, no, that was good fun. And interestingly, I wore a Scrabble shirt one day, and one of the bridge organisers, one of the people who who organise the tournament, came up to me the next day. Oh, I saw your Scrabble shirt. You played my husband in 2003. And,
oh my God!
And, yeah, she was Dave Wiegand's wife.
Oh.
So yeah, no, that was really quite interesting, and actually one of the people on one of the other US teams came and saw me as well. He said he plays, but he's only an average Scrabble player. But interestingly, he's going to be at a bridge tournament in Australia in February. That I'm also going to. He said he'll bring his travel Scrabble set. So anyway, he was on the US seniors team, I think.
Is that the big Congress is it Canberra?
No, there is one in Canberra in January, but Gold Coast in February.
Ah, okay. All right, back to Scrabble.
Yep.
No.
We were very impressed, Patrick, with largish. Did you have any doubts about that word?
I was wondering if it needed an E in there, because I couldn't recall seeing it in swap, but it seemed like it had to be, and I was only marginally relieved when Rob didn't want to have a look at that. Rod didn't want to have a look at that.
Yeah.
But I thought it was probably good, but I couldn't remember having seen it. I do a lot of SWAT on high prob, although you wouldn't think so after I played Monopole. But it's largest is probably just outside the range that I normally do most of my SWAT at.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. We're going to say we were also impressed with Jag. The two disconnected letters.
Yes, I know. It's that was good. I actually didn't see that immediately either, but.
No. But we'll let you guys finish the formalities and go have a cuppa.
Yep. No, that's good. Thank you very much. Okay.
Yep,
bye.
You.
Thanks, Patrick.
Okay, so we're gonna give our crew a little break here. I think we're gonna put up.
Might just flick to the standings.
Yeah, to put the standings up and let people absorb those. Okay, so 10. Yeah. So we're gonna come up now with the standings after round 10. Hopefully, after the short tea break, we might be able to get the round 11 ones, so we have a current. So hopefully we'll get those up soon.
Yeah, stand by for those.
Yep. There we go. We can see New Zealand's up 73-47, so a 26-game lead now. So a couple extra wins for the Kiwis that last round in round 10. And Esther and Russell Esther's well ahead of the Australian team. She's got 6 wins tied with Russell Honeybound, but her 690 spread. And I think about 300 of those came in the first round. 300 or 400 came in the first round against Stanley.
Yeah, I think it was over 400 somehow.
Yeah, I think it was like 430. It was pretty brutal for his perspective, I'm sure. And then Dylan O'Leary is leading New Zealand on 9 with a spread of 5.58. Howard Warner, as usual, has the largest spread in New Zealand. He's got, but only on 7 wins.
Yep, same spread as Esther.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's been a very impressive showing from New Zealand so far.
Yep. Hi,
Alrighty.
Josh.
Hello.
Yep. See, people can now see that I have a face made for radio.
Yeah, I think we're going to go to a morning tea break now.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll be back shortly with our next round. But
Yep.
until then, Scott.
Yep. I will
Thank you.
see you shortly. I'll finish eating my apple. Trying to do it quietly during that last game. Okay.
Enjoy. See you guys.
Thanks, it. Bye, guys. welcome back, everyone. We hope you had a nice short tea break there. We're getting ready for round, gosh, I think it's 11, 12.
I
After
think it's
just finishing up
12.
round 12. And we should have the standings after round 11 up pretty soon. It was a good round for New Zealand last time, as I've taken a peek at the standings. There we go. You can see New Zealand now leads 81-51, so a 30-game lead in just about the halfway point. So it's probably gonna take Australia a bit of work to get back into this one. Wouldn't you think, Josh?
Yeah, that's a pretty significant gap approaching the halfway point.
Yeah. So it's not promising. Not to Skyder or anything as a Kiwi. And just some updates on some of the other games in that past round. Lawson Sue pipped Rocky Sharma by 1 point.
Ooh.
So that would have been a really exciting one to watch.
Mm.
Chris Ostrowski beat Howard by 16, Howard Warner.
Good win for Chris.
Yep. So Joanne beat Ryan by 194, so that's the biggest difference. Asanka defeated Anderina. Jane defeated Sicily, so those are our next two contestants. We're going to have Anderina and Jane coming up on the stream. Chris Tallman beat Esther Perrins. Dylan defeated Russell Honeybun. Karen Richards took down Stanley and Gundi. Jason took out Paul Richards, husband and wife splitting games there. Blue defeated Victor, and Andrew beat Bob, and then we just saw Patrick take Rod Talbot. So we're looking forward to the next round. Jane's already been on the stream once at least. She did one of my ones yesterday afternoon, where she picked up her 2000th tournament win. So that's good for her.
Yeah, we can congratulate her again.
Yeah.
What can you tell me about Anderina?
Anderina likes to play pretty words, at least against me.
Pretty words.
I mean, one of the first times I played her, she played Portico.
Oh.
And things like that just look very nice.
Sure, yeah.
She's a full-time librarian.
Okay.
And she's got a couple of kids at home. She's represented New Zealand several times at Worlds and in Trans-Tasman. Last time, I'm pretty sure it was last time I played her, it was one of those games where I didn't get any bonuses and my racks were terrible, and she, one of her last turns was ogreisms.
Okay.
That's exactly what I felt too when she dropped it down. I knew ogreism. I figured, the plural has to be right too. So Anderina draws Aadontu.
Yeah, she's got donut.
Out Dana. What can you add for Jane for us? Because Kenji and I didn't know much about her except what we had been given.
Yeah, look, I've played her 5 times now. She lives in South Australia, so I wouldn't have normally played her 5 times, but she travels interstate quite a lot for major tournaments like the Chris May Memorial Masters we just had, or for New South Wales Championships, where she recently came in the top 3, I believe. Yeah, she's a very strong player. I believe she's played quite a bit overseas, potentially in America. I'm not sure if I'm making that up or not, but I believe it to be true. Looks like she's playing Fovist here.
Yeah, that's
a good find.
Yes.
Puts all the consonants in the right spot. That's very impressive, and we'll earn the 5-point challenge as well.
Yeah. One of those ones, if you don't know it, you'll learn it very quickly once it comes back.
Yeah, the vertical opening as well. Do you have any preference about vertical versus horizontal?
If I'm playing 5 or longer, I tend to play vertical.
Interesting.
And put it up there, just as I like an open board, so it gives you a chance to get up into that upper left corner, which can be hard otherwise.
Right.
But
I know some people, especially in America, and I don't know if that's just because I watch American streamed games, feel very strongly about one way or another.
Yeah, there's some people who are a bit over the top about it.
There's people that you can play vertically to really throw them off because they hate it so much.
Yeah. It's like, no, it just, there's nothing wrong with it.
No, yeah, I sort of change depending
Yeah,
on how I feel.
yeah. And what I do, as I said, I do like to play it up top there and just get it open. And I also generally don't worry about putting a vowel next to one of the double letter scores early in the game. And in simulation
Yeah,
shows it's only a factor. It only really is worth about a half a point over the long run. So if somebody hits you, they hit you. There's still plenty of time. I know a lot of people will give up points, sacrifice points for that, but I'm not one of them. So Anderina has AACEMNT. That's for you, Olivia, a good friend.
yeah.
You see
Looks like
anything?
we've got Natalie Zolti in the chat, who's found the playable bingo here.
Oh, that's
It's
oh,
Camstain through
Stan.
the S.
That's definitely one I don't know.
No, but it's one I feel
Yeah,
like I should.
yeah. Cam Stone, I would know. But Cam Stan. So Anderina goes from the F and plays Facta, which is
Yeah,
probably not
it's
not.
it's it's a play.
That's right. It's a play. And keeping men.
Yep, always
Eh,
always a good thing.
Yep. So Jane set up Europium, EUROPIA, which
Yeah, it
it would
looks
be
like
the
it could be.
which would be the proper plural of Europium, which is a synthetic element, but it's not going to be valid. So instead, she plays Upo on top of the TA and Facta.
Yep, and I think that's a
That,
pretty defensible play.
yeah, there's nothing wrong. It's rid of some vowels for you. It's rid of the two ugly ones. So Anderina now has EEGMNTZ. So anywhere you can score well with the Z and not get back too quickly. She can play ZA for 21 very quickly, but that's not what you want.
No, I think something like ENG or EM, maybe ENG underneath factor.
You know, yeah. So she settles for EM, making Ute and Pam. I mean,
Yeah,
keeping G and TZ.
I suppose with an I on the board floating, that's probably better.
Yeah. So Jane has set up aioli,
Yeah.
keeping an ER on the
Beset by
side.
vowels.
Yes, five vowels always makes the game a bit more fun.
You think you just play this to the left of. Do you play it to the I of Fovus, or do you just play it from the left of Fovus, making it AS and IT?
AOLI. Putting the L next to the double word above the double letter above the triple.
Yeah,
That's
I think
probably
I'd do that.
that would do that. ER is such a nice leave.
Hmm.
Doesn't jam the board up too much. Keeps the V available. And then it's going to give you a few more floaters. Instead, she settles for oil, making SO and TI off of Flowvest.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if I remember that. That's pretty close to the leave that she had last term.
Yeah.
It might, yeah,
Uh,
it is. Yeah,
so possibly oi in the same spot, keeping the L so you have better consonant vowel balance.
perhaps. Yeah, but she's shown she likes that leave after Yupo, so
Yeah.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not too surprised by it.
So Anderina has nest, a Z, a Z, and an A. She has nest zag, and she quickly drops zag, making tiz and la. Putting the Z on the triple letter for 67, and kaboom! Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean it's worth noting that
Yeah.
before oil, she had
Yeah.
Siganes through the eye.
Ah, still there. Could have played Noyle. Noyle's valid.
Siganes, Goal.
Oh, ZG. Oh, you're right. Zyganes. Yeah. Yeah. Natalie's pointing it out, and Natalie realizes that she can't have Goyle. So we're on to Jane's turn. Jane's leading 114 to 108, 6-point lead. She has A, I, E, E, R, T, D. If there was a B, she could have diatribe.
Ever-rated. Yeah, I like this.
Ever rated will play
Yeah, I believe that creates a front hook as well.
with an L.
Hmm.
Rated that should score 65. There's also derivate and tavered through the V's as well.
Yeah.
I think I might have preferred tavered to avoid the hook.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah. No, the vowels.
But the A goes under the triple letter. So we just
Yeah.
took the A out, the Z out, so it's as dangerous. It looks like there's going to be a challenge.
Yep.
And it should come back good. And it does. So that should be another 5 for Jane.
Yeah, this is interesting. Where would you play this bingo? Or what bingo would you play here?
I just might drop vesting and zag.
Hmm. Yeah. Big S hook, but
Yeah.
I suppose it scores a lot. You also have ventigues or ventages through the E. And steving, which doesn't
Yeah.
quite hit the triple. Oh, the double, sorry.
Yeah. Vesting is 88. The other ones are all in the 70s.
Yeah.
And here comes vesting just as this is.
I suppose it's not
Yeah.
incredibly obvious that it would take an S vesting.
No. There is no.
Yeah, well, that's a pretty horrific pull from Jane.
Yes.
Well,
So
should have some scoring plays through the eye.
she has D C R K R H D. Excuse me.
Yeah, I mean she's got
Yeah.
chirk through the eye, which I think if you see that, you play that instantly.
Yeah. Keeping DDR.
7, 8, 9. I think that's 38 points.
Or for 10 points less, you could play D-Hiker, D-H-I-K-R, which Natalie points out. One of those words you learn because it's funny, but don't really expect to play it much.
Deeker, yeah. Yeah, I think Chirk is far and away the best player.
Yeah. Nope. So Jane decides to play deck through the second E in ever rated.
Which is curious.
Yes. Even something down like Dick through the eye and
Yeah,
investing.
the exact same tiles. Yeah,
So that should be 16.
be interesting to know what she was thinking there.
Yes,
There's clearly some logic to it.
keeping HRRD. Now, Anderina has AIDBOTY. So, Teddy Boy.
Teddy boy.
Someone suggesting, Katipo is suggesting it's a message to her son.
Message to her son.
Yeah. I know her daughter's name. I don't can think of her son's name off the top of my head. So I don't know what then. So this is a bit of a tricky rack, you know. And she settles on Cobb into the triple from the C.
Yeah, if I'm Anderina, I'm really confused by deck.
Oh, so am I. I'm massively confused by Deck. Because it's like, why did she pass up on Dick for quite a bit more? So now Jane literally has a horrid rack. She has horrid with an S.
Yeah, well, thankfully, I don't think there's any place where you can play, like, where you can try it.
Oh. Would you try it?
No, God no. I think I've seen it before.
Yeah. It would be a horrid outcome from your view.
Yes.
So Anderina's son is Toby.
Oh.
Thank you, Katipo. So where did Jane played HO, making La, Go, and Hot.
Yes.
Keeping RRID. I think I would have worked hard to get rid of one of those R's. I really personally dislike duplicated R's and fear triplicated R's. Now, Anderina's rack is body, BAWDY, and an IT.
Are you seeing anything you like? Because I'm not.
On this board, no. Is there anything through the G? Baji?
No.
BODGY?
No.
No, so she's got an A, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Bitchy.
No, there's nothing through the G.
No. I don't like any real options here. It's maybe exchanging BWY. Just because if whatever you play might give too much back to your opponent.
So I was thinking divesting.
Yeah, I was thinking earlier investing or reinvesting, but none of them quite reached that double word score to make it nice and long. So Anderina plays an expurgated word. She plays Yid, making Goy, which are two nice Yiddish words, actually.
Yeah, as I started playing Scrabble a year ago, I completely forgot that was a play that could be made.
Yep. So Jane, not surprisingly, had Q triple R IDS and exchanged QRR.
Yeah. Does YID take an S?
Yep.
So okay. So you get spiders and stuff.
Yep.
Dippers, diapers. Oh, vor. Okay. Yep. Hmm. Anything? Oh, there's got to be something.
Definitely gotta be something. And there's something on top of Ute, maybe?
Um, I don't even know what Ute takes, to be honest.
M from Ute.
BCJLM. Yeah, so you have to be one of the blanks.
Yeah. Not something you would be looking for right away.
Oh, there's a dipteras through the A.
Yep, making ES. And there's, or
Making
AS at the
AS.
top,
Yeah.
depending on
Oh,
where you
yeah, all
go.
that, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, probably the top one's safer.
Yeah, it's a bit further away. It opens the top of the board up, though.
Yes, but not the triple one.
No.
Pre-divesting.
Don't know about that one. Let's ask. No. This is if it doesn't like pre-divesting.
No, yes.
There's actually quite a few bonuses that are playable on there.
Hmm.
Yeah. Pre-investing has been recommended as well. Nope, that's no, can't do that either, Alex, sorry. It's a hard choice here, because there are no playable sevens, but there are quite a few eights. Now you just have to figure out which one and where.
Yeah, what do you think? What do you think she's thinking?
The way she set it up, so I'm sorry, for her rack, for you, Olivia, is D-I-P-E-R-A, I'm sorry, D-I-P-E-R-S blank.
Yes, spider with a blank.
Yeah, spider with a S. But there are no playable sevens, but there are quite a few eights. And Josh found dipteras in 2 different spots.
Yeah, I'd definitely play it underneath factor.
And there are, in the same spots, there is dis spread.
Dis spread.
Yes. Or die spread, actually.
Die,
Die
yeah,
spread.
yeah, die spread.
Dispread. So now Jane set up PREDI blank S. Not sure what she's thinking on that. Looking across the board, right, currently Anderina leads 275 to 227. So Jane, if she bingos, will take the lead. And Anderina is sitting on IIIU BRT.
Yeah, and it looks like she's considering tibia to the A that I want to play through, so
Yeah. But there are
could be a pretty significant
choices.
swing.
Anderina has a very unusual 6 if she wants when it's her turn. I don't know if it'll play.
Let me think.
Jane's spending quite a bit of time thinking about this now. That blank is really seems to be causing her distress. I think it's one of those cases if it was the T, you would see diopters really quick. But I think, or diopters, but I think it's just too much right now. The board's not particularly open, so that you would be looking for the fast play.
Thing is, she knows I know she knows the word, and
Yeah.
there isn't there's not many other lanes to look through. So, I mean, I think she's seen diaspora,
Yeah.
those sort of words, and realized that they don't fit. Parodies and all that.
And Paul Allen in the chat suggesting dropwise. So she's settling for prigs through the G investing, keeping DE blank.
Yeah.
Now, if I'm Anderina, I'm inferring, well, if she played the S there, she probably has another one or has a blank.
Yeah, what's the score difference to playing prized? Prised investing.
Investing.
33, 5, 7,
It's going to be,
42.
yeah. Prize is 42, so that's quite a bit versus 28, so it's 50% more points.
I think if you're going to play down there, that's what you'd play.
Yeah. So Anderina did quickly drop tibia.
Mm-hmm. Lots of E's.
No, that's always a risk.
It's got to be something.
So the six that Anderina had was Buriti, B-U-R-I-T-I.
Yes. Buriti's bursitis.
Yeah, so not that it was going anywhere. So Jane...
detainee for Jane is the simplest one to find.
So Jane has triple E, D-I, N blank. So there, she will have choices. Indeed with a blank.
No.
No, I'm sorry, no. Oh, God. This reading stuff is good. Triple E is not. So, yep. Detainee through the T and tibia. There's actually another bingo through the T and tibia as well.
Is that what, eventide?
Yep, eventide. An eventide one.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Yeah. Pronunciation doesn't matter in this game.
Nope. Neither do meanings, although we like them.
Yeah. So Anderina's got a 34-point lead while Jane's sitting here thinking about what to do. No triple E's. I think that blank's still giving her a bit of trouble. Just trying to work out what to make it. So she decides to play EE next to the PR and prigs, keeping Dine in her blank. Now, to me, if I was Anderina, I would say she is fishing, and I need to do something with the T and the I and tibia.
Yep.
And Anderina's rack is junior with an L. And she sets it up as the R. Her R was a Q. She'd had John Quill, which would be a beautiful play. And that's exactly the kind of play she would against me. It would fit against Ute making loot. So she's playing the J in the triple row coming down to the T. She's playing
gonna give a huge bingo back to Jane.
Yeah.
A few, actually.
Yes, so the chat, Paul recommends rejoined.
Yeah, or enjoined.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think rejoined will come down pretty quickly.
Rejoined or enjoined.
Maybe enjoined just in case she's worried about pre-joined, but
Which would be a very big comeback.
yeah, obviously it's not a word, but it is worth considering whether it is.
So Jane has EEIOND blank.
Yeah,
And
so she
she's
set up ordinary.
or knee on her act, yes.
There we go. Oind going to the back.
Yeah, she's
That's
now she's
rejoined.
tossing up between re and n. It looks like she's going to
Yeah,
go
I
with
think yeah.
rejoined because she's reaching for the blank declaration sheet. Oh, no. They've neutralized their clocks. Well, they obviously don't have the sheet to write it on to make the declaration. So Anderina's got 13 minutes and 54 seconds, and Jane has 9 minutes and 18 while we're paused here. And Jane has definitely set up rejoined, so I assume, yeah, there she's now got the declaration. Anderina has Exult lined up on her rack, keeping RM. So here comes rejoined now. So Anderina's 66-point lead is going to drop to a 30-point deficit very quickly.
Yep. Do you just drop XU here to the left of joint?
Yeah, just get on with it. I don't see any open triple letters or triple words for it. Yes, that was a gift from Anderina, but you don't know what your opponent has, so and J is not one that you would expect to come back on a bingo back.
Yeah, well maybe after the play of EE it's more likely.
Oh, that's true. You know, EE and Prigs, and then Dex. So Anderina must have been, if she's thinking about it, must be confused about some of the plays Jane's made. But certainly the EE.
Yeah, well we are confused and we've seen the racks.
Yeah. I think XU keeping MRELT is the right choice. It
Yeah,
sets
or
up
I prefer Myrex now through the eye.
yeah, I guess, was that 16, 17, 18, 19, 22, 44. XU is going to be 9, 8,
38.
36, 38. But the thing about XU is it sets up the UN hook for it to come back on. Well, Myrex would have left you nothing. But she's going to
No,
take
but I don't know if you need it.
either way she takes a small lead, right? I
Yes,
think
yeah.
you're right. I think Myrex is the right choice.
Yeah, and I think, yeah, you're likely to pull into consonants with that pull. So getting rid of 2 extra consonants, I think, it's definitely worth it. Even if it's the E that you'll get rid of, not the U. I think I played Myrex against Jane last time I played her.
So she'd be familiar with it.
Well, Jane would.
All right, so Jane's rack, she has EEANRUY. Urine with the UE. She's currently trails by just 9 points.
Yeah.
And for her from her view, there's only 6 vowels remaining. So you may want to play off more consonants than you would play vowels. You want to start hoarding them now. There are 3 R's and she has an R, so I would consider getting rid of that as well.
Yeah, I mean the equity play is to find somewhere to play UE. But
yeah, we have the Q still unseen. It could be a bit scary depending on where you put it.
How many tiles is that? 2, 4, 6.
Yeah. Nope.
So 23 tiles unseen, 17 consonants or 16 consonants and 6 vowels.
Okay. Look like they were having trouble. So Lewis recommends nigh under the BY and IB and tibia making in and by, which would be a nice score. Given the surplus of consonants, she's most likely going to draw back some. And Anderina only has one consonant, so she's going to be handicapped for a bit this turn at least.
Yeah, I think I like this with the vowel to consonant ratio. It's also my sister's name, so that's a little shout out.
So Jane played Ruby through the B in tibia. I wonder if playing just rub and then knowing you've got the case Y, saving it for NY the next turn.
Yeah, potentially.
Yep. Anderina quickly drops HM in the corner.
I'm
She
happy
had
with that.
keeping ELLRT.
A Q.
Oh, she's wishing to have that U back.
And there's no eyes open either.
No. So
No
Jane
open
has
T's for
QN QNEEALLA. I'm sorry, QNEEALA.
How many tiles in the bag?
There are 18 unseen, so there'll be 11 in the bag.
Interesting.
Anderina earlier, she has tell in GRR. She had grr set up before, now she's got girl set up. I think we all know the lack of vowels makes this game very tricky. Would you exchange?
Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking. But I don't think you can. I don't know. I can't see any way to set up this queue.
No. So Jane played Nye NA, making dash from the N investing. I'm not a fan of that, given the shortage of vowels in it. I'm not a fan at all. How about you?
Look, I think it's just going to come down to who draws this second blank, because I can't see any way this queue's
Yep.
going anywhere. Unless
No.
somehow Anderina plays 2 tiles or less here, in which case you probably would think about an exchange, but this is also a very scary play because it almost goes looking for the queue.
Yeah.
Like from
So
Anderina's perspective, that's a very scary play to make.
So Anderina played girl, GRL, keeping TEL. And now Jane has QN laser.
And left the blank in the bag.
Oh, we've got the number of vowels and consonants left up showing on the display now. That makes it handy. I noticed that on some of the US streams I had seen, and we haven't had it until just now.
Yeah, well, I tracked them personally during the game, so it's handy for me.
Yeah. So QN laser.
ENOW blank in the bag.
Ugh. Oh, and blank. Oh, like so. So Jane's gonna play real, hooking the ED. Oh, nope, she's swapping out.
Yeah. Oh, emptying the bag.
Yeah.
I suppose. I suppose it's better than usual. You need every chance to get this blank if you've got the cue.
Yeah. So she changes the R and makes it Neals, Neals, making EDENDE, loot, and spam.
And will that give her a small lead?
That should give her a small lead.
Yeah, very interesting. Okay, so we got a game
Excuse me.
game again.
Yep. So she leads by 6. There's no uncertainty now. Anderina has AEFLNOT. And Jane has ENOQRW blank. I can quickly see qua for 30 towards the bottom into va. Anywhere else you can dump that cue?
No, not unless Anderina's careless enough to give her a place.
No. This is going to be an interesting end game. Anderina has 9.5 minutes and Jane has 2:51, so it's going to be a lot more challenging. So
yeah, there's a few 8-letter bingos that Anderina could have drawn into. Not that there's anything on this board, but I'm seeing things like halftone and falconet and Matt Fellon. Is that I don't know if I'm making that up or
Matt
not.
Fellon is right.
Okay, good.
So in simulation, looks like Anderina has 8 paths to victory. Interesting, none of them block the A in va.
Okay. What's the suggestion from Crackle?
Championship player, and then I ran some simulations over top, says Aleph, ALEF, off of the L in law, but not onto the triple. That seems unorthodox. Nope, making deco on the right.
So Aleph where?
ALEF.
Oh, making LA.
Making LA instead of
Okay.
AL, which seems unexpected to me.
I wonder why. Aleph. I would have thought you'd play it on the left to set up Ton as an out player and with Alt.
Is up on the other side, it scores significantly.
Yeah, is Aloft in the simulation?
A left is, but not a loft.
A left.
A left making AL.
If you put in Aloft, does it win or lose?
It says 100% win in the simulation. So for those of you who rely on Quackle, it's not always perfect in the end game, especially with blanks and cue sticks and things like that.
You put in Aloft on the left, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Aleph on the left, is that also 100% to win or not?
I would think so, but it...
Well, if it's suggested on the right.
Yeah. That's how you would think of it. It's coming in as 100% win on the left and right. So this is where something like the more recent Macondo engine, which I have not used yet, would be probably be useful because it's much better at solving end games.
Hmm.
And I see in our notes that Russell Honeybun likes to use Elise. I haven't seen Elise mentioned. Elise is a simulator, a Scrabble AI that came out around 2014 or so, and really hasn't been updated since about the same time, which was very strong against Quackle. So Anderina is opting for a left, making AL, so a left on the triple.
Mm-hmm.
Heating NO. This gives Jane the play a 6 of, she can play 5 of her tiles off of this now.
Talk.
And playing Torque, yes. And it'll maintain a 20
Requires 31 and 5, 6, 7, 8, 31, 6. So it's net 15, and talk is 1, 2, 3, 13,
net 0.
26. No, it's more. Well,
Oh.
it's 26 minus 8, so it's 18. So yeah, slightly better.
28 minus, it's 28 for Torque.
Oh, okay, minus 8.
Yeah.
Oh, no, minus 10. Still 18, yeah.
Yeah.
Still better.
And there comes Torque now. And Anderina's best play is Nope, making Deco.
Yeah, I didn't know Deco.
No, neither did I. DECKO. But there's lots of places you can play NO for the win.
Yes. Yeah,
Jane
just needs to score at least 0.
Yeah,
Like,
so
just
Jane
needs to not voting.
Jane has WN on a rack, so Anderina goes out. She's going to get 10 points from that, which will be enough to win. So anything from NO, from the no on her rack is just bonus time. So Deco is 18. On making a pawn up in the upper right is 10. And then the rest are 8s and 9s and 6s and 5s and 4s, which all win. So this was a good game. It was tight end game and really required a little bit of thought to how to get ahead. But the queue really was a burden.
It was, yeah.
I think if Jane goes back and looks, she'll probably regret some of the choices she made.
Yeah, I think, emptying the bag's probably wrong.
Yeah. I was saying that she needed to pull the blank.
Yes,
So
but
that was the
I
only
think
way to guarantee it.
you need to pull the blank and not empty the bag. Like that's the situation you need to win. So yeah, you just can't do it. Looks like Jane and Anderina pointing at ever-rated. Wonder if it takes an S. It takes an L. Sorry.
It takes an L. And the answer is no, it doesn't. All right. Yeah. All right, so that's going to be it for the morning broadcast today, our morning stream. Thank you for joining us. Josh and I get the afternoon off.
Yes.
So this afternoon, we should be back again at around 1:30 start.
It's New Zealand time.
That's New Zealand, though. Is that still a go, Alex? We'll ask the producer. As there should be. We'll find out. I suspect there will be one more game, so that might push it out because this is already technically scheduled as our lunch time. 1:30 New Zealand time, 11:30 in some parts of Australia, and other times afterwards.
Alex is just confirming.
Yeah. So
yes, like you said, we are missing a game on the stream, just so our producers can have a bit of a break. But we had plenty of content this morning, so
yeah,
should be sated.
yes.
and plenty more to come this afternoon. Who have we got this afternoon?
Commentating, we're going to have Kenji Matsumoto come back, who I worked with yesterday afternoon, and Mike Curry will be doing his first sets of games.
Mm-hmm.
In our scheduled games, we had a change in schedule, and we're scheduled to have game 15. But game 14 might be shifted around depending on how they do things, so can't be guaranteed exactly which one it'll be. Or game 13 might be broadcast. But saying that, we're halfway through the tournament now,
Mm-hmm.
and New Zealand has a healthy lead, which we will update you on probably after lunch. Okay, somebody come back.
Yeah, it
We
looks
come
like
back
our first game after lunch will be Howard's game
Yeah, Howard Warner's first game on the stream
against
against
Paul Richards.
Paul Richards. I watched Paul beat Joanne Craig earlier yesterday afternoon. Howard is New Zealand's #1 Reddit player, and he is been around a long time and is a very strong player.
Yeah,
So
very solid. But Paul's been around for ages as well, and Paul played a very solid game against Joanne.
yes, he did.
So I'd be looking forward to watching that.
Yep,
I believe we've got standings coming shortly, so
halfway point.
while Victor sits down, we'll
Yeah,
we'll get those
Victor
up
and
for you.
Howard. That actually would be an interesting match as well. Yeah. All right, so now we don't. Yeah. So Josh and I will be signing off shortly. The on-site crew will be taking over. We're not sure what exactly the plan is, but on behalf of both of us, thank you for joining us. Hope you enjoyed the stream, and I'll be back tomorrow morning. Are you back again tomorrow at all, Josh?
No, I'm busy tomorrow, unfortunately.
Okay. So, thank you all. Oh, hi, Kathy. So, I'm ready. Okay. All right. On the stream. Hopefully, everybody's enjoying what they've got. All right. Good working with you, Josh. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Nice to meet you.
Yep, and it does look like they're going to carry the Howard and Victor's game without commentary, because that's on the YouTube channel right now.
Yeah, awesome.
So that's good. Okay, enjoy your day off.
Thanks.
Hi, and welcome back to the Trans-Tasman Championship. This is Kenji. Um, I'm commentating with Mike. Say hello, Mike.
Hello, Mike. So I've got Scott Chapu underneath my name, but I am Mike, definitely.
So this is
Um,
going to be game 14. I think we're going to get started maybe in like 5 minutes or so. You can see maybe a little bit longer. You can see people funneling into the room. Have you caught much of the coverage today, Mike?
I have, yes. I've been watching a little bit this morning, and also yesterday I enjoyed Andrew and Lawson's games, um, and the commentary by Josh, the two Joshes, basically. Yeah.
Cool. One day we'll get Josh Sokol to actually go.
Yes, neither of them said that they'd actually been to New Zealand, but you have, of course, haven't you, Kenji?
Yeah, I went to New Zealand for about a week earlier this year. It was a good time. I do highly recommend people go, especially if they're into some of the various sites that New Zealand has to offer, which I think New Zealand's a beautiful country.
Come
So
back soon.
I may at some point.
It's great that Chris has settled here, actually. He's been really enjoying it, Chris Tallman.
Yeah,
And he's taken the Scrabble scene by storm.
he has. Chris and I have known each other for 10 years, something like that.
Did you play in the state, Canada together, or the States, or?
Chris would come down to the States. The most Canada has a scene, but it's not really a local scene. Mostly Canada just kind of just goes to the United States.
Sure.
So Chris is from Vancouver, but the nearest state to or city to Vancouver in Canada is Toronto, and that's a good 1,500 miles. So it's quite a ways. So, you know,
That is quite a way.
West Coast.
1,500 miles. Not as close as everything is here in New Zealand.
Yeah.
I've been playing competitive Scrabble since about 2014, so I actually narrowly missed out on a place here at the Trans-Tasman. I'm currently rated about 23rd in New Zealand.
Cool.
And I regularly contribute to Forwards, the Scrabble magazine here. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And as I was saying just during the break, I have played at the Nationals and the Masters. Yeah. But I'm looking forward to the contest. It looks like Dylan and Blue are leading.
Yep. Both of them.
Oh, here we
are
go.
players. And the cream is slowly rising to the top here, I think, in both countries. I would say that the best players in both countries are probably the people who are doing the best at this point. Generally, it's not in an exact order, but yeah, you can see this. You can see definitely like the strongest players are doing very well right now.
Yeah. And New Zealand winning at the moment overall. Of course, Dylan has won this before. So he's sort of at the top by spread, just ahead of Blue. And of course, Howard has won this several times before as well, and he's currently third.
Yeah. Spread's not overwhelming here. 10-4 plus 460 and 330 is actually not that much spread relative to the records, but so there are probably some opportunities. You can see like Howard's one game back, but has far more spread than both of them. And even Cecily, one game back, minus 150, basically even on spread. Usually I think of it like 80 points per game.
Right. Yeah, Lawson had a great game, great day yesterday as well. So he's currently on 9 wins.
Yeah.
So he's in with a chance to win as well. Of course, Howard's won it several times, hasn't he? He's currently #1 in New Zealand and the Masters and the national champion in 2024. So yeah, he stands a good chance to win.
Yeah, I would say that lots of people, probably almost the entire New Zealand team, still has a chance to win. it does seem pretty comfortable here. Australia would have to win a lot of games to come back here. It would be really tough, I think. They're going to have to do some, 9, 10 win games, 10 win type of things. Without that, that's going to be pretty hard for them. They're running out of games at this point.
So Russell Honeybun is currently on, what does that say, 8 wins?
Yeah.
It's a little bit blurry. Yeah, so he's leading the Australian team.
I would say
Let
that.
me see. Is he number 1
among the players
in
that
Australia?
are in this tournament,
Yeah.
I would say that the 2 best players in this tournament from Australia are Russell and Esther.
Right. Yep.
At least by rating, and certainly by results as well. Russell has done pretty well at some Worlds and some other major events. Esther's finished 3rd at a Worlds, and also they both have very good international results. Whereas,
so
the other
apparently
ones
Russell's ranked 12th in Australia, and he was the 2017 Australian champion.
Yeah.
And also owner of the highest score ever achieved in Australia, 764 in 2007.
I don't even know what my high score is.
Do you keep a record of those things?
No. I have no idea. Have I ever broken 700 before in a game? I have 0 idea.
I think if you get more than 700, you would remember that. Yeah, that's
not
usually.
Have I ever gotten more than 600? Probably, but I don't know. But I get that. If you've gotten 764, that's probably in the top 10 scores of all time. So that's pretty impressive, I think.
Yeah.
I could be wrong about that. Don't quote me on that.
So the first match today, we've got Howard Warner versus Paul Richards from Australia, and looks like they're settling in right now. We should be coming live with the game soon. Here we go.
You can talk a little bit more about Howard. Howard, from my understanding, I've never played Howard, but he's more of an old school player, I think. He's much more like open aggro, plays off a lot of tiles.
He's a lot of bingos. He's from Wellington, so I don't get to play him that much unless he comes up to tournaments. Of course, he won the New Zealand Masters and the Nationals in 2024. He's currently number 1, just ranked above Chris. And he's been playing for a long time, so he's represented New Zealand 12 times at the World Champs, and he has won this Trans-Tasman Challenge as well in 2002. So I think we're in for a treat, and for you viewers who are watching on YouTube, here we go.
Howard does play a Vow. It is a little interesting that he plays a Vow and not just Vow. Those are really the 2 options I think that you could have with that. Yeah, I think either one is fine. A Vow is that you keep the hook as opposed to, opening, as opposed to just playing the letter yourself. A is not really great with that tile. I think that both of them are fine. I can get behind either one of those.
And it looks like Paul's drawn Huitile.
Any thoughts? I don't see a lot of great options here.
He's set up Hui on his rack, HUI. Oh, he's moving around now. He could put the H under the O and then the E under the W. But probably wants to get rid of one of those eyes.
Yeah, and would like to get rid of the U. You can do something that is very, very balancing, but not score a lot of points. You could score a little bit more and keep a little bit worse. Kind of a lot of medium strength-ish options. Nothing that seems great. You could play like Kuia, you could play Lithia. He does seem to be a lot going with Kuia here.
Kuia, yeah. That's an extinct New Zealand bird.
Yep. That does probably keep the best leave on the rack.
Yeah.
And the T does go well with the H that's open, so you can hit some double doubles if that spot stays open.
So Howard's drawn a Q and a U. That's a great pairing.
Yep, he's one letter off from Charkwood. But I don't think that the Q and the U are going to stay on his rack very much longer. I think this is one of those situations he's going to get rid of it. Probably a long Huia.
Yeah, he could play Quoad there. Quoad. Making R. Oh, no, because that's Huia. No, the D and the U wouldn't go.
Yeah.
Maybe just Qua or...
Yeah. That's probably the star play here. There are other options as well.
Yeah, if he had a G, he could have had Quahog. That would have been nice, but
Yeah.
not today.
He could even just play something like Doc or something like that. I don't know what his style is. This is kind of a stylistic decision. He does line up Qua. Doesn't really have good tiles to use after Qua. Like, the openings are like the Aqua Hook and the Parallel. He does actually play Cod instead, or at least it seems to. Does set up E-Cod and Quare if he draws an E, which is good for his rack.
And leaves the synergistic Qua on his rack, QUA and an R.
It is synergic. If he doesn't draw the E for E-Cod, it doesn't really have a good home. He doesn't draw the E, so it's actually going to be pretty tough for him to find anywhere to use those tiles. But he is comfortably ahead here.
So Paul has EEILNOT. No sevens in that rack, but several eights, but none of which are playable at the moment.
Yeah, he's going to probably be looking for the CH spot. Maybe look for some nines if there is a nine, but I don't think there is one.
No nines. There's actually a word Chelone, CHELONE, across to that double words.
Yep. There's also Cholent, CHOLENT. But he may just play
Cholent and Choline, yeah.
You can also just play along the left side, something like Oil, or ICH or OCH, something along those things, and keep the rack that he has. Again, these floaters are not very good for his leaves, so it's not like this is a great bingo board. But you don't want to create lines either, and the other plays do create better scoring opportunities. Again, I think this is mostly personal preference. He could elect to play something that creates more opportunities for him in the future, but they'll also give those opportunities to Howard. That being said, from my experience, I did watch Paul play yesterday, and he was a very open-ish player. So I don't expect him to be playing something more defensive in this position, given that he has many options that are not defensive at all.
Yeah,
you can also tell on
he probably just wants to open up the board a little bit. Yeah, parallel player with a vow.
Yeah, he does select to play Oil.
Well, he's got the T for the hook on top, Toil. Leaves himself TEEN.
Howard with... I think the best play for Howard is probably going to be on the left side. So making TICH, I believe that's a word. So he'll play Quant or something like that, I think, a lot of the time here.
Yeah, TICH, that's the word. Yeah, Quant. Okay, QUANT. Yes, that would go down.
He could play Vance and keep the... he's going to play Quant. Oh, I would be pretty surprised if he plays anything else here. He could play Trank and Royal as well. I guess that's an option. It keeps UV, which is terrible, but it does score more. So that is an alternative here. Howard doesn't agree that that's even reasonable, or at least I don't know if he saw it actually. It is close. I think that you're giving up 12 points here, but you are keeping RV is just a lot better than UV here.
Sure.
So it would be interesting to see whether, or ask Howard whether he knew or saw that here and just elected not to, or whether he just instantly kind of rejected it. But it does play quant.
And leaving the Q in the triple lane like that, not too dangerous. In fact, has Howard drawn another U? That rack's just a little bit askew.
Yeah, I think so.
YVR, and that looks like a U.
It does.
Here comes Alexander. Yes, it is. It is a U. So that looks good. Yeah. But the only other vowel is an I. So VLY. That's what he set up on his rack, and that looks like HUIN.
It looks like Paul's about to bingo here. A pretty strong rack except for the F, but the F isn't too much of a barrier.
So EFNST blank. Looks great. And of course a vowel will take an S.
Yeah. The bingos aren't that great here. It looks like that there's many super strong ones. There's Finestra here. Oh, no, that's an O. Never mind.
There's actually no sevens in that rack.
Yeah.
What about through that O? Yes, there's one
Oftenest.
through the O. Or maybe oftenest and Felstoke.
Yeah. There's other bingos too, but I think oftenest is the only one that reaches the triple.
Oftenest would be great. I mean, who'd have thought that was a word? Oftenest. The most often. Why not? Oftenest.
You can think about playing softener. I don't think you can rule out Howard having the S here, though. He probably doesn't have the S given all the plays that he's made, but you still don't really know, and he can always have drawn it. He just played 5 tiles. So.
Or even softened, if you make the blank a D, and then that wouldn't take the S hook at the end. So several 8s going through that O.
Yeah.
Can Paul spot any of them?
Be interesting to see if he doesn't.
He's certainly juggling his tiles frenetically.
Yeah.
Spending a little bit of time on this turn. I mean, good idea. Might be just playing Fen. There we go. Fen.
Yeah.
And leaving a good leave. SET blank. So, of course, DIST on the end of Fen. So he's got an S and a T. And that would be a double-double if anything comes down in that lane.
Yeah. Though I suspect Howard's about to block that lane. It looks like he has MY lined up, and I very much expect that to be played pretty quickly here. Yeah. Howard's kind of decided on MY. Yeah, here it comes. And that looks good. Still keeps the U for the Q on top. If he draws an E again, it's looking for quiver.
Okay, and yeah, Paul set up infest blank, so infests, which would come down and making fens.
Yeah,
or
you should
infects, yeah, making the blank a C.
He should be looking for some double-double possibilities, especially under MY.
Of course, yeah, NYE, yeah. And,
yeah. I don't see anything yet, but...
And then WEM takes an S and a B, is that right?
Yeah. Well, it looks like he's going to play Infest pretty quickly. And that will pretty much even up the score here.
So let's find out from Alexander if that's a S or a C. Infests or infects. C would be more blocky.
They're both pretty blocky here. I think it doesn't much matter. I guess the S can be paralleled on the left some of the time, but pretty rarely.
Paul Richards, of course, the president of Scrabble Queensland, and his partner Karen Richards, also a keen Scrabbler.
Mm-hmm. Again, I'm not 100% sure. Is that another R that Howard has?
A little bit
Is
blurred,
that
the
an A?
screen, isn't it? Oh, I see. It's just blocked out of view. Yeah, it looks like A.
It's an
A-R.
A. Okay.
So ARIVU, and is that L and a T?
I think it's two I's.
Two I's.
So definitely want to get rid of the V here.
Yeah, so AIILRVU.
Maybe something like... He's very close to a lot of Q plays here, which means that he's probably going to go for one of them. Plays... Well, he puts down vinyl and then picks it back up. And looks like he's going to play it. Again, not necessarily he had to keep the L. He could consider keeping the L there. That way, if you draw the O, you have liquor.
I see, yes. And also, yeah, just playing Viney and then the L hook afterwards.
Yeah.
People often forget about that hook.
Paul with almost a bingo rack, but he also has kneecab through the Q, which would foil this whole Q thing that Howard's been going for a few turns.
That's a very nice find. Kneecab, Niqab on the top, triple there. So ABEINOR, no sevens in there. Several eights. If there's a T to play through, that would be magic. Doesn't look as though there is.
Yeah. There's only the L really to play through. There's also Wemb parallels. If he doesn't see kneecab, he does have Beano lined up probably in that spot. But if he can spot kneecab, that would be clutch. Unfortunately, does not seem to have found it.
No. So, shame. Beano and Wemb.
Mm-hmm.
Going down. Leaves himself with an I and an R.
Yep.
And Howard, YIRRBEU.
It looks like he has something that goes to the Q here, but does he?
Query? Is that long enough? Query?
Nope. Not long enough.
No, it needs to be 6 letters with the Q.
I don't think there is. I mean, I don't think there is anything.
Maybe he's thinking of just putting his N, his Y underneath the N of Beano, playing something like by.
Yeah.
It'd be good to get rid of one of those R's, I think.
He would if he could. He could also play. He could play buyer, for example, or something like that. Maybe B. Yeah. Would be interesting at this point to kind of know whether that was an S or a... But it's not going to probably play that anyway.
So QUEIRRB. Oh, sorry, yes. So that if you want to play through the Q and a Y. Okay. Yeah, so I think the longest Q word there would be query or choir. But not long enough to hit that triple word score, which is what he wants to do.
Yeah, I think that BY is most likely what's going to come down here, but you never know. As you can see, Paul has the other blank here. So...
is he setting up Rampion?
Yeah, there is some urgency to get something that scores well. He's not playing BY. He's playing No, he's playing Blurry.
Blurry. Suitable.
Interesting. I did say before we started that I thought that Howard was a more turnover-based kind of player.
Yeah.
And this is one of those types of plays that is very turnover heavy, where he didn't necessarily have to, but it still makes a lot of sense. This is going to get him to the bingo as quickly as possible, and also blocks some of the Beano's hooks, some of the O that Paul had promoing, for example, that is now blocked, etc.
So RMP blank OIN are Paul's letters.
And not exactly good lanes now.
So I presume Wemb would take an S underneath it?
Yes.
But nothing ending in an S with that rack. So
Yeah.
we're really looking for through the Q, the U.
Yeah, you could be looking for that as a line. Paul likes to just play a rump pretty quickly. I'm not sure if there was a bingo there or not, and Howard immediately plays a Terrio. Doesn't even think.
Oh yes, Eta Irio. Now I think that's on the New Zealand Scrabble shirt. So maybe you got it from that inspiration from his T-shirt, the T-shirt that Lawson designed. Eta Irio. I've heard that's actually the most common seven to play.
It's the highest Bob 7. Yeah, so it's one of those words that every Scrabble player knows, and if you don't find it, you're probably relegating yourself to a much, much lower score. So for those viewers who are watching and not super familiar with high probability words, that's one of those words you would want to learn. One of the first words you want to learn among 7-letter words.
And no anagrams in that rack. A number of 8s. And it does take an S, which is a little bit dangerous. So
Paul with...
Oh, yeah. Howard's got an S, but Paul's got a blank.
Paul's going to probably find... I think he's going to find oration here.
Yeah.
With just the OP for Trump. Hasn't found it yet. It is worth looking for other things as well. Hopefully Paul will find this.
So there's actually 5 bonuses, 7s, natural 7s in that rack.
Mm-hmm. Not all of them. I don't think any of the other ones play, do they?
Well, there's 2 begin with, as well as oration, we've got orarion, and they both come down from Eta Irio. Nothing ending in an S, so I think...
OP with Trump is much better than the Eterio spot.
Oh yes, of course, on the triple lane at the top there. Yeah.
You don't want to block. I know that Eterios is a dangerous spot, but you probably still want to leave it alone. I think it's just too many more points, and you're not really blocking with either of those plays. Now, if he doesn't see any of his bingos, he also has toy on, which isn't that much worse. It is worse, but...
I expect Paul will find oration. Look, he's set up... there it is. Okay, O-R-A, he's found it on the top. So oration and op going down for Paul on the triple lane.
It's a good play.
Is that about 73 points, I think?
72, I think. Howard with slug lined up on his rack.
And he's got one of the heavy hitters, J, but only one vowel. But an S is useful.
Yeah. Use Jolt as an option.
So choosing to play Eta Erios and Slug with the S on the triple word score. And the G on the double. That must be 45 points, I think.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. It's not really necessarily for the points now, but it's more because you don't want Paul to get something easy in that spot. It's true that Jolts is almost as good in terms of like points and leave because JTT is terrible, but you don't want Paul to draw the S and then hit that spot for like 65 with pretty much anything, and he's going to find that 100% of the time. So Paul with a pretty bad rack here. 3 E's, 2 I's.
Wow. Yeah. EEEHIIR.
He does have higher E on his rack, but it's not really a great spot for it. You do want to care about your leave a lot here. If that is infest, you actually do want to play HI here.
Yes, now we need to know, is it an S or a C? Infests or infects? Oh, he plays here.
Okay. This does take an S.
A nice parallel play.
Yep. And a pretty difficult spot to block if you don't have an S, and Howard doesn't. So
that's right. Yeah. So here does take an S.
Mm-hmm. And now Howard has a decision because this is pretty difficult. Lots of options. You can play Taj underneath here. Play Lactate. I don't think he's going to play Lactate. Lactate's kind of tempting because you have the J, but there's a lot of other things that can play along there.
Yeah, and then playing Lactate, yeah, you leave that triple lane open as a sort of retaliation.
Well, you do.
You put the A right in front of the double word score as well, which would be. Oh, he's played Kate at the bottom, CATE, leaving Jat, JAT.
Interesting.
That sort of blocks it a little bit with the C.
It makes the game very, very dependent on S's. Whoever draws the S's is going to win now. Because Here's is a big spot, Wems is a big spot, and there kind of is no other spot on the board.
What about the... How are the H's? I don't really have access to the pool. So there's one in here. Has the other one been played?
No, but I don't think it's that big of a deal because CH is going to get overlapped much harder. So unless you bingo with the H, it's probably not going to get played.
And I guess a triple lane, Kenji still here with the L or through the U, or starting with the U, or the G for that matter.
Yeah, but those are pretty hard to hit. The S hooks are easy to hit. Those are much harder.
Sure.
You don't have to get fancy if you know. Like, you can start with an L, it's true. It's possible. This is actually a good example of a board where turnover actually matters now. I'm not known for being a big proponent of turnover, but on this board it's actually pretty important. You need to get to the S's quickly, and preferably the higher point tiles.
Especially now both blanks have been played.
Yeah.
So there's two S's in the pool?
Yeah, and I think if whoever draws them is probably going to win here.
I wouldn't put it past Howard to play something through that U though. A nice 8. I remember he played a nice 8 against me. Outcast with an E on the end, like something to do with the caste system in India.
Okay.
One of the many beatings I received from Howard Warner.
Paul's actually running fairly low on time here, which is definitely relevant. Does
8
need
minutes on the clock.
Just not a lot here. Oh, he's playing Wem. That's not a word, I don't think.
When with a E, yeah. I
I
thought it
don't
was
think
just an
Howard's
S that goes there. It is
yeah,
just an S, so maybe Howard's going to challenge.
yeah, and you can already see that Howard's stopped the clock.
I wonder what he's getting it confused for with.
Um, I don't know.
Maybe Jamb, is it Jamb, would take a E on the end there? Jamb,
Yeah,
yeah? Maybe that's what he's thinking about.
perhaps.
Off it comes. Good challenge, Howard. Back to Howard.
Uh,
So
okay.
we're playing CSW rules here. Just 5 points for a challenge. Always worth challenging anything you don't know. And Howard's just blocked the board there a little bit more with Judd, J-U-D, through Slug. Do you know what the scores are, Kenji?
I don't. I might actually, if you don't mind, mostly doing the commentary for a second. I might
Yeah,
put the whole
sure.
game into Quackle,
Great.
just so that we have some idea. Because I believe that Howard's now slightly ahead, but like slightly ahead. But I'm not
Right.
sure. I could be wrong about that.
Because Paul's, managed to get oration and infects, or invests even. So Howard sitting on a ATG XDN something. I can't see that last letter.
He has Wiki
And
lined up.
Paul's got Wiki, WIKI, and Get Wiki. He's lined up IKE. Is maybe just looking to play like on the left hand side of the board there, with the K on the triple letter, making id. Always good when you've got two eyes on your rack to get rid of one of them. Very difficult to negotiate otherwise.
Yeah, I would really like to see Paul play more tiles and try to not open up something. I think that it's really important to somebody's going to bingo, and you want to make sure it's you. Even if it means trading. I'm not saying that you should be trading in this position, but I think that that's really important, much more than trying to get 20 points or caring about whether you scored 15 rather than 20, etc. I don't think that matters very much here. I think it's much more important that he get one of the S's in bingos.
So Scrabble tile turnover. I'm not sure he can play more than really a four-letter word with those tiles. Oh, he's just playing KI. A little bit dangerous, but he's obviously got the other I to play KI down in the triple lane, but a little bit dangerous because K takes an A, an I, an O.
I'm going to be critical. I do not like this play.
No.
I don't know.
Because we've got the value of being able to see Howard's tiles. He does have an A. So that...
Paul does draw the S, which is a very big deal.
Oh, and he's come down from the BI bit.
Yeah, playing taxing.
Taxing, great. So that's 45 for the triple alone, plus another 5, that's 50.
And so, Howard's comfortably ahead, I'm pretty sure now.
Yeah, I would say so. And Paul's just gave him that opening just like that. I mean, BI, a lot of letters go behind that. And Howard had one of them, so he's been punished for opening that side of the board.
Yeah.
Paul looking at WEGTIE and something else. Just can't see behind that thumb.
Mm-hmm.
It's an S. It's an S. So he's got an S for here's, but of course he wouldn't be able to get a 7 in that lane now after taxing. It's a shame. Howard's
the
blocked
Wemshook is still there though, and the Wemshook is very likely not to get blocked.
Right. Yes. Over. Yeah. I can't see anything in that rack. It's quite difficult, isn't it? With WGI.
Yeah, the W has to go. Probably just Wig and War or something like that. I'd imagine.
Yeah, good to keep your S maybe an EIT. Um, could play something like. So he wants to keep that Wemb hook open with the S. So you could look at playing something on the inner board, possibly putting a W under the O of oration. A few options here for Paul. So W in front of the E of so I'm not sure if that's a C or a S, if it's infects or infests.
I feel pretty confident in infects. There's not really much reason. I think that here probably wouldn't have happened if it were infests. I have a really hard time believing that. Well, you never know.
He's lined up WE on his rack, so and that would, if it was an S, then we could have we and S. But
yeah.
Oh, there are. It's LEW on the other side. Okay, 12, 13, 14, 17.
I'm a little worried because now I think that we're going to see Howard block the Wem's hook with LEWD plays.
Yes.
Dope, something like that. And
coming along to the double word score. Yeah. And
that's going to kill the board pretty good.
So Paul seems to have drawn a second S. So we've got double E, G, I, double S, T.
Yeah. If this does happen and Paul does block, or Howard does block, I expect I expect that there's going to be some openings though that are possible. You have any T or any TE that's going to take an S hook, and that's very difficult to block. So just because Howard does block the last line doesn't mean that he's out of the woods yet. But Paul does need to spot that that's an opening that he can create. Particularly any TE, I think it's kind of forced. And that's kind of his way back in. Although I think he may be too far behind at this point.
And if you've just joined us on YouTube, we're on to the 14th game and the second day of the 14th Trans-Tasman Challenge, with Howard Warner facing off against Paul Richards from Australia, and Howard, New Zealand's number one, with a comfortable lead. Yes, and as you suggested, it goes down. Kenji, doped.
Yep.
Just blocking that Wemb spot. Howard leaves AL on his rack, and
I have Howard up over 100 here. I think that the score is, I think he's up by about 120, a little bit over. So I think this game's actually over.
Yes.
I do think that regardless, Paul needs to play any TE here. I think that that's... Oh, the bag might be empty. Yeah,
that's
okay.
Right. Yeah, Howard's only got 3 tiles on his rack. Yeah, so this is the last, probably the last play for Paul. He's lined up sights, which he can play under doped with parallel play with the I on the double word score.
Yeah.
So he's probably just looking at minimising his spread here. Howard's got this one in the bag.
Yeah. You do want to block Lays here if you're Paul. Lays is by far the best option. Although he does have Zeal as an outplay here too, but anyway, Paul plays Sight.
Sight, yeah.
And Howard's going to play Lays and win pretty comfortably here. And there we go. So I would confirm that that's definitely a C because I think that Howard plays the A. But yeah, we have a nice win for Howard. I have the score at let's see, 418, 451, 459 for Howard, and slight is 23, 319 for Paul.
Okay, I'll take your word for that, Kenji. You've done very well to calculate. Yeah. So most of the big hitters, I think, came from Howard this game. Oration, sorry, not Oration, Eta Ebio, Blurry, Taxing, and then Oration was Paul's at the top.
Yeah.
And under Slug, the Slug move was quite expensive as well, wasn't it? Just underhooking Eta Ebio. Good solid game there from New Zealand's number one, Howard Warner. And current Masters and National Champion from this year. Probably doing the post-mortem on the game now.
Yeah. I would be kind of interested to see some of Howard's reasonings here. But yeah, some interesting decisions he made for sure. Quant, Blurry, Kate. I guess Kate makes a lot more sense when you're ahead a lot, although the Wemsuck is still a problem. But yeah.
He did well blocking that when he could. With lewd and doped.
Latest scores, New Zealand's ahead by quite a bit here. I think that between rounds we'll have the exact scores as they update. But yeah, New Zealand was up by about 30.
And certainly at lunchtime, Dylan and Blue were leading. Is that still the case now, Kenji?
I'm not sure.
14th Trans-Tasman Challenge coming to you live from Mount Eden in Auckland. Beautiful sunny day.
Better than yesterday. Yesterday was very rainy.
Yes.
As you can see Liz going and talking to...
I think that's, Kathy, the New Zealand Scrabble president, talking to Howard Warner, the ex-president.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, Kenji did a very good job of computing them himself.
I'm not sure I did a very good job. I don't know if I got the scores right at the end, but Howard won by like 140 or something like that. Comfortably. But yeah, I generally don't use Quackle, so yeah.
Yeah, of course. I was looking at YouTube as well, but the stream, YouTube streams a few minutes behind, I think.
Okay. I didn't know that.
I found the board a bit blurry as well. Is it blurry at your end?
Yeah, I also find it slightly blurry, but it's readable.
Yeah. I think Alexander's doing a marvelous job of just. This is the first live streamed event in the Scrabble world from New Zealand.
Yeah, and connection's not always the easiest, especially if the internet is struggling a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Paul Richards shaking his head there off screen, and
probably thinking about Wemb a little bit. I think, there's Wemb is the kind of phoning that doesn't exactly feel very good when you make it. Even though he was kind of desperate in that spot.
And I think, he probably confused it for Jambe, that Jamb, which takes the E, or even Jembe, Jembe.
Yeah, there's a
So
few W words
MBE.
too, that like wheat and weft, that take E hooks. Weak, I guess, WEEK, stuff like that. Welk. There's other stuff that you could be confusing it with.
Here's Dylan stepping up. Have you played against Dylan online, or did you see him in Rotorua?
I've talked to Dylan quite a bit. I haven't played against Dylan. I know him more from when he was in South Africa, which is a long time ago.
Oh yes, that's right. Yeah, he used to play regularly there, didn't he? He was
Yeah.
Masters champion about like 7 times, I think. So in South Africa. I mean, he hails from Wellington, like Howard. So
Yeah.
So it tends to play tournaments in the North Island. I saw him last at the Nationals when that was held in Wellington.
I imagine they play each other. I mean, they're both from Wellington. I don't think Wellington's that large of a city geographically, and there's not that many players in Wellington. There's quite a few, but usually two players of that quality who are near each other generally end up playing each other a lot, even if it's not in tournaments.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, I think they're good friends as well. So they'll be playing each other socially. That certainly came across on, the Every Word Counts. Have you seen that? Alexander's movie on Scrabble? Yeah. So Dylan was one of the players from that, and he was playing socially with Stanley, I think, in lunchtime at work in an office block. Yeah. Then Stanley had to rush and go back to work. So I think these guys do play each other socially quite
My understanding
regularly.
of Dylan stylistically is that Dylan and Howard do not play alike, though, at all. Howard's a much more turnover, aggressive, bingo, happy player, and Dylan's much more defensive than that, I think.
Dylan will play a lot of bingos as well. I think one of the games at the Nationals they played each other, and there was a record sort of eight or 9 bingos or something went down cumulatively. So yeah, Dylan can spot a lot of longer words.
He's certainly capable, but I'm just saying that may not be what he prefers or what he tends towards. I might be wrong about this.
He likes an open board for which to play 8. Yeah.
Okay.
He most games that I've played with him, there's been a lot of long words on the board. Yeah. But yes, he will sort of play very tactically. Postmortems, should I have played this? Should I have played that? Afterwards, he studies a lot. He's created a lot of mnemonics, and I've seen articles. Great article that he passed on called the Harmonic Omniarch, which was all about pairs of 8s. Like harmonic and omniarch and choirman. So he and I think he plays a lot on Quackle, or he'll analyze on Quackle. Yeah.
Okay.
Are we still live?
I think so.
It's good to know.
As we can see, I think they're about to start. You have Kathy taking a picture.
Shaking hands, yes. A long shake of hands.
The names are transposed. They just haven't been updated yet. Okay. But yeah, Paul has taken the opposite seat.
So here we've got game 15, second day of the Trans-Tasman Challenge, coming to you from Mount Eden in Auckland. Paul Richards from Australia facing off against Dylan Early, a previous winner and currently ranked number 3 in New Zealand. Good luck to them both.
So this is my third time. Oh, go ahead.
We good? Here we go.
So this is my third time seeing Paul on stream, so I think I'm getting a little bit more attuned to his style. See if I can make a little bit better predictions as to what he's going to do. Paul seems to be a very open, maybe, yeah, more open, more like aggressive-ish type of player. He has a pretty good rack. It doesn't have a bingo in it, I don't think, but almost has a few 8s. It's kind of one of those racks you want to go second with.
So Porngos is Paul's rack.
Yep. So stuff like prong, pongo.
Pongo putting the P on the double letter. Or prong, right?
Yep. He plays prong.
Leaving an O and an S. Good to keep that. Oh
Yep.
dear. So Dylan's got all vowels. 2 A's, an E, 3 I's and an O. So I think it looks like a change for him. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't.
It is an exchange, but it's actually kind of an interesting rack still. He doesn't elect to keep an A. You can actually keep an A there. You normally don't want to keep an A, but with that many vowels, you actually care about removal a little bit. And the A is still like positive, so you can consider keeping it. You don't have to. I think it's one of those borderline situations. It's one of those things that I probably care about too much.
Irritable vowels.
Yeah.
So yeah, Dylan's changed and drawn a Q, 2 L's and an N, as well as another E.
So Paul has a Straka, but it doesn't take an S. So I'm a little bit worried both that he has to find Ostraka and he has to not play Ostrakas.
So that's Ostraca?
Yeah, he also has Sakaton, so he can just bingo, but yeah. I'm a little bit worried that he doesn't have it lined up yet, so that's good. But that's one of those things that can be a little bit tricky because you have to know that Ostraka comes from Ostrakhan.
Ah, I see, like the collar, yeah. Oh,
I'm not sure what it means. I guess I could look it up. Ostraka.
So he's got 2 A's, a C, an O, an S, and a T.
Yeah. So you have AS Coast, so like C Coast to be at an E.
So Sakatons plays through the N of prong. Okay.
Yep.
There we go. A type of coarse perennial grass growing in the southern US. Sakaton.
Okay, Paul likes to play coat on top.
And leaving himself with 2 S's, which is not always the best. Dylan's got QEE LLNN.
Mm-hmm.
So no I for his Q.
Yeah, he's gonna probably exchange again. The wreck is not improved.
So Dylan, originally from he is changing.
Yeah.
Dylan originally from South Africa and has won the Masters 7 times in South Africa, and also 2018 Nationals champion and 2019 Masters champion. And he has won this tournament before as well. Currently number 3 in New Zealand.
Mm-hmm.
So 2 changes from Dylan.
So, Paul is one of those rare problems that you sometimes have in Scrabble. It's too many S's.
Yes. But a blank as well. That's great. So
Yeah.
ABN, double S, blank, and what's that other letter? Is that?
BANSSS blank.
Oh, three S's. Wow.
Good grief. Dylan just cannot draw. This rack is still not any. It's a little bit better, I guess, but still not very good.
Well,
Paul has,
surprisingly, there's no bingos in that rack. Well, not unsurprisingly, really, with three S's. Anything through the G of prong? No.
I think Paul only has like Snab or something. He plays. What does he play? Plays Sab. Okay. I would have liked to see Snab a little bit just to create an S hook that was a little bit better than the one after Arb. But this should work perfectly well. And he does draw bingo. But not a common bingo. This has to find things like lysines or something of that.
Good find, yeah. So with it making the blank the E.
Yeah.
So,
Dylan actually might exchange again here.
He's lined up Roop or Roop on his ROUP.
Ungroup.
Ungroup. Oh, okay, yeah, ungroup through the G of prong. Okay, that would be a good way to get rid of two U's.
Yeah, you should be a little bit nervous when Paul plays Sab for no points. You kind of know that he has an S. So that might change his plan a little bit, but it might not. Because Paul's kind of flipped over the fact that he has at least one more S and often two. And I completely understand this play. He doesn't want these S hooks anymore. Upo does not take an S.
No, just an N, isn't it?
Yeah. Which Paul
and he's got. Yeah, he's got the N. So Dylan leaves himself with ENUR.
But Dylan has
good
the
leave.
E in it too. Paul also has Lindsay's if he knows it, or if he can find it, for a double-double. But if he doesn't find that, he might actually have some trouble here.
Yep, so just three in that rack. Well done. Lindsay's, Lysines, and Sylvan's making the blank a V. SYLV. Must be something to do with woodland. Oh no, native potassium chloride. I mean, making that blank a vowel is always a good idea. I mean, do you do that, Kenji? Just go like if you're consonant heavy, just particularly an E. Would you think of an E?
Generally, I probably would find Sylvan's first, but that's because I try to go from least likely to most likely, and the E is probably the most likely. But generally, yeah, with this rack, you want to be looking at vowels, primarily E, A, mostly those two vowels.
And it looks like Paul's looking at the less suffix, the adjectival suffix less, L-E-S-S. But yes, exactly, having one S at the front and one S at the back is often the way you go with two S's.
Mm-hmm. Probably also looking at the O a little bit. Because that O is a tempting floater. It does go with yin.
Yin, okay. So still two S's on his rack and used his only vowel.
Mm-hmm.
But he's got that blank still. Dylan's lined up Lurex.
Yeah, but I think he's playing XU probably.
XU on top of yin.
Yeah.
Nice little hot spot.
Right, and Dylan knows that the S's are still on Paul's rack, so he wants to kill the yin spot. At least make it a little harder to use. He could play Linux as well, but I don't think he wants to keep that yin spot open. But if you wanted to play Linux, that would also be reasonable, especially if you don't use the S inference. But yeah, he does go with XU. I'm not surprised.
XU. Good, and also probably good to get rid of the heavier tiles and the U, and left himself with Loner, Loner, which is bingo conducive.
Yeah.
Picks up a C and an E.
So I do expect Paul to find a bingo here. There's quite a bit now. It's not just 2 or 3, it's a lot. Is there anything fantastic? I'm not sure.
So Paul has ILOSST blank.
Mm-hmm.
And looking for something maybe that starting with an S on ARB or an S on Yins. There's only one that starts with the S and he's found it there. He's got it set up on his rack. Well, he did.
You do want to look for longer bingos here. I mean, this is a pretty tempting rack. So that you have the UN, you have even ARB and OPA. Always worth like looking. You almost have like a bunch of things here. Even OPA is like tempting.
He has already lined up Soloist, so that's always something to fall back on. Maybe he's just exploring other alternatives now, as you say. Would you, in terms of positioning, Kenji, just play it under ARB there? ARBs and Soloist?
Probably, if I don't see anything better. I would be looking for something better for sure. It's almost a lot of things. Tossily under it seems to be better. Under Sab.
Hooking on to
Opa's ARBs, BO, tossily under there. So that's probably what I would end up playing.
Yeah. And certainly not under Og, because I guess that means a parallel play into the triple word skull.
Yeah. It feels like there might be some like fantastic like pen here. I would be thinking for a while about it. I don't see one though.
And again, electing just to play short there. Maybe I thought he'd set up Soloists at some point. Maybe it was just for chance.
Maybe he saw it, but he saw it as a different letter and then decided against it. I don't know.
So Paul elects to play TIL, Till, which takes E, L, S, and T, and of course he does have 2 S's. But Dylan also has an E, so he could play tile in that triple lane if he wanted to come down there, or just maybe he can sense now that Paul's setting up a spot for himself.
Yeah, he'll also play Till. Again, Dylan doesn't have a very good rack, but he's sticking around. He's managing to stick around when he has clearly not very good tiles.
He's only got 8s there, and nothing to play through apart from the L at the moment, which isn't that useful.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I thought that. So the E goes on to tile, and he plays Cole, Cole, into the top right-hand corner, leaving very nice ERN. That's a great leave.
It's worth noting that Dylan is doing a very good job of knowing that he's behind in range. He knows that Paul's rack is better than his, and he's just making it as difficult as possible and keeps making it as difficult as possible. And as a result, he's staying in range when he just clearly does not have the best rack.
No, he's not letting Paul get back into the game. He's realizing, he might be opening the board. Oh,
Did you play just say Sav?
Yeah, but with Yo's is not allowed. Yeah, Yo's is.
Okay.
Yeah, so maybe Paul's realised that. Oh no, it's been challenged. Okay, so yeah, Yo is a sort of exclamative, isn't it? It doesn't take an S.
Yeah.
Some of them do, of course, don't they? Yeah, but not yo.
Okay. So
Ya
Dylan
takes an
knows
S.
that Paul has SOV. So it is interesting if you can use that here. You could just ignore it and play something like Bander.
Yeah, the two E's, so ABDEERN.
You could play something like Bailed as well.
Yeah, it might just block it further, playing the B on top of tile. BAE, I don't know, B or BEL.
I'll probably play Bailed over that. I don't think that there's any reason to try to keep a bingo leave on a board where there's no hooks or places to play a bingo unless you have an S, and he doesn't have one.
Also, the B in the top right hand corner making bowl, and bailed BALED. Yeah.
Right, and he's not afraid of a bingo because he knows that if Paul had a bingo rack, he would have played it, and he knows that Paul has VO.
Yeah.
So I think he's going to be a little bit more aggressive and willing to score points rather than being super blocky with something like Bell.
Yes, that would be a lot more points bailed, wouldn't it? 6, 7, 8, 9. 34?
Yeah.
34? Yeah.
And Bander's 38, so he could do that too. But Bander leaves floaters. I think he's going to probably not play that because he's afraid that he's going to give Paul an 8. Oh, guess I'm wrong. Let's play Bander.
Bander and Yob. Okay, reaching the triple score.
Mm-hmm.
And just leaving the E on his rack. Now, I don't think Paul's got anything with those letters. Quite clunky with the 2 S's and the 2 O's.
He actually has oversows.
Wow.
But I'm not sure he's going to know that that's good. He has it lined up. He is playing it.
Wow.
Nice
Oversows. Yeah, why not? Yeah.
Nice fine, Paul.
Brilliant. Too much sewing, oversows. Yeah.
And Dylan continues to draw ridiculously badly.
Poor old Dylan. Yeah, it's already changed twice at the beginning.
He's going to change again.
It makes sense for Paul, to look for an over word with that V. Yeah, once the E had been given.
Yeah.
From Banders. Yeah, very good. Good find, Kenji. Oversows. So yeah, again, Dylan's staring into irritable vowels.
This is again one of those situations you want to think about keeping an eye. I'm not sure what the right play is, but you have the C, that's a decent floater. The I does bingo quite a bit with EN. You have an open S on the board.
Would you have kept EIN then?
I would have thought about it. I'm not sure if I would or not. It would be, you'd have to go through the entire pool. You'd kind of want to look at the vowel balance. You want to look at how many I's are in the bag. It's one of those things that doesn't matter too much, but you still want to think about it.
Yeah, I would have kept EIN there. Maybe if you're throwing back an I, is there less chance that you're going to pick up an I? He's picked up all consonants.
I think he picked up another E, but yeah.
So Paul has QI set up on his rack, or Quade, that's right, or Quadi.
Yeah. He just picked up the other blank. Yeah.
Can you read that rack as QAIDEF blank?
Yeah. He's probably setting up. He has QI. You can play Kaids or something like that to the S. I think that's what he has set up. Oh, he just plays QI over there. That makes sense. So Dylan has an option of playing LEW for 4, setting up the K. I don't think he's going to do it, but I'm just pointing that out. Yeah, you can play kennels. You can play Luke. Is Luke good yet? Actually, I'm not sure if it is.
Luke?
Lewk.
Oh, Lewk.
It's not good yet.
No.
It's about to be good.
Okay.
Um,
From the new lexicon.
yeah.
And there's a lot of debate now in New Zealand whether we're gonna. It looks like we will be moving to that new lexicon next year.
Yeah.
Oh, that's much better. Wow, the blur's gone, and much easier to read the letters now. So
Yeah. Dylan is kennel or Ken.
And Paul still has that second blank. So ADEEIF blank. Is he looking at something like aerified or? You can have arified, like rarefied without the R.
Yeah.
Really need something ending in an S, and there is an 8 ending in that S of oversows, or either S of oversows.
So Dylan's thinking about what he's going to do now because he's still not doing well, but he doesn't know that Paul's rack's good, even though it is. His rack's bad. He has nothing great to do. He probably knows he needs a second blank. He has lots of options that are kind of close. He wants to open the top left. The top left is dying. And if he doesn't do anything about it, it just will never open. So, like, the stun hook, he really cares about that because it's one of the only ways of getting to the top left.
Sure. I mean, he just plays hen into that corner, and in a way he's blocked that bottom S, but Paul could still come along onto that middle S of oversows. There's 2 8s that end in a S. One is Federis, Fedaries,
which he has set up.
And yes, he's got that set up. And the other one is Madefies, Madefies.
He also doesn't have to bingo.
And that is also okay. Yeah, Federi without the S. A confederate in Shakespearean English. There you go. Federi.
Yep. I suspect that Dylan's going to place that I, something like kidney or kindly.
Oh yes, that would be nice. Kidney or kindly onto the triple word score.
Yeah, the Y is a very good lane too, which Dylan desperately needs.
Or even Kindle, but yeah, kindly uses up that Y and would gain more points. Obviously.
And the Y is a good lane, but it's not a good tile to keep. There are a lot of words that end in Y, but that's kind of the only use for the Y in terms of bingos, so you probably want to create that line rather than keep it on your rack.
That's right, and why not keep that E? I mean, if he can. So, looking to play through that I probably.
If he does play kindly, it's going to get mit by Eulogier, which Paul has set up. So I hope for Dylan's sake he plays kidney, but there's no way for him to.
Yeah.
Kidney is actually probably better because L and T work a lot better with the Y versus kindly keeps ET, which is a better lead but doesn't work with the Y as well.
He's looking at kindly. He's got kindly set up.
I think kidney is better though, because the L and the T work better with the Y, and it scores 3 more.
Yeah, the D gets on the double word score.
Yeah.
Kindly's going to go down though, which allows Paul to bingo.
Yep.
Yeah, so eulogia with an E on the end. Eulogii. Yeah. It must be something to do with praise, like eulogy.
I think it's the bread that's used during prayers, if I remember correctly. I'm not 100% sure. But it's a very useful word, kind of like Eteria last game.
Yeah. So
Where it's
yeah,
I
you're
feel like
right. You're right.
Brazilian.
Holy bread, eulogia.
Yeah.
Um, Now he did have that set up before. Oh, strange. Okay, he did have it set up.
Interesting.
Ogiae. It would have fit as well. Would have fitted just nicely through the L of kindly. Eulogii. But
Yeah.
no, maybe that was just by chance, or maybe.
Maybe he chickened out of it, or I think more likely he didn't think it fit.
Yes, yeah. I've done that before, haven't you? Like you just not counted the squares properly.
Or he just forgot. That's the other thing that I've also done before. Is just forgotten that that's a word.
Yeah, I have a tendency to write them down when I see something. It's a candidate play. I'll write it down, even the score. Zell's very nice in that top right.
I want to note real quick. Dylan plays Zell, but he doesn't even consider playing the S here. Like
No, yeah. So 48 for Zell, is it? Yeah, with the Z on the double word score.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Okay. But
so Dylan
like,
does have a bingo there. AEIS triple T.
You could have played Zek too, I believe, right? Right where Paul's playing.
I see. Yes, through the K of kindly.
Yeah, I think that might have been an oversight. I think he would have played Zek if he saw it.
So Paul's just played joke on the
yeah.
A of Federi, and that J is on the triple letter score.
That's a big swing, actually, because Zek would have scored a lot more, and it would have blocked Paul's J for a lot more. And in addition, Dylan would have gotten Atatist, making stun and TI, and probably scored about 75 rather than Tatties here. So it's actually a pretty big swing that, we just kind of, it happened very, very quickly, but it's really important to note because Editist would have scored a lot more. Joke, that whole swing probably decided the game, even though we just kind of glossed over it. Because Zek is literally 30 more, 20 more. Joke is now 30 less.
Yes, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So
but they both had a power tile, and they both fitted in that spot there where Paul played joke. Dylan finds
Nattiest,
superlative of natty. Yep. So that's great find with 3 T's, with the N as well.
It is, but now all the S's are gone, so that stun hook is now dead, which is a big deal.
So would you have played Tatties and Stum and just opened the board up a little bit if you were behind Kenji?
I might have thought about it. This is, usually not, because that board that's just going to get killed. You're just sacrificing points to give away points for not really much benefit, but that top left is now basically dead. Dylan has to play Varric now. And it doesn't feel good. But he's got to do something.
Okay, the top left-hand corner. Varric, Varec.
Yeah, or something like that. He needs to go up there. That's priority number 1.
Yeah. He's got 3 R's. Possibly hooking a R underneath JA for jar and coming along with a parallel play there, but he hasn't really got anything to go under the E at the moment.
At this point, the board is so bad that he doesn't even have to rush because anything he plays just gets killed.
Yeah.
So rather than rush and just let it be blocked, you probably want to try to create something better, but that's where you want to play. And you want to really look at openings that force that area. Something like...
read what's in the pool there. Is that 18 tiles in the pool?
Yeah. It's grim.
So Dylan trailing by 76 here. I mean, there's a bingo in it, but as you say, no more S's or blanks to come on top of ton for stun.
Yeah, just no lines. Yeah, there's Varric. Not surprised.
So Dylan creating a little bit more space for himself. Possible now to play through the A or the R of Varric.
Yeah, Dylan doesn't expect to actually play through the A or the R. He knows Paul's going to block it, but what he needs is space up there so that when Paul does block it, he can create some sort of opportunity to create a line that's more difficult to block. This is easy to block, and I don't think that Dylan thinks that this is going to stay open. But Dylan does expect that when Paul blocks, he might be able to create an opening that's more difficult to block than this one. So he's not really opening it for next turn. He's opening it for the turn after.
Anyway, Dylan still just one vowel. Okay, HAGMMR. And
Dylan is drawn legitimately terrible this game. There's no way to spin this. It's just been really bad.
Oh, and Paul opens up a little bit there with a wait.
Oh, it doesn't really open anything. It's blocking the A and the R.
Might be possible to play on top of that though. I mean, not many options there for Dylan.
Yeah, I guess it's possible he could like make some 4-tile overlap through the V or something. It is possible. It's difficult though, very difficult. So Dylan's now looking for openings, and he needs to find something that is difficult to block, probably through the A or the I, creating a hook that is not easy to block. That's what he's looking for. That was the whole point of Varric.
He might be looking at mag under to make jag, just at the bottom left there. M and Dart and jag scores quite well.
Maybe. I think he knows that never wins.
Scores 34. Or even MAM, M-A-M, in the same spot.
He can't be thrilled with these options. He might, if he does that, he's just giving up, which is reasonable. This isn't a good position. But you always want to try to win the game if you have any shot. So, what gives him a shot? I'm not sure.
Or does he aim just to catch up a little bit?
Well, there's no time. He catches up a little bit and he empties the bag, so he can't bingo anymore. Whereas if he plays something like, I don't know, Gar, for example, through the A and sets up an A hook, at least that's harder to block, although not that hard to block.
So 10 tiles in the pool, or is that 10 tiles including...
The bag.
10 tiles in the bag?
There's 3 in the bag.
3 in the bag. Okay, yes, that includes Paul's rack. So from Dylan's perspective, there's two I's, an O and a U there. So there are more vowels. Okay, nice opening there. So he's played Azo. So he played Rami coming down, making Azo and Mel.
Emptying
so
the
hoping,
bag.
Hoping to get some vowels,
I think
to
it's
use
just
that R.
giving up. I mean, I don't blame him. He's not going to win, but this is more of a give-up play, I think.
And finally draws some vowels, but still not looking great.
No.
GHIIMUR for Dylan.
It's one of his best racks the whole game.
Whereas Paul has DEFGINO. Quite nice tiles.
Yeah. Some games are not competitive. Dylan has done well to make this more competitive than it really has been.
So Paul just plays finger on the triple lane there.
Yeah, and Dylan's
For
just going to play him.
30 points, yeah. So I think that's
That'll
game
do
over,
it.
really.
Dylan will just play him underneath for 40-ish, and Paul will go out and win. So, despite this saying this, Dylan did have a shot at this game with that whole Zek joke Ada test sequence. Would have changed everything, and would have made this game very close. Hard to say who would have won, but that was kind of like the swing of the game. That was the
True.
only
I mean,
Dylan had this whole
as,
game.
and as well as scoring more points, as you said, that would have blocked that spot for Paul, so he wouldn't have been able to put his J there for joke. So
Yeah,
it would have been.
And
would have
Editus
been
would have
more,
scored
much closer after that.
Yeah, and Editus would have scored more than Natius did, because Editus scores like 80, whereas Natius scores 70. And that's about the margin of this game. It was about 50-point swing, and Dylan's going to lose by about 50.
So Dylan plays him under jar, making jam. So 3 overlaps there.
Mm-hmm.
And Paul looks as though he's going to go out there with on the odd and D. Dylan gives a large sigh of relief to get that one over with.
Yeah, pretty painful. Not really many choices for Dylan in most of his racks. He exchanged 3 times. That's never good. Most experts exchange maybe 0.4 times a game, something like that. Maybe 0.3 actually. So once every 3 games, once every 2.5, 3 games, something like that.
Yeah, I mean he changed twice at the very beginning, so he's been really struggling with the tiles this game. So no surprise there, and some good finds as well by Paul, Fedari, and even Finger on the triple lane at the top there, and Joke scored a lot as well.
Mm-hmm.
Dylan just taking a photo of the board. So yes, he did manage to get Natiest and Zell, but it just wasn't enough to catch up.
Yeah, some people like to take pictures of all of the games that they play, and he'll probably.
I'm one of those.
Okay.
Not sure if I look at them ever again, but it's a record.
Yeah. Dylan looks pensively. I think wondering if he could have done anything. I can relate to that all too well. Everybody's always wondering. It's like, well, I could have. And he's probably going to be kicking himself after listening to the commentary if he does that.
I mean, when he came into this match, he was leading. I wonder how things stand at the moment. As far as I know, he was tied first with Blue at the top of the table.
Paul's even shaking his head like this game was just nonsense. Like, kind of. I mean, Paul's not drawn very well on stream outside of this game. The first 2 games he had on stream that I commentated, he was not drawing very well.
Right. So if you've just joined us, we're day 2 of the Trans-Tasman Scrabble Challenge. And Dylan just played Paul Richards in game number 15. First live stream tournament in New Zealand, thanks especially to a lot of behind the scenes work by Alexander Gandar. Thank you, Alexander.
Thank you, Alex.
And
Alex himself, by the way, is an upcoming player who's getting a lot better very quickly.
He is, yeah. I play him a lot, and I think we're probably level pegging at the Mount Albert Club. And I really enjoyed his documentary, Every Word Counts, which of course did feature Dylan Early and Lawson Sue as well from the Mount Albert Club and Laura Griffiths. So yeah, Alexander's going from strength to strength. I think we'll see him shoot up in the ratings.
Yeah,
very soon.
Sooner or later, he's not going to be able to do this because he's going to be playing.
That's right. Someone else will have to take over. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot. It's good to see some of the new talent actually in the Mount Albert Club. So as well as the there's a lot of strong seasoned players there like Andrew and Andrew Bradley.
Yeah.
And Liz Fagerlund, Lawson, of course, Lawson Sue, Patrick Carter, who's playing.
Yeah.
And but there's also Val Mills, yeah. But yeah, there's some good talent coming through and some very young talent. Yeah, Alexander Gandar, and we've got some younger players at the club as well. So it's good to see those guys getting involved and playing a few tournaments. And the club going from strength to strength, and I think events like this really do boost the profile of Scrabble in New Zealand.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, both the live broadcast and the VOD, I think, do a lot.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, cool.
Okay.
Hi, Paul.
Hello.
Hello.
So, how was that game for you?
Oh, stressful. I'm sure I missed lots of bonuses at the beginning and throughout the game because that's one of my weaknesses.
Well, not too many. I mean, you had the 3S rack, which was, didn't have anything. You had some pretty... You found Federer, which was... There weren't too many bingos there. It was a good find.
Yep. Oh, thank you.
You find Oversows, which is very impressive, actually.
That was very nice with the V and the two O's,
yep.
Paul. Well done for finding that.
Yep. That's what I get for my wife being a gardener.
Too much sewing.
Yes.
Yeah, for dairies would have also gone down on the S there, but we were both commenting it was great that you grabbed that spot for joke, because that was a high scorer, and Dylan could have scored. Played Zek there when he played Zell.
Yeah, well, as soon as
and
I
taken
played
that spot away.
Yeah, as soon as I played it, he said, "Oops, missed that spot."
Yeah, that was the swing. That was really his only chance in, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have this motto of open it up so I can lose, but I've tried very hard not to do that this time.
No. We noticed actually we thought you'd set it up on your rack through Kindly. You could have played Eulogy, and you had set that up at one point. Did you forget?
I just didn't forgot to look for the L because
that happens.
Yeah, I think I had it set up. Then he put Kindly down there, and I didn't even think to look at it. That's another one of my weaknesses.
It's stressful as well. I mean, knowing people are watching you.
Yes.
Paul, and even commentating on the game, it's easy to miss things, or forget about them.
Yep.
But a great game.
Yes.
Pleased with that win?
Absolutely. I mean, Dylan, I very rarely beat, so I was very pleased to do that and on live stream.
Great.
We
enjoyed it.
Games. We do thank you for actually gracing us with your play on the live stream.
Yep. Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Good luck with the rest of the tournament, Paul.
Yes,
Good luck.
thank you. I've got a lot of redemption to do because I only won 3 on the first
Australia does
rotation.
too.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We've enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Well done.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, great. Thanks a
Right.
lot. Good luck with. Kenji? Are you commentating for the rest of the afternoon?
Yeah, I'm commentating for the rest of the
Great.
afternoon. Thanks a lot, Mike.
No worries. Yeah, thank you. It's been good fun. Yeah. Cheers and enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, thanks.
Thanks now. Bye.
Bye. back.
everyone.
Hello. We are here with Julie Bryce. So if you'd like to introduce yourself, go ahead.
Hi everyone, I'm Julie. I run Townsville Scrabble Club here in sunny North Queensland. This is the first time I've been a commentator and really looking forward to it. Been great to watch all the action that's been happening so far. So we next year have the Australian Women's Championships and the Queensland Championships here in Townsville, and anyone that wants to pop over from anywhere. The weather should be a lovely, balmy 26 degrees in August.
Sounds good. Anybody who's in the area, go check out the Queensland Scrabble Club.
Townsville Scrabble Club, we have wine and we have cake and we have a great time. But yeah, it's a beautiful area of the world, as is Auckland. I've not been there for many years. So yeah, it's great to be here. And
I'm in
it's
the States, but
been lovely to be introduced to you, Kenji, and to have had a look at your webpage and some of the amazing stuff that's on there in the last couple of days.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, if anybody wants to check out my webpage, it is breakingthegame.net. And there's lots of information of Scrabble, both for people in the United States as well as worldwide. I also have a book by the same title, if anybody wants to check it out. It is on Amazon, so check it out. Free.
I'm hoping you have an electronic version for me, because as a quadriplegic, I can't turn the pages, so I read only read online.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Well, things are in the works. We'll see what happens shortly.
Awesome. That's great.
Anyway, I think we're about to get started pretty soon. Hopefully.
That's great. So I think we've got Ryan Sutton and Patrick Carter. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know too much about Ryan. Do you know Ryan or?
So I've played Ryan. I had a look, and I think I've played Ryan twice.
Okay.
And unsurprisingly, he's rated a couple of 100 points higher than I am. He's beaten me twice, but I think the last time was 2023 in Melbourne. And I recall that he was a real gentleman, and he was very kind to the support worker who was acting as my Scrabble hands at the time, and picking out the tiles and placing them on the board for me. So really genuinely lovely guy.
Yeah.
Who has not had the best of pickups for a start.
Yeah. There are a lot of bouncy kind of plays. There's Lunt, there's Toll, there's Nutlet, there's
Nutlet I didn't know, but yeah, that sounds great.
But yeah, nothing too. This is kind of like what type of tiles do you want to keep, or how long do you want to play? Everything is kind of the same, give or take. Nothing really stands out, but you can play 4 tiles, you can play 6 tiles, you can play 5 tiles.
Yeah,
I
think Lunt with the U on the star looks good to me, and I think that's what he's placing. But
he's playing null. Interesting.
Well, I kind of have a thing that I don't like L's as well.
Okay.
It's one of those things, and it seems to be something very specific to Townsville as well. I think most of our players up here say we don't like L's. We don't like V's, and we don't like L's.
L's are good for some things and not for others. They're not very good for scoring per se. They're decent for bingoing, and they're decent for getting rid of vowels, but they're not good for you don't have a lot of good scoring options with them, I think.
No.
Patrick playing jawing.
Jawing. Oh,
makes
lovely.
a lot of sense.
That's nice. Yeah.
Gets rid of most of his clunk.
Yeah. Well, I guess the other letter I'm a bit prejudiced against is W's. Always prefer a V over a W. And yeah, that is lovely. Hopefully you'll pick up something that goes well with the A and the V.
Yeah, W is one of those tiles that either it parallels or it does nothing.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of long words with W's.
Yeah, exactly. And the
yeah,
triple
Ryan.
T is a little...
Yeah. You can play like
Tinted.
Vita, but that's gonna open the triple. There's not a lot of great things. He plays Witted,
Witted.
which keeps TV. Both players kind of played by the V here a little bit.
Yeah. And at least it gives a decent tile turnover as well.
Yeah,
So,
I'm not the biggest fan of tile turnover. I think it's a little bit
bit overrated.
overstated. Yeah, I mean, it, generally you're gonna want to do things that draw bingos a little bit more often. But that being said, sometimes you can draw the S's and the blanks, and sometimes you can draw the V's and U's and G's and other clunk. So
It's
it's kind
all a
of a
bit
trade-off.
It's all a bit random. Every time I have a new support worker who access my hands, they always express guilt if they draw me something that looks terrible. I'm like, it's random. Don't worry about it. Besides, there
Yeah,
might be something really weird in that rack of 5,000 two consonants that
yeah,
I might actually know.
yeah. You never
So
know. It's always the opportunity for something halfway
you
decent.
do. There's so many amazing words.
Yeah.
So I wonder what Patrick's looking at here.
Uh,
It's
it's not great. There's a few decentish options. There's like Koji, for example. There's Kiva.
yeah,
Do you want to go
Koji
to the
Kiva,
K and the V, or at least one of the two, if not both?
or
Um,
perhaps even Taiko.
Taiko.
Taiko. Sorry,
Yeah.
my pronunciation might be wrong.
I mean, I'm Japanese, so I'm a little bit more likely to notice Taiko, but
Please feel free to correct my pronunciation at any point. Um,
yeah, I always like keeping the T here if I can, just because I think it's good for bingoing, and I like
well, yeah, particularly in combination with the S as well. So,
yeah.
so
I think
ideally, you'd like a D for some vodka, wouldn't you?
yes, you definitely would.
Or maybe that's just me.
No, I think everybody on stream could always use a little bit of vodka.
Yeah.
Going with Via here, getting rid of the V. The V is
The
far
V
worse.
is
Yeah,
clunky.
he is bad. So I can't
Yeah.
blame him for getting rid of the V. It makes a lot of
Oh.
sense. Does most of the things that we're talking about. Keeping the K. K is an okay tile. It's not the best. It's not the worst.
I'm one of those people that would prefer an extra K in the bag and one less I.
Yeah, that could be kind of interesting. There's a lot of tiles you could add to the bag that would be okay. Get some double
Yeah.
K action, double Z action or something.
Hive, getting rid of the other V and the extra I. Seems very sensible to me.
Yeah. We see Ryan play Hive almost immediately, getting rid of two of his heavy tiles. Makes a lot of sense. And that is a draw for Patrick. QXU as his
Oh,
draw.
yes.
Does have a pretty natural play of quote if he wants it. But doesn't have to play it.
I think I would definitely be looking at that, and I think that's what he's getting to as well. For sure, for 48, that's pretty sweet.
Yeah, especially with the Q. Even QU is not that great, so whenever you can score 50 with the Q, you generally are pretty happy.
Absolutely. Well, a very even game so far, so I guess they are. I did have a quick look at their Wesper ratings, and they're very close in ranking as well as Australian ratings. I couldn't find a New Zealand rating for Ryan, but given the change in the draw, it took a while looking some things up. So
yeah, they're both.
Yeah.
Everybody at this tournament has skill.
Oh, absolutely, and certainly a lot more than me. It's.
You may not be giving yourself enough credit.
I'm sometimes a little bit of a weird player. I really like things in alphabetical order, and obviously I can't use my hands to rearrange the tiles, so it's a very different way to play. I know there's a few others that leave tiles on their rack sideways and upside down as well, but yeah, so well, there's a few interesting options here, I think. And looks like we have something already.
Plays pi. I'm getting rid of the p and the y. Again, you always do want to get rid of the higher point tiles. Makes it that much faster for you to bingo.
And it does make it a nice block for that triple as well, apart from Trank, obviously, and Talak and things like that.
Patrick wasting no time in playing racks almost immediately. Wants to get rid of his X. Makes a lot of sense there as well.
Yeah.
I do think the clocks are not working, but both players are playing very fast. I don't think we're going to have any serious time trouble in reality. But I don't think they've played they haven't played the whole game in 3 seconds either, so.
No.
Worth noting.
No.
Ryan with not the greatest draw.
No.
Board's not great either. Probably going to be playing along the bottom of racks, I'm guessing. As we see, also not the greatest draw for Patrick either.
No, I think I'd prefer Ryan's to Patrick's, to be honest.
Yeah. They're both struggling a little bit. Patrick needs one of the T's that Ryan has to be floated into space, but that's probably not going to happen.
If they could do a T trade and a no trade, maybe things would be better.
Yeah. Well, Patrick would even be willing to trade the S for the T here. Which, yeah. Not every day you get to see that, but.
So have we got anything that would hook in front of the JA, I wonder?
Not in
Ryan's
rack.
would need a U for Ouija.
Yeah.
Or Ouija, or...
There are some things for sure that he's not that far from, let's say, Trojan, for example, or Hijab, or some other plays like that. But I think he's going to be playing under racks.
Under racks, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a natural fit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering if he was going to go for the G or the T there.
Yeah. He seems to be willing to keep 2 T's, because on his opening play, he also kept 2 T's with null. So it does seem to be something that he's okay doing. 2 T's are okay for bingos. It's just really inhibiting for scoring.
Yeah.
Another very interesting draw by Ryan, ZHZ.
Yeah, and very Val deficient. So.
Yeah. You see Cook coming down.
Oh, that's right, because we're in CSW 19. So.
Yeah. So that's still a valid. Slur, or I also think Gook can sometimes mean just gunk. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's how I've always used it. So.
Yeah.
CHC.
So, not too far from Kotiha, for example, or something like that. That JA does have some. It's always worth looking at.
Fuja, but no U for that.
Yeah, but there's not a lot of good openings here.
No, it's tricky.
Yeah. There's I guess, Upo, the UP spot is open. There's a lot of things that are really specific. He could play, I guess, Ches or the HE and Hive as an option.
Yeah, that actually, I think that works. That's lovely.
You could play Torch alongside Gook. Nothing great. Yeah.
I think Ches is probably the best move here. I don't have Quackle open, so I can't look at anything on that.
It's. But I try not to use Quackle too much when I'm commentating, because I find it not realistic to like. I feel like I'm thinking of the game differently when I'm using Quackle, whereas where if I'm
Yeah.
just thinking about the plays, I feel like I'm much more into the game, even if it's a different. Even if I'm missing stuff, I think it's more okay. I think chat understands that sometimes the commentators are gonna miss things, just like they would miss things.
Yeah. Well, playing in real life.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like the clocks are back, so.
Okay. Oh yeah, that seems accurate. There are some setup options he has too that are at least okay. Like you can play like there's almost a bunch of things that you could play like TAT setting up the H or TC setting up the H. So if you had something like Coxib or Toxin or something like that setting up the H, that's just something to keep an eye out for on like future turns as a possibility. Not quite anything there yet, but definitely potential,
No.
I think. He does have HZ in his.
Yeah, I'm wondering what he's thinking with these two.
I don't know
It's,
where ZH plays.
No,
Oh,
I can't.
ZHO.
Oh,
ZHO and
ZHO, yeah.
yeah, ZHO.
And I guess then he's got the extra O and keeping their soul vowel, which is good.
Yeah, and keeping a rack that has some decent hope for
Decent.
bingoing if he draws
Yeah.
well.
Tractor.
So Patrick definitely looking to play through that O. He actually has Zufolo.
Zufolo.
Which he almost has lined up. So I think there's a decent chance he finds that. Not a very common word. It's some Italian thing, but
I
doesn't
wonder
seem.
I'll see if I can find a definition on Zufolo.
I can look up what the definition is. Let's see. Zufolo. It is an Italian flute to train songbirds.
Okay, well that is very cool.
Anyway,
I wouldn't have ever thought that songbirds particularly needed training, but
I don't know. There's a lot of Scrabble words that I'm not exactly
I've
being
gotten
realistic
in trouble with the public before if they ask me what a word is, and I must admit that I have sometimes made up definitions and.
Oh yes, I have as well. I will not claim that all the words in the Scrabble dictionary are real, like quote real words.
Rational words.
Yeah, some of these have like. I'm working on a project called the Common English Lexicon, which tries to narrow down the Scrabble dictionary a little bit into words that are a little more common. But Zufolo would not be on that list.
Zufolo would not be on the list.
No. Anyway, Ryan playing Trow, and almost immediately Patrick is going to play Loud Guys.
Elogius.
Oh, Logania. Okay, that makes sense.
Logania. Okay, nice.
And is now very firmly in control. That's going to put him up by over 100. And
Ryan's still struggling for vowels.
Yeah, he needs an I for centrism.
Yep.
And the board is not good for Ryan at all.
No, the board is difficult.
I think that Patrick is going to get 5 here.
Yeah, I would be saying so.
But yeah, he had there were a few bingos that played there. Otalgia also would have fit there.
Yeah.
But yeah, things are looking already a little bit hard. Ryan's going to have to create some lines that
definitely going to open the board up a bit here.
Yeah. Something like Worm, maybe. Setting up like a decent S hook. Not just because it sets up a hook, but it's a hook that Patrick's gonna have a hard time blocking. Whereas something like Calm, for example, is gonna be like if he's gonna open up, play CM off, he should be playing Mock rather than Calm, because even though Calm has more hooks, those hooks allow Patrick to block, whereas Mock only takes the S. So it's actually harder for Ryan for it to be blocked, even though it's also a less useful lane. So that's worth thinking about in terms of you don't want to just create something that has lots of hooks. You want to create something that's difficult to block.
Well, hopefully he doesn't put the N out in a spot where Patrick can play peonies.
Yeah.
Sorry, speaking from an Australian point of view here, I know we're a little behind in the rankings at the moment. So, but it does look like
I think we all want Australia to catch up a little bit here.
We all like a close game.
Yeah, we want a close series.
We want something that's nice and exciting.
Yep. So Ryan has Mets lined up. Like the
going for score to catch up a little bit. I guess there's the it does open up the quite a few hooks, but as he said, that's going to be easy to block along the bottom there.
Yeah, I think there's a misconception that a lot of people have that when they're behind that they need to score points and that they should air towards points rather than leave. Generally, actually, when you're behind, you want to be airing towards leave over points. It does seem like, well, you need to get lucky, so I need to score and bingo, but you're better off like adding volatility to the game, and points is certainty and leave is uncertainty. And when when you're ahead, you generally want to be airing towards points. When you're behind, you generally want to be leaning towards leave, all things considered. Obviously, there's a bunch of different factors that go into this, and it's not it's not just as simple as, well, always grab the leave. You do want to try to like compare the two, but I do think that that's something that a lot of people could do a lot more often, is generally air towards, when you're behind, leaves rather than points.
Yeah.
And Patrick should be doing the opposite. Anyway, Patrick, Val heavy. Definitely going to be looking to get rid of some of those vowels, probably with something like paleo or maybe even just OE in the top right. It has different options that you can go with, even like, whole or something like that.
Yeah, I like OE in the top right. I think that's...
Yeah. Poi, if he wants to block, he can play POI, making OP, GO, and AI. Also an option.
Yeah.
That's a more defensive play, which may be warranted here because there's not very many good lines on this board. And you don't want to make it easy. You don't want to leave the TAM open too often. But he does elect to go with OE. And if Patrick does bingo, this game will just be over immediately.
Yes.
Ryan's not going to be blocking because he needs the board to be open too.
Not from over 100 or close to 100 points behind.
Yeah. Ryan looking to get rid of his Y.
And Patrick
looking to open
drawing another 2 vowels as well.
Okay, that's good for creating an interesting game.
It's good for creating an interesting game. It's not so good for Patrick.
No.
Okay, so yeah, the Y.
He could play, if he wants to open the board actually and score some points, he can play DJ through the JA, that spot that we've been talking about the whole game.
Yeah, DJ would be lovely.
Is an option.
I've got my friend here, we're both just nodding, and yep, DJ. DJ's my favorite.
He could also play, if you want a parallel play, like EYED through in the middle of the board over
in the
null.
Middle of Witted and Null.
Yeah, and create.
Yeah, so HEY.
Yeah.
Or even just the YE there, keeping at least one of the E's. Although there are still quite a few left in the bag, or unseen, I should say.
Yeah. It scores roughly the same as DJ, but it doesn't open things up. The problem with DJ is that it creates an S hook, which is actually bad for you when you're losing, because your opponent can then just play the S, and you're not going to be so happy to play the S, but your opponent will be thrilled to take the 40.
This is
40
true.
points is not a good thing when you're behind. It's a great thing when you're ahead. So you don't want to create 40-point spots like that, because you're not going to catch up by 100-point deficits 40 points at a time. You need to score 70 or 80 at a time. So, but
Gone for yen.
He's gone for yen, keeping C, one of the E's. Makes a lot of sense.
Patrick playing upside down. We have one guy at our club who refuses to rotate the board. I find it very odd, but it can throw you off. And certainly with this, I'm not getting head spins.
Yeah, one of the reasons to actually turn the board isn't to make your own plays better. It's to obstruct your opponent from seeing the board, which may not be like the most. It may be a little bit of gamesmanship, but it also does make a little bit of sense in that you don't really want to have your opponent seeing the board super well for 10 or 15 minutes at a time. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is not a good draw
but
from
when you're playing, no, that is awful. Cred is really Cred or search, but
like Cred does take an A hook that's a little bit sneaky. So there is that, but he doesn't have an A.
No, he doesn't have an A. Three unseen A's. But it definitely needs to open it up, yeah.
Yeah, that's got to be the play, and just maybe hope Patrick doesn't see it, but if he does, it's, you don't want to create a spot like that generally, especially when you don't have it, but luckily for Ryan, Patrick doesn't really have anything good there.
Not that I can see.
Like he has plays there or something.
There's definitely plays, but it's...
Yeah.
Once again, I'm kind of anti-doubles, but I would be trying to close that down. By closing it down, you open it up as well.
Well, yeah. I think in Patrick's shoes, I would actually just be killing the spot with something like Sane.
Yeah.
Or just something, not to score, just to kill it, and just to create, the E is not a very good lane. You don't want to create...
Yeah. Or nice.
If you cared about spread more, if you were behind, you might play like E and S and leave that open. But you're ahead. Just take the certain thing. Make sure that nothing silly happens.
Yeah.
But yeah, the board is not great.
No, and a bingo to make up. How's the clocks going? Oh, so he's got plenty of time to think about this.
Yeah. It is tempting to just play ENS and just say, I have a better leave than you.
Yeah, which is what he's doing. Just increase the margin.
Yeah. And we have the JA open again, and now we have a different word over there, Trojan, which we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, Trojan.
Unduplicates the R, gets rid of some consonants. So that's at least worth considering. Ryan going with a different line of torque. I don't think that Los takes an S.
Does Los take it? I don't think Los takes.
I don't think it does. Yeah, it doesn't.
No.
So only still the one line. Patrick's drawing another A.
Got another A, so Bane is good.
Yeah. If Patrick doesn't play the A here, I'm going to be a little bit concerned about him not knowing it or seeing Acred. Because it's not automatic that he's going to see Acred.
Yeah.
And Ryan does draw an A himself.
It is a sneaky front hook. Ryan's finally starting to get a better rack.
Yeah.
Is it in time though?
Well, if Patrick plays off, what I would be interested in is Patrick plays off, like, let's say cab, for example. If I were Ryan, I would be leaving the anchored hook open. Not because I think it's a good idea, but because I think that my best shot at winning this game is just hoping that Patrick just never sees it.
Hasn't seen it, yeah, and that's probably what you would assume if he does play off cab. So
Yeah.
checking the bag, there's
yeah. I don't like
15.
his odds of winning legitimately here.
No,
He
no, it definitely he needs a bit of luck
yeah.
at this stage. Tile fairies, please be good. That would be my prayer at this point.
Yeah. And I don't think he sees it because I think if Patrick saw Bane and Acred, I think he would have played it by now.
Bane would have gone down by now,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
I agree. Because yeah, there's not really any good alternatives. There's, I guess, Bejan, which isn't terrible. No, there's Cab.
There's Cab. Yeah, he hasn't seen it. So I would be definitely preserving that lane and preserving my A.
Yeah.
It's still dicey, but I mean, there's no bingo there that's playable that I can see.
No, you're not going to win this game any other way. You need to play like end or something like that, and just hope that you get there.
Or pray for something through the V.
Yeah.
The fire up the top.
Yeah, but I think your major way of winning this game is that just hoping that Patrick never sees Acred.
This is really interesting though, because every now and then I go on these weird bents where I decide to learn a set of words that's extremely small. Things like all of the 8-letter words ending in V. And this is kind of making me tempted to add 8-letter words ending in B for Bravo to that list. I wonder how many of them there are.
There aren't a lot of them.
Underweb? No, I don't know. Interweb, I think, is the only one that I know off the top of my head.
Oh, there's more than that, but like, backstab or Kekatum. Like, I'm sure there's probably like 100 of them or something like that. I could check, but they're.
I know, but 100 is a nice lot to add to card box. Whereas if you're looking at 200 or 300, I generally add by probability, but it is nice to know the weird stuff sometimes.
It's 38.
Oh no, he's played the A.
Ooh, that's not good. He needed that.
I thought he was keeping the A for Acred.
I was hoping so, but maybe he's
Ryan.
hoping to draw another one, but there isn't another one to draw now.
There's none. Well, no, Patrick's got it, but I don't think Patrick's seen it either.
Yeah.
So
it's gonna be tough now. That's a really big swing.
I think that's the tolling of the bell.
Well, there's the blank. So
there is the blank, and there is things through that. But Wast, no S for Wast, is there?
No, there's no S.
We talked about that just before.
Yeah.
And he's closed the V lane up the top as well.
Yeah.
So.
No, he's now created an A for Patrick's gonna see a jar, I think, too. Like
it certainly looks like a setup for the extra A, but Patrick's got the last A, so he knows that Ryan, unless he thinks that Ryan set it up for the blank, but surely not.
Yeah.
Because he needs the bingo.
I think both players have just missed Acred, and I think that.
I think so.
Yeah. And it's not common, like, it's one of those, like, Scrabble words. You don't think of an acre and be like, it's not like, it's not like obvious what an acre would be as an adjective.
Definitely not an obvious front hook.
Yeah.
So.
It's one of those things you have to study, so I get it, but yeah, Ryan does have undines, but he may try wasps and undines. I wouldn't be that surprised. It does look grim, especially if you don't know Acred.
Well, I would, in Patrick's shoes, I'd definitely be challenging that.
Yeah.
Even if I thought Wasp was good, I would probably challenge it for.
Yeah.
Although he's got quite the lead, so.
Although it may be an out bingo, and if Patrick challenges it, he may be risking the game. So
Good
he
point.
might not get challenged.
Good point. Very good point.
Depending on how much.
So I wonder if Patrick's thinking about. Certainly don't want to open it up any further. Maybe something down from the triple with jars.
Yeah. I mean, he's probably considering both things ending in ES and things with a jar.
Starting with a jar.
Yeah. I think that those are his two major considerations here.
Yeah.
He's also clearly he's just finishing his tracking. I think he just wants to make sure that he's finished his tracking before he makes his play. I think that makes sense. You do want to always have your tracking done in these sorts of situations to make sure you're not missing anything.
Absolutely.
But you can see
and they've got plenty of time. This is I struggle with time and particularly with tracking as well, but because it can be crucial, right?
Yeah. And he wants to see how many A's are at the. Well, he should, if he sees Acrid, he should be looking at how many A's are left, certainly, because that is something. But I think he just doesn't see.
I don't think he's seen it. He wouldn't have. Surely he wouldn't have played cab.
Yeah.
But then again, there's sometimes that you don't see things, and then 2 seconds after you've done it, there it is. And you go, oh, please kill me now.
That's a little. We don't recommend here at this channel.
I can be a little dramatic at times, I admit. But yeah, more like, oh, why did I miss that in polite language?
Yeah. It may be worth thinking. Patrick may be far enough ahead that he's actually thinking about maybe trying to bingo again himself with something like OE or something like that.
He has a lovely rack.
Yeah.
That's. But then again, the risk of the blank still being out there as well. I'm not sure that I would take that one.
If Patrick played ice, for example, for the C and Acrid, and then Ryan bingo, there'd be one tile in the bag, and Patrick would still be up by 20 or something like that. He would
still have a lovely
bingo leave,
bingo prone rack as well.
So, and he still has like the ajar thing. He still has the jars on the right. He's going to be up by 50, and Ryan's going to have one tile. So Patrick is actually going to be fine.
Yeah.
I think. Like, worst case, I guess he's hit by like minuend and Ryan draws the blank. I think even then he's still fine. So I think that if Patrick really wants to, he can try to bingo here. I just don't recommend trying to that hard because you never know.
No, and does anything go across? Is there enough space under gid to play something across there? It looks like there is. There is. So, it's another opening.
Yeah.
Which
but if I were Patrick, yeah.
Doesn't involve a phony wasps.
Yeah. That being said, it's just so safe to just play EAN and leave one tile in the bag, be up by 100.
Yeah.
I mean, if he, yeah.
EAN.
Or just EA, or something. Really anything. AE.
Yeah.
Just almost anything, really. There is sometimes, too, when you miss Acrid and then suddenly you're doing this whole tracking process and you're looking, it's like, is there some way I can lose this game? And I'm like, oh, there is a way
there
I
it
can lose
is.
this game. Yeah.
But I don't I don't think Ryan's got anything with the blank as an A, so.
No.
Nice.
Nice, yeah.
Nice.
Yep. Does this get out of range? Yeah, this gets it out of range of if was a word. Because I don't think that
Yeah.
was is one of those words you're never 100% sure it's bad. Like, I thought it was bad, but I looked it up.
And, well, I'm pretty sure I remembered that it was bad, but
Yeah.
it's one of those things. And sometimes I lose my nerve in things like that as well.
For sure.
So does Ryan have anything playable?
No.
Nothing.
Undines would, if was a word, Undines would still lose by about 20. So
Yeah, and he's going for it as
he is
well.
going for it. Yeah.
So I reckon we're going to see a challenge here for sure.
Yeah, because it's just he still can challenge and win the game. So
Yeah.
the 5 points isn't enough of a deterrent.
Certainly not in this situation. So.
Yeah.
Where is he? Are we holding?
I think he's making sure that he can afford to challenge it. I wouldn't be surprised if he's doing. You want to, in these sorts of cases, you always want to make sure that 5 points is not the 5 points that's going to cost you the game.
That's going to cost you the whole game, yeah.
Yeah. But I think usually what he's doing is he's holding and then he's saying, okay, am I really up? Am I really going to win this game by?
Yeah, I think they're on hold.
Yeah,
They've got to be on hold.
It's 90. So he's up. Patrick will win by 17. So if
there's the challenges.
There's the challenge.
Challenges going. So Dunnies is coming off, and this is going to be a big margin.
Yeah. And there it comes off. I don't think that Ryan actually thought that Was was good either, for what it's worth.
No, I don't think he did either.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think we hold on by a hope and a prayer, and we go, surely they've changed the dictionary for me just this once.
Yeah. No one's ever 100% confident with words like that, or very few people are. I'm certainly not. It's always
there's sometimes that I'm not confident of even 3 and 4 letter words, and I have been known to chicken out, particularly when you're tired at the end of the day. And
oh yeah,
I think that they have just had afternoon tea, haven't they?
Yeah.
If it had been me and I'd been having a bad day, I might have even had a glass of wine by then.
Yeah.
So, reef going down. Well, this is unassailable now.
Yeah.
So, I guess it's just a matter of clawing back what you can at the last minute to try and break that 300 barrier that we all love to hate so much.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if there's actually... Is there a way to actually score 20 here that isn't anchored?
Something...
I guess
across ends will...
Is that 20?
End
11, 13... Yeah, that's 21. 22.
But you're still going to lose the last 3 when Patrick goes out.
Oh, right. Yeah, okay.
So, is there anywhere else that's... Unjars? Is Unjars good?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I think the only extension is actually Eve Jars, which is kind of an obscure bird or something like that. Well, there's ends.
Yeah, he's going for ends, yeah.
6, 8, 13, yeah. It's 21, actually.
Well, it's probably the best that's available there.
Well, it does give Patrick MA and men's, so that it actually does improve Patrick's score as well. So
Yeah. Quite a bit actually, because his previous best looks like it would have
only been 14.
been 14 with Cam.
Yeah.
Or
actually, it's 15 with Akers.
15 with Aked. Isn't that ironic?
But yeah.
Oh no. So Ryan's taking ends back.
Okay.
Ends was not finalised, after all. Well, I'm fairly sure that there is not an 8-letter word ending in a B with this rec.
That's... suspect you're right. There's only 38 of them.
38. Okay, I'm definitely adding that to my card box next week.
Okay.
Or maybe he's finally spotted the A hook for Aked. Not that it does an awful lot of good, but...
Well, you can play Induna or something. I mean... it is useful still. Induna is a lot more than anything else that exists, even though it's not a bingo.
But it's...
can make a phonetic mistake and make you via a word, so you can play innuendo.
Innuendo.
Right. But yeah, no, there's nothing. Maybe he's looking for something with the L, undenial or something. I don't know. Just gasping at straws of various sorts.
Yeah. I certainly have a tendency to that then towards Hail Marys when I'm behind.
Yeah.
Not that anything's really going to save them. I mean, 128 points is...
something that sometimes the Hail Mary comes through, or at least
occasionally
gets you further down the field.
Yeah. I wonder if we could even make up a word that would score enough points at this point. So we would need 120 points with a phony word for a draw. Could we make an 8 ending in the N across the top, hooking something that isn't actually a word with via?
If you play through the TROW and K and you parallel all the way through, I think that's enough. So you'd have to make
at least it would be like the coolest Hail Mary ever.
Yeah. It would make about 5 words or so that are not words, but
yeah. But it would still be very cool to see. You'd be like, oh my god.
This is the quality commentary that everybody's here for, isn't it, guys?
it would certainly make the record books.
Sometimes online people actually do this to when other people are in time trouble. They're like 5 seconds and then they just play that makes like 10 parallels and scores 150 points and is not even remotely close to a word. Well, there's Dens.
Which I guess at least stops the MA.
Yeah.
Rather than
ends, yeah. At least it
rather than ends. Which makes sense, but the cam is still going down.
Yep.
And that's it.
That is it. And a sizable win for Patrick.
Very. So. And only one bingo that round, I think.
Yep, only Logania.
That was it.
It's fairly unusual.
Some very nasty racks in there though, and tough board too, particularly at the end there.
Yeah, jawing when the game starts jawing and null like that, you kind of know that the board was most likely going to be dead, because jawing really just kills the entire left side.
Yeah.
You either have to start something with like an A from drawing, or you have to have the JA in the middle of the word. It's
I think we
possible.
might have a little disagreement on scores here.
Okay.
Looking at a count back, perhaps.
Maybe so. Okay.
Sure, that'd be good. This.
Okay, we're about to go on break, I think, so yeah, stay tuned and we'll have more of Trans-Tasman Cup in just a minute.
Lovely stuff, guys. We can hear it, but it's not that big a deal. I'm certainly not like that. Just gonna mute you guys temporarily. And they'll say, shut down. Shut down, I need this one. I'm going to change my ship. Anyway, different ship. I've already got the World Champion one, the next Scrabble World Champion, the next Scrabble World Champion. We'll bring the ship, but they don't see the back. I can do it tomorrow. I'll wear my Austin Powers one. Alex, you want some water? Oh, that'd be great. Thank you, Chris. Thanks. Yeah, we're the Austin Powers one tomorrow.
Chris. Nice to meet you, Chris. Thanks for being on stream with us. Thank you very much, Chris. Have you played on stream before? Have you played on stream before? Hey guys. Great. Got a bit of a roaring noise in the background. So one of you guys have some air conditioning running or something?
Hours sleep. So, one of those miracle things that happen.
I actually often get 3 hours of sleep at tournaments. I don't know about how other people are involved, but tournaments, I'm in a new bed. I'm excited. I'm nervous. So poor sleep is not something that I'm foreign to. especially in the
Horseleaf?
first day.
No, not something that I'm foreign to either, but I believe I'm getting on in life now. Slightly older and slightly less ready to deal with less sleep. So
Yeah, I wish.
I'm just going to put it down to age.
Okay, if I could
I
ever get
did.
sleep at tournaments, I'd be happy. But
Well,
it's a challenge.
many years ago when we used to run the Magnetic Island tournaments, it wasn't uncommon for us to still be up drinking and playing at 3 a.m. Before starting at 9 the next morning.
Yeah.
But there's no way I could do that these days.
Yeah.
So.
Anyway, I think they're about to get started. Lawson is probably the main character in the documentary, the New Zealand documentary that we've plugged many a time on this channel. But he's a very, very lovely character. One of the most interesting, charismatic people that I've ever seen in any country.
And I think he makes his own shirts, doesn't he?
He does. He makes a shirt
Scrabble
that has
shirts.
4 or 5 different languages on it about Scrabble, and I think they're really cool. They're well designed. They're comfortable. Anyone wants
something else for me to have a look at. I have bought 1 or 2 Scrabble shirts in the past, and sadly predicted the size incorrectly, so they've gone to friends.
So Chris plays Rax? I think Chris is Forza if he sees it.
My screen's a little on the blurry side here, so I can't quite see what he's actually played. I can see the Rax okay.
I think he's
played
Rax.
The actual board.
RAX.
Rax for 20.
Yeah. Forza's not the easiest thing to
I think I might have considered Zax rather than Rax in that point.
Okay.
But there's
Hebe is coming down for Lawson? Oh, Heben. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. Tack on the extra N. Yeah. That's whenever you see an X on the opening play, you almost always are going to end up overlapping it, so that makes a lot of sense.
It's okay.
Heben does take an S for what it's worth. It evidently is a color.
That is nice. Okay, I can actually see Heben now, so that's
good.
That's good. Yeah, it is good. So I guess my first thoughts might be something across the top of Heben.
Yeah, just keep paralleling. Something with
keep
Zex,
paralleling.
maybe.
Something with Zex.
ZO maybe even. Just keep paralleling, and I don't think there's anything. There's also the option of zeroth to the H in Heben.
That's lovely. I like that.
Gets rid of one of his T's, scores a bit more than ZO does. So that's an alternative.
Yeah, and it opens the board up. I have to confess, I really prefer playing on an open board.
Okay.
But I guess we probably all do, and if we weren't playing to be competitive, we'd love to have the board open all the time.
Yeah, it's one of
those.
But
that's not the name of this game.
Yeah, even for FORE over the top is actually also an option. If that doesn't score well and doesn't leave well, but it is by far the most defensive. So if you want to play a more defensive game, you can play FORE and make the 4 parallels.
From memory, when I did play Chris, and I think I may have played him a few times online as well, he's not overly defensive, but we are looking like we're getting a little bit of a ladder situation happening here.
Okay.
Or starting to.
That's not a defensive play at all.
Yes, because all the hooks. Sorry, I was just looking at the.
Yeah, Bat and Tor both take a lot of hooks, so this is actually going to be a pretty open board. Between this and Heben's and the fact that this is actually this one play has turned this board. 4 would have closed the board entirely. This play is actually the opposite. This is going to be an open board. It'll take a few turns, but we're going to get.
Well, there's also bait as well, and Exxon, and anything virtually anything above the top of the H, I guess. So
This is one of those boards you can't kill even if you wanted to. It's gonna, yeah.
Oh, I never want to kill the board. I love the board. I love the board.
Yeah, I'm a little bit too competitive. Maybe I close the board a lot, actually. But you have to.
Right.
It is bingoing at the end of the day, so you do have to bingo some too.
It is, and there is always the, well, certainly for me, there's always the desire to play the crazy words that that you shouldn't know. I think I said before, things ending with V, like Listserv and Tolojev and Stotanov
And I've talked to Lawson
ridiculous
too, and
things.
Lawson also wants open boards for what it's worth. Lawson is not a closed board player at all.
He's normally really quick, isn't he?
Yeah.
From memory. I think the game I watched the other day with Lawson, he was playing really quickly.
Yeah.
So.
He plays
But I guess there is a bit to think about this.
Yeah, there's not a lot of clear plays that. He would like to play through Tora, but he just didn't have anything over there that's any good. So this makes a lot of sense. Chris does draw well. He draws another F, and he draws the blank. But not really good spots here. There's the Tor spot. He has to toss it up.
I notice I'm not getting vertigo at the moment. It seems like Lawson's playing upside down.
Oh yes, Lawson.
Is that right?
Upside down. Yeah, that's
all right. So, yeah, he's like my friend Tim. Well, that's great. I need to thank him for the lack of vertigo for this game.
So Toph comes down. Lawson with a very clunky rack here.
Yeah, that's nasty.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's nasty, but there's obviously some lovely individual tiles, but I think I'd be trying to ditch the Q.
I wouldn't say that the Q and the J are lovely tiles. They're pretty horrible.
Well, they're good scoring tiles if you get the right spot, but I think I would be trying to ditch the Q.
For sure. Quinn or something like that. Might just play Jin though. The J is not much better than the Q, and
it would leave him with the U as well. But I'd still be more inclined to get rid of the Q, I think.
Okay. He has Q,
J. If he plays Queen, he's still got the U, unless he plays QUIN.
Yeah, QUIN lets
QUIN.
Just depends on whether you're willing to. He's actually going with. Oh, okay. He's going with QIN here.
He's going with QIN.
Okay, he just doesn't want to leave the QI spot for like 40. I get that. That's always a little. Whenever you play the Q above a double letter score, it's always just like, well, if your opponent has an I, that's 40 points no matter what they have otherwise. So, I get the logic.
So Chris with a lovely rack there with the Z and the blank and
the Tort books are very tempting, but I don't think he actually has anything with them. But Torta and Torte are both words, so he's gonna be thinking about that a little bit. He does actually play P or pair, and is gonna keep all of them.
And the Z. It's an interesting leave. I think I would have preferred to. I think I would have looked at doing something different.
I want to get rid of the Z. I think the Z is stopping me from bingoing.
Yeah, I think so too. He has set up the, I guess there's a fez hook there, but I think looking at Lawson's rack, the JMRRTUY.
Yeah, that's great.
That's not much fun.
Yeah.
Maybe Mer.
I think he's gonna play Jut and Pert. I think is where he's it's probably most standard play of the options available. Just scores so much more than anything else and gets rid of the J and the E. But you have to know that. You have to see Pert, which is not trivial. Both Pert and Pearl are... I think that he knows both of those words, but I think they're also not trivial to find. When you see pair, you're mostly looking at pairs. You're not looking at, other hooks.
Yeah.
Where would Mer play? M-U, I guess...
M-Y-R-R-H. Or
Oh,
have I got the spelling of that
M-E-R-R-H.
right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, just to dump and open things up a little bit. But like I said, I love an open board, so, but yeah, certainly what he's playing now is a lot nicer.
Okay.
Or is it?
Well, try makes a lot of sense too. It gets rid of one of his R's. It doesn't create the overlaps that Jut has, so I do get that too.
Does Pert take an S?
I don't think so. Percher and percher are both words, so I wouldn't think that takes an S. I can check.
Because I think I thought Chris was going to try that.
No, it does not take an S.
And he had the beautiful Borzois as well.
He did.
Oh dear.
Is Lawson going to take Perts? That's the other question.
Is he going to, do you take the 5 points? I think...
Oh, I always challenge. You should always... I'm a big advocate of never ever, challenging everything under the sun that you're not sure of. 100% sure of. I don't think that 5 points is much of a deterrent at all. I think that's one of the biggest mistakes people make, is not giving 5 points all the time.
Yeah.
Lawson seems to be holding, but not challenging yet, I think.
I think maybe he's considering if he can make anything off that.
Oh, you let it go.
I can't see anything. I mean, Joram doesn't do it.
No, he does have the C for the CH hook, or the CH above Heathen. So he can play something like Mock if he wants, and Mock would set up JO over, on top of that.
It would too, which would be...
Which
would be an advantage, and I'm not sure that it's not that obvious of a setup. Well, Chris is drawn, so
Yeah. I just assume that's been accepted.
So it's been accepted?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's interesting, so I wonder where we're going from here then.
If Lawson doesn't play that, he has stuff like Mojo, he has Juco, stuff that clears his rack a lot better.
Yeah.
Looks like he is going with Juco here.
Yeah, going with Juco rather than Joko.
And that does block Epicea, which would have been pretty devastating if Epicea went down. Oh, he's picking it back up.
That was a null start for that one. Alright, where are we going now?
I mean, he's still probably thinking about it, I would imagine.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. So...
From Chris's perspective, he should be looking for bingos right now. He's just staring at his tiles, but I would like to see him move his tiles around because he's close to a bingo, but I don't think that he's the type of player who's going to just look at that rack and know if he has bingos or not.
No, so it's weird. I find it very hard to think without them out if they're not in alphabetical order. So
yeah.
I have to put them in my head as ACEIIS blank.
Okay.
And think of it that way. Otherwise, I just don't spot it.
Yeah.
So, and that's I never used to be like that. I used to be a tile shuffler back when I had control of my hands from way back. But these days, it's impossible. So Joy's gone down.
Uh-huh.
And
Lawson is setting up Mucro with Joy, which is part of his logic, I think. I would have liked to see...
That's a nice setup.
And he draws pretty poorly, but still has Mucro.
Still has Mucro, and it would certainly clean up the W's as well. Chris, what is Chris looking at now? CEIILS blank.
And you're seeing, and Lawson does cash Mucro. You could tell that Mucro was on his mind when he played Joy. Joy wasn't a play that he made haphazardly. He was just like, if I'm going to play Joy,
well,
I'm going to play Mucro.
There were too many other places that were so much better.
I do like the fact that Lawson is a very creative player. I think that very, very few people would have played Joy. I'm not saying that's technically correct. In fact, I would probably strongly suggest that it's not technically correct. But I think it's fun, and I think it's creative, and I think it's like really expressive. And
it is, and it's a cool word.
Yeah. I find watching Lawson to be one of the most fun players to watch. Even if I think that, like, technically, like, maybe not somebody you want to copy if you're trying to be the next Nigel Richards, but, you know, still a lot of fun, a lot of interest, and a lot of really unique and generally well-founded ideas. Like, Joy is not a play that I think is optimal. I think it's a play that's good. And I think that you can learn a lot to try to find plays like that, even if they're not... You're not going to see very many other players look for plays or make plays like that, but I do think that's really cool that he can do that.
And it is definitely fun.
Yeah. Anyway, Lawson gets 5 on top of the 40, so he is up, but Chris already has icicles lined up on his rack.
He does. So... Oh yeah, layer size. I saw layer size before.
Yeah, he had layer size last time.
Back when he had the last rack.
Yeah. Layer size. Did layer size play? Oh yeah, played along op.
And
it played on the right.
It played on op, and
yeah.
I think he can now. Icicles plays with the op.
Well, it plays with Hebens as well, and also plays.
But opens up the top lane with Hebens. So chilies as well. One of my favorite foods.
He is sacrificing points. I don't recommend sacrificing this many points. This is a pretty big point sacrifice. I realize you are opening the triple, and I do get that you don't want to do that, but there has to be some point where you're just like, this is a 13-point sacrifice. That's a lot.
It is a lot.
It is a lot. Yeah. It actually is going to work out pretty well here, because Lawson's play would have been a lot better. Like, Lawson would have had divide through icicles, but this is a more unusual run out. And even then, I think it's not going to be that much different. I guess you're leaving less floaters. There are some merits to sacrificing points for sure. If it were, if it were maybe 7 or 8, I would consider it.
I think I probably would have had to think about that a lot longer than what Chris did to decide which would be the optimal move.
Yeah. There were also other bingos he could have played that were also defensive. Something like
yeah.
Leia size, which you were talking about earlier, is also more defensive.
Yeah, Leia size.
More. But this is gonna mostly work out. It's worth noting. Oh, go ahead.
I'd be wanting to get rid of that ugly UV combo, but
for sure.
I can't see anywhere to do it with a reasonable score at this point.
Yuva and AI.
There probably is.
anything with Yuva, you know.
Yeah, Yuva, but you're still left with a double D there as well.
Yeah. I mean, VIED and DI looks at least reasonable. It scores 30.
It looks the best, I think.
Yeah. It's worth noting this board looks kind of, if you look at the shape of this board and you're not like looking at the letters, this board looks really bad, but it's actually still pretty decent. There's a lot of lines, and there's a lot of lines that are going to create more lines. The AI, AI is going to hook for SAI and RAI and things like that. And so there's still a lot of life in this board, even though the shape of the board doesn't look particularly great.
Well, there's stuff along the bottom as well, so...
Yeah, Lawson has... I'm not sure what Lawson has lined up. Viduan or something?
Adieu, maybe? ADIEU? Video? Well, not video. Doesn't have an O. Vidua. I don't know Vidua.
I don't either.
I don't think that's good.
It's not.
Yeah, no, that's no good. Is Chris going to challenge it, though? It doesn't look like.
Doesn't look like it. Again, always challenge. Always, 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 always challenge. If you win 1/4 of your challenges, you are way, 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 way better off than if you don't challenge. Even if you're giving 5 points, 5 times for every challenge that you win, you're still better off. You should just challenge, challenge, challenge.
Yeah, so Chris obviously struggling for vowels a little bit.
Yeah.
At least there's quite a few that are nicely open for him. And he's going down quickly with pay.
And this is one of those situations now where Lawson has to find devotee. Has to find devotee. It is the best play by a mile.
By a really long mile.
Yes. This rack is... He's basically lost unless he plays devotee. And if he plays devotee, it's almost even. He's got to find it.
Well, fingers crossed for him, but fingers crossed for my buddy Chris as well. So...
Well, I want the game to be interesting, and the game will not
I
be...
I want the game to be interesting, and he is interesting. And he has found it. Yeah, it's going down.
Chris is still comfortably ahead, but this is still a game now, whereas it wouldn't have been a game otherwise.
Well, it throws the cat amongst the pigeons, which is also one of my preferred vineyards in the Clare Valley. So
it's a fun phrase.
The cat amongst the pigeons.
Yes.
I don't think any of my 3 cats would do well with that. So Chris is looking at some interesting stuff here.
Yeah, there's a lot of options. You can just play above pay and play something like up there. You can play through the D and devotee. You can hook the S.
Yeah,
you can block the Heben's hook. There's a lot of different things you can do here.
There is Dwals. Dwals is cool, but yep, going for what I nice.
Okay.
So he's still up by a bit, but
yeah.
Lawson's rack AEGIISU.
Yeah, a mess.
It's ugly. There's no way to get around the fact that that is ugly.
Yeah. And he's probably gonna have to keep a lead that's not exactly what he's looking to keep.
No, I don't know that there are any good leaves, but it's not time to change, I would think, either.
I don't think it's not bad enough that you need to change.
It's not that bad, but it's not pleasant.
Yeah.
So, all right. What would I do? I would probably do something suboptimal, but I would be thinking about doing something better. Let's look for something cool.
I mean, if you're Lawson, you really also want to be killing some of the scoring spots on the board, but you need to probably need
Well,
to
he is behind, so I don't know if you can. I don't know if you want to kill all of them.
Well, you're not going to come back from this deficit probably by scoring your way out of it. You're probably going to have to come back from bingoing.
You're gonna need a bingo. You're gonna need a bingo, which to my mind is, I would really like to get rid of at least one of the I's and preferably the U as well. But at the moment, nothing is screaming out at me as being a good way to do that.
I mean, your options are what, like Aegis and Hebens? You don't want to kill the board either.
But I'd like to keep the S as well. I'm greedy with the S's. Let's hog them. Let's hog those S's.
It would be nice, but that's a lot of things to do, and I don't think there's anything that all those things. You want to get rid of an I, you want to get rid of a U, you want to keep an S, you want to score points. Like
I know. Look, I'd like to rule. I'd like to rule the world if I could. If I could do that, then I will make up some sort of weird Gaia Sui word that exists, which at the moment does not exist. I think the longest he's got is a guy's, but still that's
doesn't even play. I don't think.
Doesn't play. Play in front of the YU, but it's just not worth it. So, GIS. Well, it's a decent score. So,
yeah.
For what's available. An ugly leaf though with the 4 vowels.
Yeah, and it's made ugly by the fact that there's not really a good spot for like these. There's not like a good vowel dump spot.
No.
Very interesting by Chris here. He's playing land. I'm sure she saw stuff like mall and just doesn't want to do it.
I would say so.
Interesting.
Yeah, very, very interesting.
I mean, the L's not great. The M is
handy that he's got the S. I would have.
Yeah, but Maul would have done the same thing. So this is clearly
Maul would have done the same
choice. Thing. He's not like he didn't miss Maul.
No,
I don't think so. It's kind of interesting as to why he made this decision. I am a little bit curious.
And we've got the same misbalance of vowels on racks. So Paul Lawson is full of vowels with A, E, E, I, L, U, W. And Chris is left with 1 vowel. So
Lawson doesn't need to worry a lot about lines here. Like he would love to play wall and LI for 26, and by points and leave that is by far the best play. But it also kills Hebens, and he needs Hebens. Like there's no other lines on this board. Plays Wiz. Seems it doesn't kill Hebens. I think that's really important.
I think that's probably what's top of his mind at the moment.
Where Paul, on the other hand, needs to kill Hebens. Like melting is what he needs to do, and
I think Chris is going to open up. Chris is
interesting.
Okay. Very
more fun, but I'm not sure if it's the best idea to be playing something like that.
No. Well, I like it because it's fun.
Wait, did he play men's?
He played men's, and
I
don't think it's coming off either. I don't think it's a word, but I don't think it's being challenged. Are they holding or?
Well, his tiles are upside down, which leads me to believe that Lawson might be holding, but no, he didn't hold that either.
No, I think I think it's gone through.
Okay, people who are watching, if you're going to learn anything from this game, challenge everything. These are some of the best players in the world, and even they sometimes do not play valid words. And I think that,
Well,
you don't have to be right all the time.
I think the best way to remember that is there is no men's room from a feminist perspective.
Yeah.
There should be no men's room. So, yeah, there's no men's.
Yeah.
You can have mans, but no men's.
Well, trying to apply logic to all Scrabble words is a bit of a
Is
dangerous.
crazy. Absolutely crazy. Alright, so I wonder with all of those vowels. So I did go through all of the 5 vowel 8s a while ago. I don't think there's anything
No.
that Lawson's got there that's playable. No bingo's playable, nothing with the M.
His rack is pretty good, though. The N, particularly in his rack, is a really good tile given the G's and the T, and the 2 G's and 2 T's in the pool. So he really wants to hold on to that tile specifically.
Definitely,
the other tiles,
and maybe just reduce the vowel consonant ratio a little bit.
Yeah, the M is kind of a weird thing at the top because a lot of the time Chris is going to be blocking next turn, or at least he should be. And the M and the E going left is actually one of the primary lines that is probably not going to get blocked. Because he's going to want to block Keepins and he's going to want to block the E, particularly in men's. So you're trying to figure out what you're going to get left.
Given that Chris played men's up the top there, I'm not sure if he's sure that Heben takes an S.
Yeah, that might be the case here.
That I think that might be part of the driver for this, and the reason that lane has gone unblocked.
Okay.
I could be wrong, though.
The other thing to keep in mind is that Lawson has no ability to create any more lanes. There's no way to open the board anymore. The board is just, this is the board. This is all the lanes you're going to get. You're not going to open another one. There's no way to do that. So Lawson can't be thinking about opening the board. There's nothing left to open.
So I wonder, is this the most phonies that have been played in the Trans-Tasman so far to this time?
It's most that I've
possibly
seen.
Ever?
Maybe ever.
Certainly, I don't remember seeing any that had as many yesterday.
Yeah, this is 3 phonies. This is 3 phonies is a lot, for sure.
It is a lot.
Okay, so
Chris goes down quickly, putting some time pressure on.
So he played Geek, and you can kind of see why I was talking about, like, I would actually even think about keeping the U for exactly this reason, because now, like, IUM is kind of the lane.
IUM, yep. And
but that's kind of predictable, actually.
Is Lawson missing a tile there, or? I can only see 6 on his rack.
Yeah. No,
oh, no, there we go. We have EEILNNT. I know that word, but I don't think that goes down anywhere.
Nope.
And I don't think it makes any playable 8s.
And I think that Lawson's in pretty tough shape now.
Yeah, he is.
Because he's not going to be able to create another line, and he's going to need a bingo. And
on
top of that, the blank has been drawn, and it's not by him.
Yeah. We could say this game has not been lenient to him.
Oh, and the bag is also empty.
Ah, the bag is empty.
Okay.
Oh, well, at least he has the perfect knowledge, but I don't think that's going to help.
Yeah.
At this stage.
If I were Lawson, I'd be definitely looking at, or Chris, I'd be looking at the gram thing. There's almost things like Telegram and things like that, but I don't think anything quite fits.
No.
There's also almost a lot of things, though, that would go over there. He's playing Tweenling, which is definitely creative.
It is.
I mean, it's worth a try, I guess, maybe.
Is it going to stay down? Are
Of
we
course
going to
not.
have a? Are we going to stay a record have a
Even
record
Lawson's
number
shaking,
of
like,
phonies?
just shaking his head and laughing, being like, no, like, yeah, of course this is not a word. This is completely ridiculous. But I can't blame him for trying.
No, well, look, I reckon as Hail Marys, it's certainly not the worst one that I've ever seen.
Oh, for sure.
It's certainly a lot better than many that I've tried.
For sure.
And Chris still with 15 minutes on his clock, so
Yeah.
he's got plenty of time to think about this.
Well, there's nothing to think about here. It's there's something to think about in terms of bingoing himself. That like he isn't too far off from. He can think about like, he's free to try things like kilogram or something like that if he wants to try and see if there's something there. There's like things ending in log maybe, or I don't know. But yeah, probably he could. I mean, men's does take an A hook, so in theory he could hit things like starting with A over there to the C. With a blank C and icicles.
The blank C. Okay, I'm looking at the other C going, I can't see that C. Where is the C that you speak of?
But he can just win the game this way. That works too.
That works too, yeah. Well, I don't think there's... I think it was all over.
Yeah.
But
that is a lane.
I still have to admire Tweenling. I just hope that now that I've seen it, I don't end up playing it again in about a year.
But yeah, like mens and mensa are both words, so like Austin's not that far from, let's say, a LinkedIn or something like that. I mean,
almost LinkedIn.
Yeah.
If we wanted to promote a social network.
Oh, we've already got enough social media out there.
I think we do too. We need more Scrabble than less social media.
Yeah.
Although I guess are we a form of social media at the moment? My God, we might be.
We are, but
we're keeping it clean.
We're trying.
We're trying.
Though earlier, when I streamed last time, that someone played the word fuck on the board on like turn 1, so that was just on the board the entire game.
Sometimes it's unavoidable, and
yeah.
Realistically, we go for the best play. We don't really care that much about the meaning. Well, that was nice.
And there's Mets. Yeah.
There's Mets, as predicted.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to go and buy a lotto ticket, Kenji?
For what? I don't...
Predictions.
No.
Your predictions are coming true.
Some of them are coming true. But I also... Not all of them are coming true. I've missed a few of them.
Alright, well, where are we going?
Anyway, this is a win for Chris.
It is a win for Chris.
Wins by about 100. Well, a little short, 77.
Yeah. So.
Interesting game.
It was. It was a very interesting game. It's
Challenge more phonies. Lawson's gonna get to see all the phonies.
Challenge more phonies there.
Oh, it's just taking.
We're getting a photo of the board there. Is anyone using the Scrabble board app, I wonder?
I don't know.
I think Mattel put one out where you take a photo of the board and it automatically adds things up for you.
Okay.
Why you would do that, but I tried using it.
Well, the hope is that eventually what we're going to have is we're going to have a stream that automatically keeps track of the score without having... Like, right now, Alex behind the scenes is doing all of it.
Yeah.
So what hope is eventually Alex won't have to do any of this, and the app will just tell us the score automatically. That's what the hope is with that app.
Yeah.
That's what's being developed. But it's not quite there yet.
So there's a guy in Canada that I've been working with. He's developing a web-based score sheet. Basically for me, I feel very privileged. He's lovely. So it's called Adnoto, ADNOTO.org, and it's a free app. So it's very useful that you can score your own game, be it social or for me, because I can't do it any other way, not having the hand function to do it. You can score your own game, you can export it to Quackle, you can export it to cross tables, but it's also a really valuable thing if you're trying to get particularly kids, I think, to transition from playing online where everything is added up and tile tracked for them. They can still use this app to do that in the beginning, but they're not. So.
Yeah.
Oh, I think they're resurrecting the board. And it's not even Easter. But yeah, this app, if anyone wants to check it out, we're still in beta mode. But I think it's got value, particularly for people that play online and don't want to have to do adding up and tile tracking themselves. They can still do that and play that in real life with their friends. So it's and it will be very helpful for me. Although at the moment the tournament mode is taking me at least 50 minutes for a game, so I am going to be struggling with time big time.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, at least we're going to have an interview with Chris after this game, so we will stand by for just a minute while that is being organized. Evidently, I did miss entirely that try takes an e-hook, which is kind of relevant. Probably was something that was part of the logic of playing try when Lawson played that rather than playing jet, just for what it's worth.
I did know that, but I missed it as well, so...
Yeah. But that makes Joy even better, because then Joy Joy is also defensive and including
but it's also...
typing up intro. Yeah. Kind of cool.
Yeah. So... Well, I think the next thing the thing that we should be considering for the next lexicon is definitely tweenling. Tweenlings everywhere.
One of the, it's something between, what would a tweenling be exactly?
I'm
trying
to think of a definition for that.
Something between a teenager and a child and a teenager, but small in stature, I guess.
Maybe. A short 12-year-old.
Yeah.
There we go. We've got a definition for tweenling. Now all we need to do is get it into the lexicons.
Good luck with that. We need to get things like keyring into the lexicon first. Or keychain, sorry.
Keychain, yes. Keychain is not in there?
No. There's lots of things that are much better than tweenling.
Yeah.
I actually maintain a list of words like that, but I digress. There's thousands of them.
I would play those.
Hello.
Hey, Chris.
Hello, Chris.
Yeah, hi, how you going? Yeah, please don't point out my mistakes. I'll get judged for it. But thank you. Yeah, that was fun.
I'm glad to hear it. Yeah. So, what did you think of the game? Did you think?
Well, I liked it because I got both blanks.
Okay.
But it was
Never
interesting. Hurts. Yeah, and I was lucky. You saw I picked up Z and X at the very first rack, and I held onto my Z for a while until I got a good play, and that came along. So I was, that was something that I was pleased about because I could have played a lot earlier. But,
okay.
But I liked that. And when he played Devotees, that was a good find too.
Yeah.
That was impressive.
Kept the game going.
Yeah, unfortunately, because I thought I had an S and I was going to put that there and ruin everything, but then when you put that there, I forgot that men's isn't pluralised, and I think the problem is I've seen too many toilets with men's written on them. Yeah, and quite frankly, I think that's why I put it. But anyway, it turned out all right for me, so it was a good game.
So I was just curious. When you played land instead of mall, what was your thinking? Instead of like mall, like you clearly made a conscious decision to play land instead of mall.
Okay, because well, either way, I thought the N and the D were going to be a difficult thing to play a bingo from, maybe.
Okay.
That was my thinking. I didn't sort of. I like. Yeah, I suppose that would have been a better play. I would have left me with an N and a D. Maybe I didn't think it through enough, but anyway, that was my mistake, perhaps.
Well,
yeah.
If you like the L and the M better than the N and the D, that's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, because I didn't have a winning break at that stage either. So I was also thinking the M, if he did something, the M would score a bit higher if I played off his, say, bingo or whatever it was. And that was another reason I wanted to hold on to the M, because the others are all low scorers.
Yeah.
So that was my thinking there too at one stage.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, it'll be interesting to listen to your commentary when I get the score back. But I'm pleased, yeah. So because well, I'm the lowest rated player in the tournament, so I'm really happy. So
yeah, you've won some games.
I've won a couple of really unexpected ones, a couple of real upsets. So
I'm pretty well.
Yeah, I can do all right sometimes. Yeah, I don't have the vocab that some of these others have. But still, it's a good game, and I'll play it forever.
Yeah. You have any questions, Julie?
No, I think that's great. So, hey, Chris.
Hey, Julie? How are you?
I'm good. I'll miss you at trivia tomorrow night, but you're doing well. No trivia tomorrow night. It is Julie Bryce.
Oh, no. I would have played better if I knew you were watching.
Oh, well, there you go. We should have let you know up front, shouldn't we?
You should have. Oh, how are you? Anyway, lovely to hear you.
I'm very well. So good. That was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you.
What do you think of tweenlings? Should tweenlings be in the dictionary?
No, definitely not today. Maybe next year, but not today.
Maybe next year.
Tweenling is really close, yeah. And if he had a D, Tweedling would have won it for him. But, the D, he didn't have the D. Tweedling.
He wasn't just tweedling his thumbs.
No, I wasn't. Oh, please, none of those dad jokes that Greg always says. Yeah, that's very true. All right, so so I had a great time, and nice to know you're watching. So.
Well, I will, and I'll be watching again tomorrow.
Oh, that's right. I've got to play tomorrow with Jo. I've got to play her on this table. She beat me by 320 this morning.
Ouch.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. She started with 3 bingos, and it didn't get any better. So
she does that sort of stuff. Jo does.
Yeah, we know her too well. Yeah, she's she had played it really beautifully. So. But you can only do what you can do.
This is true.
Yeah.
This is true.
Yeah.
So, did you know Hebens, by the way?
No, I didn't, and that's why I didn't want to take a risk.
About
and
that
does take an S, does it? Yeah.
It does. Yeah.
It just sounds like one of those words that might not.
As opposed to hurt, which does not take an S.
Yeah. Well, Heben sounds like en sometimes. Woken. En words sometimes are like that, and I wasn't sure. I didn't know, so I didn't play it. But in the end, where icicles went was very useful. Because it was with the 2 C's was a nice blocker. You couldn't do too much with it, so that was pleasing. But anyway, so there you go. All right.
Well,
thank you very much.
Good.
Okay.
Good job.
I think.
Good luck tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll need it, but I'm pretty happy with what I've got, so I'll do my best.
And I think where you are, Chris, it must be just about wine o'clock.
5:30. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's time for a glass of wine.
I don't have to drive Greg home, so that means I can drink. So that's good. All right. Okay.
Have a celebratory drink, and
I'll have another one for you. How's that?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, thanks, guys.
All right.
Really appreciate it. Now,
Thanks.
I'll
Take care.
appreciate your commentary too. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
See you later. Bye.
Okay. See you.
I didn't know it was Julie Price. I'm playing against her trivia every Sunday night.
Well, there we go. Well, that's been really fun. What a great afternoon.
I'll come here tomorrow.
So, now I think, are we still on, Kenji?
I think we're still on. We're just taking a look at all the, playing room. I guess the stream doesn't even see the playing room, so we're just here to entertain the viewers for the next 5 minutes. Just
there we go. So
maybe we can get the standings up, Alex, if we're, I don't know if that's something that...
I haven't seen the standings for hours, so I'm really interested in that.
Yeah. If not, we can just take any questions from chat. If you have anything you want to ask us, feel free to come and, go ahead.
Oh, people are asking the game score between Aussie and New Zealand by now. And apparently after round 16, New Zealand led 111 to 81, so they've still got the 30-point margin up there.
Yeah, that's pretty... They're starting to run out of time here. 30 points at this stage is quite a lot.
It is.
Okay.
So there's...
So you can see the standings. You
Yeah.
can see Tower, Dylan, Blue all have the same record too. 6 people in New Zealand with 10
significant
plus.
difference in margin.
Only 1 in Australia, and
Well,
Chris...
Russell, I think my friend Helen is commentating on one of Russell's games tomorrow.
Okay.
A friend from WA.
Okay.
Who has, I think, my favorite name in all of Scrabble.
Everyone doing mostly holding their own a little bit though. No one, it's not. Everyone has at least 4 wins.
Yeah.
Lots of people towards the middle. So everyone's doing okay. It's not like we got a few people who are. It's just most of the people in New Zealand are towards the top, and most of the people in Australia are kind of in the middle. So.
Given that I'm an Australian, can I blame jet lag?
Okay. So evidently the magic number to win the tournament is 145 wins. So New Zealand needs 34, whereas Australia needs 64. So Australia has to win almost 2/3 of their games if they want to win the tournament, which is hefty. That means 8-4 every round here on out, which is sizable.
That's a lot to ask for. So
yeah.
I almost feel like we're in the middle of an election. And I'm sitting here watching the number of seats that are won.
Okay. I have to listen to the American election the last week and a half, so.
Oh, I watched it. I had the New York Times needle on screen, and
yeah.
I believe I started drinking rather early that day.
I don't blame you. All right.
All right.
So thanks for watching. This has been the coverage of day 2 of the Trans-Tasman Championship. Stay tuned tomorrow for more action. Until next time, this is Kenji, and this is Julie signing off. Take care, guys.
See you guys. Thank you.